age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this purty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this purty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Fresh mate!
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is Top Clans 2021 Dota 2 Summer Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host, Evangeline. Well, today is our grand final day. We'll see the solo matches final, and the lower brackets final, and the grand final. Are you ready, guys? Alright, before we start, let's take a look at the special thanks to our partners. We would like to say special thanks to creator Q and Champs Dota 2 from TikTok Russia. Exclusive technical supporter UU Game Booster and our music partner NetEase Fever for all the love and support. Also, our grassroots tournaments are hosted by our wonderful partners Moon Studio, Epos, String Gaming, and TNC. Thank you for all the hard work. And today's matches will be broadcasted in 3 languages: English, Thai, and Tagalog. English will be played on Facebook, Twitch, TikTok, Likey, Video, and our TV partner Egg Network, and with our grassroots partner Epos. You can join with our Thai casters at our Thai channels on Facebook, Twitch, and TikTok. If you would like to watch this in Tagalog, our YouTube channel will be your best option. Alright guys, now it's time to welcome our wonderful casters. Hi guys, nice to see you again. How are you doing?
We're very happy here because we get to watch the grand final today. We're very excited. It's a very exciting day full of great Dota, so we can't wait to cast this wonderful best of 3 that's going to lead us to this grand final.
Yes, yesterday you asked me who's gonna win, and I was like, oh my god, how could I know? Well, today I'm gonna ask you guys, who do you think will win the champion of the solo tournament or maybe the 5v5 tournament?
5v5, I'd say Army Geniuses personally.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I watched their game yesterday in the BTS Pro Series, and they did not look good at all. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know Meow as well. Like, they had some draft issues and they had some play issues as well. But Army Geniuses was also.
It's because they were tired, you know. That they're playing 5 tournaments at once.
Honestly, it very well could have been. It very well could have been. Like, being realistic about it, yeah. So maybe that's something to consider. The fatigue here for Army Geniuses starting to set in. That being said, I agree. I think Army Genius is going to win the tournament here today.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, there you go.
Well, thank you for answering, and it's time to find it out together. Let's see the tournament introduction firstly.
The introduction. As we're finally on the final day, we are only 2 games away, or 2 series away from the ending of this tournament. First is going to be the lower brackets final between Meow and Team Mystery, and then whoever wins will go against Army Geniuses in a best of 5 in the grand final. We already got to the round 1 and through the knockout stage. This is what the prize pool distribution is looking like. We're already past even the 4th place. Now it's currently the team who wins the first game will lead to the 2nd or 1st place, and the team who ends up winning it all will win the $4,000.
That is correct. Take a look at the brackets, the teams we've lost along the way, of course. As we started with 8, we have now whittled down to 3, and we'll have only 1 by the end of the day. Army Genius is already set there in that grand finals match, cruising on through the upper brackets, as I don't believe they've lost a single match. And no, indeed they have not. They have not dropped a map as they head into the best of 5 grand finals.
Also played against both their opponents in the upper brackets.
And they beat them 2-0 each time.
Yes.
Mystery AG was a lot closer, wasn't it? As I recall?
No, not really.
Okay.
It was closer than Meow Army Geniuses because that was not close at all, but it was not very close.
Okay, I must be the Crocodile series must have been the close one then of the day. But we're gonna get to see the Meow taking on Team Mystery. That's gonna be our first best of 3. Had to delay it by an hour, so in case you're wondering, wait a second, aren't we supposed to be in game 2? No. Number 1. That's going to be happening. And then we're going to have a little bit of a break. Because, of course, we have to give the teams a little bit of time in between playing a lower brackets into the upper brackets game. Into the grand finals, I suppose. So that's
unless Sanity wins. In which case, we're not getting a break.
Well, he doesn't get a break.
Yep.
Because, jump the gun a little bit there, it's going to be Sanity versus Insanity, the 1v1 solo mid lane matchup. That is going to be the grand finals of the 1v1 tournament. So very exciting stuff. So Sanity has a full plate of Dota possibly for today. So does AG, of course, because again, they're playing in 3 tournaments right now. So we'll see who is going to be busier. Sanity is giving them a run for his money today.
Yeah, we'll see how it happens as well. I mean, it might be that mystery just eliminates Meow Meow altogether. Then there's no full plate, just a broken plate. You know, it's the Greek style Dota.
Well, still a half plate, right? Because you still have to play the 1v1 even if you lose right now.
All broken on the floor. Nope, all broken.
We'll see as we get underway with our rosters. Taking a look at Meow Meow. Again, they were sent down in pretty heavy-handed defeat yesterday by AG. Back down into a best of 3 at the very least, so they did manage to avoid the best of 1s of the tournament. Mystery as well. They've had to deal with the best of 1s for a little bit of time. Yeah. At least 1 round of best of 1s.
2 rounds.
That's right, 2 rounds because the lower bracket semifinals is also best of 1.
Yep.
Stuff out from these guys. Mercury on the magic damage mid laners. I think Envious is always the standout player for me,
Particularly when they get Mars.
Yeah, I think he's yeah, that's fair. Didn't he also play quite a mean Brewmaster though?
No, Saturday.
Okay.
I mean, MVS played okay. I think he played a Brewmaster game. I think he played okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I was like,
pretty sure we've seen him. I think the Night Stalker as well.
I mean, Night Stalker was really good.
So these kind of just run at you heroes, the fight interrupters, support killers, right? Whatever you want to call them. Does an excellent job. A strong mid lane and off lane, especially for Team Mystery.
Strong off lane. Yes. Yeah, the mid lane for Mercury, as we said, magic damage dealers. I'm more inconsistent sometimes because his positioning isn't always great for Mercury. That's maybe what Sparks might be able to take advantage of. But Sparks has had a pretty consistent result overall throughout the tournament. Even the games that he wasn't like too impactful in the stomps, for example, he still was playing fine. It just so happened that his whole team got destroyed, right? So it's not really up to Sparks to carry that. We'll see, because BML comes from a really heavy defeat yesterday from RB Geniuses, so maybe their sights are maybe not set on that final. Maybe they're a bit afraid. Maybe they have lost confidence in themselves. That's going to be the key to victory here against Mystery.
Confidence and destroying the Ancient. See which one will
second one is like not really that important. Like if you're not confident and you're destroying the Ancient, what is it all for?
Ancient still explodes at the end of the day, man.
Yeah, but not with dignity, not with confidence, and that what separates us from animals. Then animals also break Ancients. Think about it that way. So let's see if they will have the confidence to break that Ancient and do it like a human.
Well, what if they play a zoo lineup?
Well, they have to be the zookeeper. They don't want to be the zoo animals.
I don't know.
He smashed with the zookeeper in the lineup. I don't know if you think. I think you're misinterpreting what zoo is. No, Beastmaster's not the giraffe. He's the keeper.
Right. But, you know, he just sits behind and lets all the animals do the work for him.
Exactly. That's what a zookeeper does. Exactly. That's what animals. That's what.
So the animals do destroy the Ancients.
Yes, but the human is the one that commands. And he's the one that bestows confidence upon them.
See, I'm always really confused because you're always talking about how we need to do this and redistribute the net worth of all the heroes in the game. And then you go on and say, yes, the man who sits back and commands everything else, that's the way we need to do it. Yeah. I don't understand.
I have based my reality.
I don't understand.
This is what humans are about. There's no redistribution. Supports will always be supports, and carries will always be carries.
It's just the way it is. The carries always taken the shards, they're always taking the Ag's blessings, you know, never giving their support to any of the items, even though that Ag shard is but a mere 0.5% of the total net worth of a carry, and for a support, it's close to 50%.
Exactly. Like, if you think about it, I think that's one of the most egregious, most audacious moves the carry can make. And I keep telling my team, you know, like, whenever that happens, and my pubs, I go, eat the carry, but there's no button.
Well, there is if you play Pudge.
Munch him. Yeah, it's true, but then you're playing Pudge, which is... Hey, this is allegory. Pudge is whatever was the worst dredge of society.
I haven't seen Pudge yet for a while.
Yeah.
Which is surprising because he's another one of these save heroes, isn't he?
Nope.
You got that shard. Allows you to eat your team.
Nope.
They heal. Pretty good shard.
I would disagree. I mean, the shard is great. I would disagree that he's a save hero. Not at the same caliber. I think Oracle needs to play before you play Pudge.
I don't know about that. Oh, seems like we have a game update. I wonder if that's 7.30, not D, but maybe like a little adjustment patch. Maybe they're like, oops, we said we adjusted this value, but we forgot.
Must have been. Yeah,
They
must have been like
sometimes
a
do
bug.
that
Yeah,
quite a
could've
bit.
happened. Oh, guys, we didn't reveal the real changes for our coordinate. We're actually gonna make him a hero. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah,
that's the patch.
you wish.
We-
No.
we decided to return his talent to him. What's it called? The attack range talent. That's what I want to.
Oh, no.
That's what I want to get back.
A talent that allows him to get rapiers again on his arc warded.
Oh, that would be an interesting talent. Well, like talent like items don't drop on death, something like that. You know, and you can also get gem. Ooh, support arc warden back on tracks. That'd be interesting.
Sounds really strong, but I was just referring to let my boy carry divine rapiers again. No, but then he just gets fountain, and that's boring.
No, but I think that's really interesting though, because that would be a huge thing. I mean, obviously then he would send fountain.
But that's the problem.
Yeah, but
with
then
it,
you have to get to that point though. You have to get to that point that you play rapier, like
so
your clone. No, there's ways to fix it.
It's so
People need to
annoying.
grow a pair about the arc warden thing. Honestly, there's heroes are much more annoying than that. And then they go, "Oh look, I can't push. It's a bubble. Go in the bubble. Go in the bubble. It's not that difficult."
You're gonna dive the fountain into his two bubbles.
I mean, not the
with
fountain,
divine
but
double
you can
So
go
what are you gonna do?
into the base.
Well, how do you go into the base when he cuts your waves
If
in 2 seconds?
if his clone is beating you just because it's a rapier, then you're not very good.
Well, it doesn't just have a rapier. It probably has Mjolnir, Midas, Silver Edge.
You let him get to that point, then my normal arc warden also works, dude. I disagree. Maybe people just need to learn to play against that hero. Even when people like casters have this famous complaint about arc warden thing, even though his win rate in competitive has not been above 50% for like the past year and a half.
No one
like,
cares
oh,
about
no.
him in it's the pubs. It's the pubs. No one wants to sit back and
my job so long. I'm an English caster. I've
right. Can you tell me about Naga Siren and how much you love Naga Siren then?
Naga Siren is different. I used to
Naga
do-
Siren's different
Yes.
because it happened to me.
Yes, because I used to do
That's
12
why.
to 14 hour
It
days.
happened to me. That's why.
12
that's
to
why.
14
that's
hour
why it
days.
was hard.
And then when you get the Naga Siren game at the end of the day, you know,
It happened to me.
if
It's different when it happens to me.
when
guys.
the English caster casts that much in a day, I think that's fair. I think they get to. I think they get to.
But
get
when it
rid of the
happens to
arc warden.
me, I get to make fun of everyone without.
Indeed. Well, if I do the 14-hour days, yes. If I would complain about a 6-hour day Naga Siren, then I don't think so. I don't think that's fair. It's hard work liberates you. So I have read in that manifesto thing.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
No, hard work liberates you.
Atlas shrugs at you, honestly.
And that was not it. That's not what it was from.
Unbelievable.
That was
That's
not
what
where.
it's from.
That's not where it's from.
No, it's not. I know it's not where it's from. I was just quoting my favorite literature.
I know it's not your favorite. I know you're forced in school to read it no matter what if you're American and say that it's your favorite. Because otherwise they take away your passport or something. I don't know. I've heard.
No, you know, it's the people who read it are the ones that hate the mandatory reading. Actually,
I know that's
funny, and I know it's a joke, but that's not. Unfortunately, it's not how it works.
I mean, I can't imagine there's actually mandatory reading, is it?
No, of course not.
It's a very badly written book.
Usually, it's the people who really like Catcher in the Rye, who hate all the other assigned reading books that end up, lugging around Atlas Shrugged and all these other interesting books.
So the people I like Catcher in the Rye also like Atlas Shrugged. That's a cute. One of the two books is being misinterpreted here.
Yep.
Like not even close.
Yep. Exactly.
Who do they think that? Oh, he's the same people. I thought John Lennon was the king of the phonies, right? This is the level of what.
Could be. Listen, dude, I couldn't really tell you. That wasn't one of those kids.
Did you not read Catcher in the Rye?
I didn't. I was supposed to.
It's a good book.
How many copies of Atlas Shrugged do you own?
5, but beyond that, like,
That has nothing to do with this conversation.
one to hit, people with, one for the bathroom reading, one for the other kind of bathroom reading.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
I don't know. I actually think
That's why you take 30 minutes in the bathroom.
it's not because of the mangas I'm
No,
reading. there.
it's because of yeah.
No, I mean to be honest, I think the Fountainhead is much better. I don't think Atlas Shrugged is a very good work by her. I actually think the Fountainhead is legitimate, even though I hate her. Very
I
bad
think
book.
the only other book I had to read that year, well, the only book I remember, was Into the Wild.
That's a great book.
No.
That's a great book.
That's so dumb.
What do you mean it's dumb?
That's the whole point of the book, is that it's dumb. Don't
Yeah,
do
exactly.
this.
That's why it's a great book.
But you need someone to tell you, hey, don't go and move your van into the middle of Alaska where no one can save you.
I mean, it may not so much now, but when it was written, it made more sense.
Sure.
And I gotta give it context.
I'm sure everything that Marcus Aurelius wrote at the time made sense.
Yeah, and nowadays it's pretty good too. Marcus Aurelius was a really smart dude.
that he was.
He was a very smart dude. There's a reason why he's the Joker.
You have to pick and choose his books. Still make sense in modern day.
Yeah, but you don't have,
a lot of them don't.
Real Marcus Aurelius was okay, but the Shakespearean Marcus Aurelius, that's where it's at, my friend. That's the dude. He was the Joker of Caesar. So
Like Plato. Plato had a bunch of these really weird takes, you know?
like what?
Plato was like, everything has to exist in balance, right?
Makes sense. Perfect. Yin yang. Yeah.
So there's a balance of everything. There's minima, there's maxima,
Yeah, makes
there's
perfect
all
sense.
this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So
And then
he's like,
together they make a republic. Right?
yeah. And then so all the poor people were like, well, if everything is a balance, like why can't you spread some of that balance to me? He's like, no, not like that. Because like if there's the poor people, you have to have the rich people like me.
That makes perfect sense.
And then he's like, and then everyone's like, well, there's only like one rich person and like 100,000 poor people. He's like, yeah, there is.
Because it's balanced. It makes perfect sense. I think it's very logically consistent. I don't know. I would follow Plato's Republic every day. Every day. I think, the whole, what was it called technically? A technocracy?
I'm not sure.
I think because the whole idea that the scholars are pretty much, the kings and then everything else is below them. And he was like, yeah, but like, and then someone's like, Plato, what if they have thoughts too that you put below? Yeah,
There's not a like other, obviously, again, taking them out of context, because he had a lot of legitimately good ideas. For example, one of his better ideas was the thought of peer reviewing.
Oh, that's true.
Everyone else, before all the scholars that Oliver was talking about, this is how it actually worked, by the way, in
They
Rome.
just thought of something.
They just thought of something,
Nah,
and they're like,
Plato is not
it
Rome.
must be right.
Plato is not wrong.
What?
Plato is not wrong.
Is he? Yeah. Yeah, everyone would just think of something and they'd be like, yeah, I've thought of it, so it must be true. And he would actually think about it. He was wrong about a lot of things, like specifically eels.
All the medicine that time
he
was...
believed electric eels did not exist.
Yeah, it was like a...
He refused
It was like a big mythological thing to him. It's true, but then some of his disciples, I don't know if you know this, but like thought that because they discovered that eels are a thing, right?
Yeah.
Thought they were like the key to the mysteries of the universe. Like, you know how people nowadays will say 42 is the number of the universe, right?
It's the answer.
It's the answer. Sorry, it's
Yeah.
not. It's the universe because the hitchhiker died, right?
Yeah.
So his disciples were similar and were like eels. That's where it's at. Like we really gotta. One of his disciples was a doctor, and he thought that if you just wrap people in eels, it would get cured. Of course, he figured out. It's funny because he wrote a book about this, and one of the first things he said is actually very important. These eels have to be dead because if you wrap them around them and they're like in water, which was his first experiment, they will electrocute you when you die.
They will hurt. They will hurt a little.
No, they will straight up die if you wrap someone like 12 eels.
I imagine, especially because like all the bathtubs were not ceramic; they were like copper.
Oh, he did like that. Well, would be a swimming pool equivalent, right? Like just a big hole with water. And they would dump the eels in. And then imagine trying to get an eel to wrap around a person as well while it's alive. Not very smart.
I wonder how you would do that.
I don't know. I didn't read that far. I don't know if there was a process or how.
Yeah, it's always really great. Like reading a lot of old books is sometimes not that good. That's why, like,
I mean, for nonfiction, yes.
That's why they like quote it in passages usually. There's a lot of like weird stuff people would just write in their books. Like, there's a hunter's book that was written during the Roman Republic. And and he's like, oh, here is like how the army should do this. Here's how you should. It was like a field manual, right? It was like a field manual basically. And there's an entire chapter about how much he loves his dog in there, and how his dog is the best dog.
That's great. That's pretty good.
Oh, it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. It's funny to see. People are still very similar, right? Nowadays, I would say, is you go and you look up a recipe. And then they start telling the story. Oh, one time I made this for last Thanksgiving, and this happened. And I don't listen. I respect
hate
you.
these recipes. No,
I don't care.
Nobody answers that way. Everyone's like, please shut up.
Yeah, just scroll to the bottom of the recipe.
My
Right?
goodness.
It's just that's the same thing.
This is the equivalent. I guess there's dog guys. The equivalent to the current Yelp reviewers. You just go to a restaurant and be like, it was a warm summer day when I first tried Gino's. I mean, it's a chain restaurant, and yet it's a 5-page review Oh goodness, those people.
I get where that's coming from.
That is the real life punch picker. That's the equivalent of
I've got a little bit of respect for people that like so hard. Because it's like,
but these are never the useful reviews. These are always the useless ones. So the point that I'm convinced that there's like a subreddit or a community of people who are just in it to write these fake reviews. And that's just their pastime. They troll people around, and because there's too many of them.
you ever gone on like, well, not gone on, but you ever seen like screenshots of like 4chan posts that are like actually extremely well written stories?
Oh yeah, of course.
Just like
the green
that.
text, the old 4chan
yes,
green, yeah.
yes. It's that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff that's always really interesting. That you could like this really weird but well written, quite eloquent posts.
I think those are the greatest posts. I mean, I wasn't a 4chan user myself, but I've seen the post of the 4chan users back then, right?
Yeah.
And it seemed like I could see the appeal of that part of the site. In fact, I know where it comes from. It was based on the whole green text idea was based on the Japanese, one of the first forums ever.
Yeah.
Was
like
a Japanese
2chan
forum
or
called
something like
2chan,
that.
yeah.
Actually, there was one before that because it was originally called something else.
Yeah.
This isn't a joke. It wasn't called Oni-chan, but it was something like that, where it was like a play on words, obviously.
Yeah.
And then there were like server hosting issues,
Mhm.
right?
And they had to move the servers.
and then they moved it to 2chan.
Yep.
And actually, that guy got into a lot of legal trouble.
Yes,
And then they
did.
stole it. It's a whole thing. It's
a whole thing.
Japanese internet
Well,
culture.
it was a very big deal, and also the on the 2chan. That's when the green. That's where the green text stories actually originated, because
True.
they had a server called VIP, which is the Vippers were like supposed to be the dregs of society, because they would actually go into a panel of strangers and be like, "Hey, this happened in my life."
The deplorables.
Yes.
Yeah, it all makes sense. Big
Thank
hit.
God.
There we go. There we go. Right into the game. Holy moly. Started talking about the history of the Japanese internet.
Yeah, we really went on a.
Really went down that rabbit hole here. And, well, we're going to come out here looking like the beautifully drawn logo. My sanity here from Meow Meow. Looking good here. As we get underway with our first draft of the day. Meow Meow doing their research though, banning out 2 offlaners. Night Stalker, no surprise. Mars into the first phase.
Maybe they themselves recognize the strength of Envious, honestly.
I agree that
Maybe they just watch our cast and like, these
Okay,
guys are
mystery.
something.
You open up with Bane, you know what's gonna happen.
Yeah. In this case, this is the one time where Yamia's been the only team in the tournament besides Army Geniuses who don't highly value the silencer, right? They only value him obviously against Spain, which makes perfect sense. And thank God for that. So they're picking it here. Yeah, it's a pretty free pick. I don't know why they picked Bane. Don't know. I don't think Bane first pick is that good anymore as well. He got like pretty. I mean, it nerfs enough to his laning stage that it makes him less of a desirable first pick. I think he's a second pick these days. And you pick up a 4 first, maybe.
I think if you're gonna pick Bane, it has to be you have to have second pick.
Yeah. Pick Bane +1.
Bane +1 immediately. And even so, I like Mystery. The Mars is banned. What are you gonna pair him with?
Yeah, I agree.
Like half of his strength, I believe, comes from having a bespoke combo for this Bane. Because yes, at least you're countered by Silencer, but as you say, you're proposing something.
Maybe you're competing this with the Mariah.
Still, I mean, better than nothing.
No,
but-
that combo's broken.
Yeah.
Vengeful is the best hero, so against the Marauder Bane. That is not a combo. As nothing. These 2 heroes actually have a lot of anti-synergy between them.
Well, Meow with allowed to basically go with a pretty neutral, just strong opening, to be honest. Oh yes, there were indeed hot fixes. I just saw the like room too. Let me open it up. I foolishly went to the official Dota 2 Twitter as if that would post updates, but why? Why would that ever be?
But there was an update.
There was indeed an update. There's a 730C hotfix update.
Okay.
And let me see here. Oh, interesting. I guess for the longest time, Night Stalker, Hunter in the Dark, Hunter in the Night Shard was not able to target dominated ancients.
Yeah, that's true.
Now you can.
Oh, I thought that was
Intentional?
Yeah.
Apparently it wasn't.
Okay.
Okay. There were 2 missing lines from the 730C patch notes. Would you like me to read them?
Yes.
Okay. Broodmother, spin, web, movement speed bonus, rescaled from 0 to 20% HP to 100. Broodmother things. And then the second one is Arc Warden Bubble now actively pushes people outside of it. You're welcome.
Is that really it?
No.
Oh.
It's Broodmother changes. Silken Bola bonus attack
I'm so
damage
excited.
increase.
I was like, what is the shard now? What does the shard do now? Actual Arc Warden buffs.
Actual Arc Warden shard. The Arc Warden shard actually allows the clone to also have his own clone.
That would be OP. Even if you only did like 50% damage. Alright. I'm not a very big fan of Mystery's opening of Bane and Brewmaster because I think they both do very similar things. They both take a hero out of the fight. That's the biggest strength of the Brew, at least, with the Cyclone. And Bane's the same thing with Nightmare because Fiend Script is not going to be useful this game. Swap, I guess, is not that impactful against these two heroes. There's like a lot of anti-swap tactics, but I still like Meow staffed a bit more to start off with. Now they need to.
Okay.
Now they need to reveal something.
They gave a little bit of mobility back to Broodmother, actually, which is nice, but I still don't think we're going to be seeing the hero all too much, or at least as big of a threat as it used to be in 729. That hero was always kind of a looming possibility if you didn't have some solution to a Broodmother in your draft or didn't ban it. You know, you might be brooded 10th pick, but then they basically removed all her movement speed. They've given her some of it back, so you still have that utility, but they still have the scaling. You know, your HP based on you only get movement speed in your spin webs based on your current HP.
But I care because I don't think Broodmother's going to get picked. I think she's still pretty
No.
bad.
I think she's really bad still. I think she's still pretty bad. Yeah, the movement speed nerfs to her are brutal. They're a little bit less brutal now, but still bad.
Still bad. And it made her a bit playable. I mean, I don't know. She was too strong last pack, but it just feels
Agreed.
like Ice Frog just knows how to, like, Broodmother goes up, down, but never in the middle, really.
Yeah. I actually, you know, one time I was playing, you know, Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I saw this world, and it was Ice Frog's world, and everything was just like, you know, it was like everything was so sinusoidal in there, right? Every single hero it was crazy, except for Arc Warden. He just went straight into the pits of hell. And Clinks.
Yeah, it's true. Clinks reminds me of Spanish Con. It's just there's those small moments of like, oh, it's going no.
Well, I mean, if you look at it way back in the day, you know, oh wow,
it was even only a small moment. I'll consider like all the other empires like 200, 300 years, and then Spain's like 50.
Solid years.
50 solid years.
Batrider out from Meow now. Silencer +1 is usually the option. How about Silencer +2 here with your Venge and your Batrider? We need like a hard carry though for Meow. That's the only thing.
Yep.
This is great at, you know, picking apart enemy drafts and really ruining like positioning based kind of lineups, if that makes sense. And I would say a Bane and a Brewmaster are definitely some of those.
Yeah, but the Queen of Pain, the point is to kill the Batrider, or just to...
No. I agree. I'm talking about Meow going with this Venge Batrider into the Silencer.
Now you're screwed, really. This Queen of Pain destroys the Batrider. I don't know how to fix this.
Oh, you're talking about the Quat matchup. Yeah, no, I was still talking about just Meow.
No, but I know. I'm saying it's for the Meow. It's very difficult. Like, even if you pick up hard carry, your Batrider has lost his lane. Your Venge is not going to have an easy time either, because naturally they already know the pick, and also Bane is not bad against her. Like, you're actually in a really tough position here as Meow, even though it doesn't look like it. It's very difficult to fix this draft. With Willow Brewmaster, you also have a pretty solid carry lane, or off lane rather.
That's a good lane indeed.
5 seconds remaining.
Brewmaster, I think he might end up going BKB again here as well, just to make sure he's not completely nullified by silence.
No. Unless there's like a really pressing ceremonial reason why you need the BKB on Brew, Axe is I'm not a fan of the amount of BKBs we've seen. Been very unimpactful on Brews.
Interesting that you have that take. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. I think it's a viable option versus the Batrider when your base is getting pushed to high ground.
Oh, of course. Like, that's not going to happen because Queen of Pain won't stop him. There's a hard carry. I mean, this is the hard carry that trusts that Silencer will always cancel that Fiend script, which means that you are free as Brew. So now if you get BKB, it's a mistake of mystery, because this means that, like, if you global silence the Brew before he splits, then the Bane is free to use the Fiend script after. To keep the fight while the silence is going on, or bait them or whatever. So it's all about the Silencer just needs to care about the Fiend script right now.
Yeah, there's also no burst damage right now from Meow is an issue. Like you can pull a Brewmaster away, you can pull a Quap, you know, to get the jump on her. But how do you kill them? Dusa usually doesn't have damage. I mean, we just went through the whole Dusa patch until she gets like Daedalus, which is usually 3rd or 4th item after boots. and that's not for a while. That's not really until you have the burst damage that you're going to be needing. We need to solve this with either an offlaner if we want to like swap this advantage to the 5 or the 4, or a support. Yeah, the Nyx actually would have been a good idea here for Mystery, or for Meow Meow rather. I really like the idea of that. I like the idea of that rather, I should say. Someone to set up fights for you, give you vision. Mana burn is super annoying for the Willow and Queen of Pain. I need Bane actually. And that gives you, if the Vendetta burst damage would have done really, really nicely for this like hit squad that has great control, great catch, but absolutely like almost 0 burst damage.
Yeah. I mean, for force with burst damage, you don't really have many options. Willow is really the top one. Maybe you could go Lina for. It also brings you a bit of control as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Really have great options here for Meow Meow for offlaners either.
5 seconds remaining.
For May like the Tango can work, obviously because then your Fiend's gripping the middle, it's the win in itself. Slark, anti-mage man, interesting. Not sure what they're thinking, honestly.
I'm not sure what they're thinking either. Especially because that Timbersaw ban has me scratching my head a little bit. That's what I thought. That's honestly what I thought they were going for. With the Wraith King because of Timber, but yeah, honestly, it ain't bad. This game.
Yeah, you don't have enough damage to kill more than one person, so it might be the time where actually 60 seconds is enough, honestly. The match versus Deuce is not great, but I think the rest of your lineup is pretty good.
Choose your hero.
Oh, okay.
They're flexing the bat. Okay, I think this is the best solution.
Yeah, actually.
This is the best solution by a long shot. I think Mystery got bamboozled by how good the draft seemed. Now Queen of Pain Invoke, that's fine, right? But you have a Quad Flex Invoke against Wraithling, which is great. Battle against Wraithling is actually pretty good, right? Not too difficult to lane. Especially with the combination of Venge. Because eventually will be able to swap into the Flame, stuff like that. Your Bane's still countered. Deuce is a really strong pick here. I like this. I mean, Yeller's going to send the Deuce flying every single fight.
Yeah, the issue I think still more or less remains. I guess the issue kind of, now with Cataclysm eventually online for Sparks, you know, okay, we get him on the first life. But that's exactly that, right? Wraithking's got his second life here. And that's where I think they're going to run into issues all of a sudden. I agree, though. I think it's a really elegant solution here by Meow Meow to flex that Bat Rider on over and last pick this Invoker. It makes sense. It makes sense. I think they have a little bit of a fragile, like, mid to early game when Queen of Pain has her first item. That's going to be a little bit scary for Meow Meow. Especially if Brewmaster can get probably his Ags online ASAP. That's, I think, going to be the scariest moment in time for Meow Meow. If they can make it past that, I actually kind of prefer their late game a little bit.
Me too. I think Meow actually has a better draft overall. Obviously, the question is, what can you do? What can you do with Bat Rider early as well? Because offlane is not a position for him for a reason. He struggles a lot in that position. Even if the lane goes well, like you might not get enough farm, stuff like that. But if you manage to mitigate that weakness that they have in the early game, pretty much just by Invoker playing really well, because it has to be him in the gank squad that does well, I think you actually have a solid chance. I don't like the Wraith King versus Deuce matchup. I'm very surprised they picked Wraith King of all heroes. You realize they're missing like burst damage, so I would imagine you pick something like, I don't know, Sven, for example, Ursa, like heroes that really do just have enough tankiness so they can survive the first onslaught. CK, stuff like that. I don't think a Wraith King was necessary at all.
Yeah, CK actually would have been a nice pick.
CK was good. Ursa's really good against Deuce as well. Obviously, the swaps and stuff annoying, but he's very good against Deuce.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's could be well, game 1 here, best of 3 this time around. So even if they've gotten it wrong this time, don't worry, we can go ahead. Let's go ahead and fix that.
Just got interested.
Yeah, I Mysteries, to me, Mysteries go time is going to be whenever Quap has got her first, maybe second item plus a Kaya or something like that. Brewmaster Ags, and I think that's go time. I don't think your Wraith King necessarily needs to itemize too early to fight into that as well, so you have like an all-in around like 25 minutes. But that does strike me as a particularly strong moment, right? Bat Rider, because he's off lane, he's still going to be probably struggling at that stage to get his second or third item online, which might maybe a BKB versus Invoker, you know, that's huge. Gears is not going to quite have that damage either at that stage of the game quite yet, especially with the reductions in stack efficiency, you know? So I think Mystery have got a really good chance to end the game before the 30-minute mark. After that, I think it does get a little difficult, and the fights need to go your way.
I agree. I think we have a solid chance. If it's decent enough push. Obviously, that this has to be of how well you play the lane and how well you cancel the. I think the Invoker is the key piece here in this puzzle.
That's true. Yeah, he's going to be a lot of this space early. And so will Bat Rider, right? Keenly around his level 6, and then again, whenever he gets his first item, BOTs, playing your BKB, whatever he decides.
Like I'm hoping it's BOTs.
He needs to make a lot, either space with BOTs, and probably, you know, BOTs, TP to the lane, gank, get a kill, right?
30 seconds.
And then create space. Or if it's Blink, like he needs to really abuse these item timings to give them more space for the do so. If Meow Meow are hoping to be ready to fight, because this Queen of Pain pick is a pretty darn good one. Good one.
I mean, not so much anymore, right? Like because of the Invoker pick. But now you have the Queen of Pain tutorial is a bit less.
That's true. I just think she's still a lot stronger. Like when she's still at her peak, yes,
oh,
he's
yeah,
able to handle her. Like she's still strong.
It's just that the lane is not going to go as well as she expects, right? Which is usually the Queen of Pain's. Yeah. Right. It's not like it's going to be weak at all in the early. Did they get 3 bounties? They did. That's a good start for Mystery. Very good start. The only unfortunate situation for the Bat off lane is that Venge Bat have no synergy in the early game, like literally 0. The minus armor from Venge or the extra damage to do nothing to the Bat Rider. Magic Missile's okay, but you can pick it up better, right? So that's not the greatest lane. May back into it alone against Wraith King, but the Bane is going to be a bit annoying. Mercury's playing this really aggressively, and he went for Scream of Pain level 1. I think you should. If you, I mean, I'm okay with Scream of Pain level 1. I don't think you should play this aggressively, though, against an Invoker. If you already acknowledge that he's a good matchup against you, by not going Shadow Strike.
Just wanted that range creep. Fortunately for him, it's denied. Doing a good job at least with the rest of the way, but the range creep's the big one, because even if you secure the next 3 melee creeps, or the other remaining melee creeps, you still actually don't get level 2, which is why you see a lot of mid laners really fight over them, and supports in side lanes use abilities to secure range creeps. Big old things, and now we can see that first bit of the Shadow Strike. Not a whole lot of damage against a Quasfix Invoker, unfortunately. Well, I mean, it is, but it isn't, because he's got a crap ton of regen.
And Shadow Strike's damage got nerfed slightly, enough to the point that it's not that much of a for the Invoker anymore. Like, it's easier for people to tank the Shadow Strike. You have more tankability yourself, though. We're not Firefly yet. We need that level 2.
That's 6 stacks of Napalm.
Yeah, but with only level 1, you just don't do enough with it, right? Yeah, Pain's stronger. By the time you have to retreat. This feels so bad. I hate, as a batter, you hate when you have to retreat, when you have so many Napalm on the enemy, right? You should be the stronger one, but your auto attacks are crap.
Another brief pause. Connection issues. Cool. Very cool. Now Night Stalker can indeed eat big creeps. Hopefully the shard gets a bit of play then. I think that one is in concept very exciting for me to see, but we just don't really see it. No healing salve either for our Bat Ride. Oh, just kidding. There it is. Courtesy of Venge. And of course, still rocking his and the 10-1 stick charges as he is going to go under the tower and eat a magic missile on 2 attacks from the tower. All that for the damage, though. The Bat Rider, making sure you can cancel the salve.
Mid lane still going pretty decently for the Invoker. He's putting some harass in. And top lane, okay, Silencer might die here. Oh, well, the Arcane Coach is holding his own. He wants to kill the Brew, but unfortunately his partner in lane can't really do much to help him.
Yeah, that sign's not good, is it? Deuce a Silencer?
No, there's a lot of harassment in it, but the moment they go and jump you, you're done. So it's all about the creep equilibrium being kept perfectly, neatly, never anything disorganized, never fighting the supports. And I think the current meta, or for a while, the meta is not suited that playstyle. I remember when we used to say Silencer was a really good lane support because he could harass without actually triggering the creeps. And now they nobody cares.
Oh.
Yeah, or block.
Very nice ability. I always forget that one exists. I don't really play any heroes that or block. No, but you're right. You're totally right. Yeah, no, it's not really that kind of a laning setup anymore, is it? And especially with, you know, this is also a lane like Silencer Dusa, where it's like, oh my goodness, they do so much damage and they slow us and they're very tanky. It's one of those lanes where it's like that's a mental block. This lane is actually not that good if you have an aggressive laning duo. Guess what? You've got a very good aggressive laning duo here as well, especially with that Urn of Shadows online for the Brewmaster. So it seems like he's going to be building into Cinder Brew early on. Very mana-efficient way to harass an enemy. And of course, you can proc that with the Shadow Realm projectile, which also does a crap ton of damage. So yeah, very, very aggressive lane. They're not fooled for a second. They may be slow, but they still do a lot of damage here.
Bottom lane, Nightmare. I think that's my setup on the kill on the bench. They did just take away the Nightmare, and that's going to be enough for Bane to finish her off. As Sanity is trying to desperately finish off the Bane as well, but unfortunately doesn't have the tools to do so. No Firefly.
People kind of getting beat back by the skeletons there.
It's just better. It's just as an offlaner, it's not really his fault, honestly. I thought the matchup against Wraithing was pretty good, and I think it's one of the better ones you'll get. Just here's not very good offlaner anymore.
Master Tier Willow.
You can see that first crown. Like he could only hit that.
No Talisman. That's the only thing I wanted to point out on the Master Tier Willow. So just a little bit of stats here for the lane. Seeing as you've got to, at some point go toe-to-toe versus Silencer, you might as well do a little bit of extra damage while you're at it. Some more stats as well.
Oh, he hit the MP there. That was not a good enough blink for Mercury. So he is out of mana. But he had so little mana that the MP didn't return enough mana back, so the Invoker's also out of mana. That's thick though. Bottom lane, there's the Firefly play, finally. And the kill on Bane. Tried to Nightmare that last bit of damage off. That was pretty clever, but didn't work out. And the death from above, indeed, it happened. Bane is not a hero that can look above.
Just took
a
last hit in the middle of Firefly.
Yeah. He was going to miss it. Wraith King was going to take it.
Wraith King was definitely going to take it. Wraith King might take the Life of the Vengeful Spirit now. Skeleton's doing a lot of work here. It's actually a little bit closer than I thought it would be. I think support's just going for their casual... A full Wraith band there on the Spirit. Popular stat items here for the position 4s. So it's something I'm picking up on. Not as rich as a regen meta as it may be any longer. Just to get a little more aggressive. Okay, there's another EMP. It's the Gold Snap. It's a good Vessel game or Invoker. Not really. Really. But just the Urn for him into Midas.
Yeah, I agree. I would say Axe is very important here, because that's the first damage we needed.
Yes.
I would say the Might is also very important, because I want him to swap into Quasar as soon as possible.
Yep.
I don't think it's the worst Vessel game, because it's pretty good against Wraith King. I would rather see him go earn Midas and maybe later deviate into Vessel if he finds it more useful, right? Than to get it at all in the beginning.
Yeah. Okay versus Wraith King, especially if he's going to go for split, but...
That's what I mean. And then it's pretty decent against Brew post split, right? So if he goes... if he goes for Axe.
Yeah, if he goes for Axe, what's the point though? That's the thing for Brew. It is good against Brew because he's quite a tanky hero, but he spends most of the time in his fights in Panda forms, and Urn is. Oh, don't mind me, man.
No way!
I'm just going to sidestep that.
I don't know what's worse: the feeling that he sidestepped your ultimate, or the fact that she actually could kill him the whole time without the ultimate. There was no need to use it whatsoever.
It was it's just to send the message. It's to send that exact message.
Well, I'm not really sure why she it's a silencer, right? It's not like it's a Dark
listen,
Willow or Rabbit.
You're just not 9-head enough to understand that play. Because
What's
now it's like really smart. Really smart. Because he doesn't have TP now, and now they can kill Dusa under tower.
That's true. That's true. And Hawkeye might die because of this. EMP though, good rotation by the Invoker. Cyclone, Hawkeye stop breathing. Gets hit by the Thunderclap. Breathing is not going to help you against that.
Okay.
So 9-head is above 5-head.
9-head is above 5-head. And 4-head is bad though.
Okay, is there 6-head, 7-head, and 8-head?
Not really now.
Okay,
you normally just hear 4, 5, and 9.
4, 5, and 9.
Yeah.
Is it 10-head?
No.
So there's only single-digit numbers.
You could probably be a 10-head because it's very square. No, it's a nice square number.
There's only single-digit numbers that get modicons?
So there's going to be another kill here. Guess what? No Sonic Wave needed.
So just denied him, by the way.
Ah, well. Snake.
More important.
No, actually, that's a good point. That's a good point. If anything, you could be 9-head because you do have a squared head. You're squared. 9. Head for you.
I only have 1 head, though, huh? So it's 1 squared. So it's 1 head? Is that a thing?
No.
Is there 2 head? 3 head? No, so it's only 4 head, 5 head, and 9 head.
Probably not.
examples these days are very confusing.
I don't know why. I have a feeling it has to do with if I might do a little bit of internet meme etymology for you. I think it's because of the over 9,000 meme from what Dragon Ball Z or whatever. The internet just really likes 9.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's over 9,000! That's a great line.
Oh, a kill there. Last word, not gonna really.
Because that line is especially good because the translation was actually wrong. The Japanese original into the Spanish and
Dragon Ball
Catalan.
Z is not American.
So the translation.
I thought it was an American animation.
The translation to like French, Italian, Spanish, Catalan languages were always like he's breaking it. He's too strong. He's too powerful. He's breaking the maximum,
the power meter.
And in America, they decided that 9,000 was apparently the maximum in the power meter. And like that's why it's over 9,000. That's a great line.
Hello, Bane. Gets Nightmare off, says hello to the Vengeful Spirit. 4 heroes here. Well, now
that's a great Sonic Wave. That's a very good Sonic Wave.
Yeah, you have to miss the first one, so they line up for the rest of them. 3 heroes hit for the Sonic Wave. Joker, he's got really nowhere to run, as he will fall as well. Sparks is TP'd in as well to the Tier 2 tower, but now a 4 versus 4, or 4 versus 1, pardon me. Dusa in the jungle. And only in the mid-invoker, not a thing he could do here to defend this Tier 1 tower. And once again, we see Mystery making aggressive moves. In order to, well, for the off-lane tower, not knowing the first tower pushed, and I think this is an attempt to just cut off the Dusa from that coveted farming triangle.
It's pretty funny. You're right about the Sonic Wave. It made it worth thinking like, Queen of Pain's clearly blind. There's no way she can hit these Sonic Waves. Oh my goodness.
3-man Sonic Wave.
3-man Sonic Wave. The position obviously was very key there for Mystery. It was really they're playing this early game really well, and they nullified the Invoker and the Bat Rider, which means Dusa has not really anyone to create space for her. She'll still farm relatively fast, but with the build that Wraith King is going for, which I'm assuming is Armlet, I'm hoping it's Armlet Blink Dazzle as opposed to Armlet Radiance, which I've seen before. Simply because Armlet Blink Dazzle gives you such a wide window opportunity from like early to like solid 30-35 minutes for you to destroy Meow.
Yeah.
And with skeletons nowadays, Radiance is not really a necessary item as much anymore. I mean, it's a good farming item, but like you can get away with.
I see where you're saying.
It used to be the case that it was like straight up bad because you would fall. No, not the case anymore.
I think it's, you know, I don't know something about that point, but what I do agree with you on is if you go after Armlet Blink Dagger, it not only it's going to help you farm a little bit, right, because you can camp a bit faster, drop the skeletons, whatever. It also lets you join these like haphazard fights a lot easier, right? That's always something that Wraith King suffered from. He doesn't have really great mobility. He's prone to be kited around, especially by an Invoker and even Avenge. But Blink can just get you right in there.
He's also very predictable. That's what I'm saying. When they made the changes, first of all, the skeleton change, which a lot of Wraith Kings do deviate from Radiance. And then there's the Silencer dying here to the creeps. Okay, creeps too strong. It was stack camp as well.
This Cabal forming. Get to work, boys.
Like full Troll Hill camp. They do catch up to Sanity though. That's gonna be a Scream of Pain kill. And hopefully a tower as well. As in the bottom lane, I see that they're fighting as well.
I don't think we've seen a lasso yet, by the way.
And it is indeed a fight with just a Willow alone. Almost going the Avenge with Bedlam and keeping away in the face of danger. Anyway, we have not seen lasso. No. Well, my point was with Wraith is that the changes to skeletons allow them to not have to go for like Maelstrom Radiance obligatory. You can actually deviate a bit. And then the changes to the crits, now that it's like it has a cooldown, right? Makes it so that Blink Dagger Armlet build is actually much more viable. There's a lot of synergy within it. Whereas before it was more of just a contingency plan, right? So going for that build nowadays just feels like a choice rather than, I guess this game needs me to play faster.
I see what you're saying. I wasn't disagreeing. I wasn't sure about it.
I was trying to explain what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, Nightmare's here. This is just so much damage. Sanity, he just can't move. He just can't move, man.
EMP. That's at least going to zone them out a bit. Cinder Brew, not going to hit anyone. They did catch the silence of the Brambles. There's the Queen of Pain from behind. Sonic Wave. Invoker tanks that pretty decently thanks to the Magic Wand as well, but doesn't matter. Scream of Pain will get rid of him. And with a Bedlam, they're going to continue forward, hoping for the Silencer, who he is a bit drunk, but they need something to ignite that alcohol with. I don't know if they got it, because the camera went away. I think he's dead now.
Yep, they got him. They got him.
Dusa and Benj, okay, they want to do one last incursion here. I guess with the Stone Gate is possible. Queen of Pain and Brewmaster still around. Benj is going to be the first one to die. Unless she swaps Invoker in with the EMP Tornado. Then we get the Blink though. That's going to be enough to get Mercury that got like straight as the Dark Willow steals that next kill for him. They do trigger that Cinder Brew very slow as Sparks. They're going to hit him with a Scream of Pain. That is a dieback. Sparks managed to get the kill on the Brewmaster. And with a lasso, we also finish off the Willow. Meow Meow. Oh, wow. That is not what they were looking for at all.
No, it was a bold attempt, and I think those heroes were just, hey guys, we're in a really good defensive position. Try and bring the fight over here, and Mystery just weren't going. They weren't given the light of the day. In fact, I'm pretty sure the way that Bane was positioned, he was confident, in fact, that there was no one positioned in the triangle, when in reality it was both the Medusa and the Venge. So Meow, you know, they come out, they take a fight, they get off Stone Gaze before Terrorized, which is crucial, otherwise that fight looks even worse, and then you waste the buyback on Invoker. It's still not a good buyback, but at least you end up getting 2 kills from it. I mean, off lane and a 4 kill. Yeah, so like Venge and Dusa are just, you know, having their adventures in the triangle. They're not interested in joining fights. They're not really strong, and the rest of the team just can't really drag the fight on over to them because it goes so poorly immediately because of how strong Quap is. Queen Pain just shreds. I mean, Queen Pain just shredded Batrider. Yes, Batrider was slowed by the Brew, and here's like, we're in a good position. Maybe we can fight, get the Bane, but that's all they were going to get out from that fight, basically.
Yeah. I mean, that fight lasted so long as well with their Medusa participating in the whole thing. That's like a bunch of lost time. That ranking was farming as well. Like, it looks... That looks... I don't know. No, we'll see. It's just a matter of time until eventually they can actually lead this game, right? So it's not too awful. It just... I don't know if they're going to have enough time. Even that kill, the final kill on the Brew seems fine. All things considered. Because he almost got his Ags anyway. I don't think he lost too much gold out of it. He has Primal Split for bottom, by the way. So then he could be in trouble. I don't know if he wants to start anything. As they also see Asan. Nightmare.
Wait a second, there's some cheese here on the ground.
I hate cheese! Spirits can't eat berry.
I was right through them. There's Orchid for Queen of Pain now. This is
a
kind
very
of
old build.
Yeah, but even with this build, I think it's fine this game because this is kind of what I was referring to, right? This is her at her peak. At her peak power.
I think there's no point in you go. That's one of my favorite lines, actually. I think that there's no point in you going for the tanky build because you already have a tanky Brew, which is incredibly tanky with 3. So I don't think the idea of Kai and Sanj Queen is very good for this game. I think Orc is the best build, and I also win more build, as you said, with the peak and everything. So I like it. I think this is probably the best variation. People need to learn to adapt. Not always they're an optimal build.
Very true. Very true. I'd be curious to see what the second item is going to be, but yeah, that's a little bit scary because it's like, you know, this is around the time where you'd have a full Kaya and Sanj if that was going to be your item after Boots. But like Queen of Pain would have been fighting for the past 3 or 4 minutes with a Kaya, which is still a significant item for especially a spell-based, well, someone who relies on their spells earlier. I know Queen of Pain has actually pretty good agi and good attack speed and mean projectiles, but you know, for now in the early game, it's a lot about the spells. So yeah, it's concerning that she was winning those fights as hard as she was with just the Oblivion staff. Here they go, though. They're looking for a lasso onto the Brewmaster. He's going to attempt to split, but they are going to, well, just tear him apart there underneath the Terran Tower. That's Axe completed, though.
Nope. That's good. I think that's still a win for you. In fact, might be a win, especially now if you get the Rusa. Beat the script. Okay. Good Stone Wave. Sorry, good Stone Gaze. But Sonic Wave is gonna finish it off.
Yeah. Waves actually travel through rocks really easily. In fact,
they travel through solids faster though.
They
down wave.
Well, almost any. Well, yes, but any waves actually will. If you could get water waves through a solid, they would also go faster.
Well, of course, but what I mean is that if you get like light waves, those travel slower through it. So
depends on the light.
No. All lights travel faster.
Oh, right. That's why you diffract thing. Invoker. This is just, you know, Willow things. Oh, the swap, though, might actually end up saving him. Magic Missile. They're going to look to turn. Sunstrike, even if it's only level 1, will pick up the kill. Black Sparks now with 2 kills in this engagement. Silencer. He's like, oh, God. He's got egg.
Dying. Oh, no. Oh, no. The pandas.
Going to dispel it or just... No, we're going to take the tower. Make her watch.
Make her watch as you take the tower. Hurl a boulder at her right afterwards. Hit her with a Cinder Brew. What is this nightmare for? Alright, well, they'll trigger the Cinder Brew, so now Asan will finally die. And they can take the tower now without her watching.
Yeah. Goodbye.
She's still going for Ags first. I'm very surprised. I don't think a 4-bench should go for Ags first. I mean, obviously, ideally, in a great world of Yuppie, sure, but the reality is that I don't think you're going to ever farm it.
World with Yuppie.
I don't know phrase in English.
Nope.
It's like a, it's like an imaginary world.
I got that. I've gathered that from context.
Right, that was it.
Because yes, in case it's not clear, we don't think Venge is going to be getting an Ags anytime
Yeah,
soon.
exactly. So in a world of Yuppie, he would get it, but not in the real world.
Okay, Bane. I'm gonna think about going in more.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Smoke actually, just right behind. There's that ward which I don't think scouted anything, but the way that they're sending Willow up there, they might know. Yeah, so Meow, considering that the fact there could be, or considering the possibility that Smoke could have been scouted, or gonna start looking for play. Again, Wraith King, not the ideal jump. Brewmaster, you have to 100 to 0. And Queen of Pain, all she has to do is just not be the one to be initiated on, and she's really, really mean on that counter initiation. It feels really difficult here for Meow to find the right kind of fight. I commend them that they're trying to fight into this period, because for now, all that Unknown has been doing, pardon me, is just farming. They've got to put a stop to that. Especially if they want Dusa to have any game at all. Like you're saying, this isn't a particularly good matchup for Wraith King, but if he is going to be leading Dusa by what, 2,400? If he's leading Dusa at all, period, he doesn't mind taking that fight.
Even when he's not leading Dusa during the, like we talk to pro Wraith King players, I'm not gonna mention anyone's name.
No one by name.
No one by name.
I don't know. There's like a couple of Wraith King players.
They will tell you. They'll tell you that from the 20 to 30 minute mark, this matchup is actually Wraith King, regardless of the farm you have, as long as you I mean, as long as you're not being
as long as
but by normal standards, it's very Wraith King favored because you have to go for this build and you have so much burst damage Dusa can't deal with you, and then later past 30 minutes when Dusa starts getting the edge, usually that's also the time when she gets Scotty +1 by that time.
And
so
you got like a ton of armor as well with armlet.
Well, no, Wraith King does.
Yeah.
I mean, for the 30-minute mark is when Dusa starts getting Scotty
exactly. That's when she actually has items. That's what I mean, because you are more reliant on those.
Yeah, early she did nothing, because Dusa struggles a lot against single target damage heroes like NP, Wraith King. Like these heroes destroy her because she's like, well, I can't hit him. I need someone else to do that, but you're the main win condition, so who is doing that?
Wow, they just did Rune very quickly.
And no minus armor, very impressive.
Just, I mean, DD Rune is
on Queen of Pain, though.
It ain't bad.
No, she has a good base attack damage.
Oh, yeah, okay, good. I was just making sure that, it ain't bad.
I'm just saying that, like, compared to Wraith King. Wraith King, obviously, if he has the DD, I think it's, anyway, it's very impressive. They have a lot of damage.
A lot of damage.
And just slowly getting that. He's only 2,000 gold away now.
Joker going for BKB is realistic, but I think right now you've got to set your sights a bit higher for that Ags and just get these Cataclysms going.
Yeah, it's very difficult. The problem with Kata is that it doesn't help you deal with rating, right? So you just kind of put in that for later.
No,
which
it doesn't.
Fine.
But right now, Queen of Pain is the biggest problem. I mean, she's got 8 for a reason.
Aggression. She went for the Arcane Rune. I thought that was going to be given to the Brew, but I guess more Sonic Waves.
Sonic Waves. BKB next for Queen of Pain.
And also Crystallis. This is the desperate, I need to deal damage build.
Yep, pretty much.
Some Deuces will go to Bloodthorn afterwards.
Do so.
That's a minus.
Alright. Sparks, he's gonna get jumped. There's that Deso active. Can we even cast a spell for Invoker? Yes. Unknown. Just to him, an unknown item, but not to his supports. One of whom will be pushed back there by the wave. They've actually allowed him to dodge the Wraithfire Blast with the Nightmare, but it's not going to matter much because there was not such Wraithfire Blast there, or a Nightmare for the Vengeance mid lane. Instead, it's just Queen of Pain trying to cut the waves here, and being punished for it is Sanity, as that will only cost one of the 2 splits, of course, allowed by this Ags for the Brewmaster and Meow trying to delay this game the best that they can. But unfortunately, they're being picked off basically everywhere by Mystery.
And with Desolator, I feel like you can actually go, yep, there you go. Like, I actually think this is the right play, because it's Reincarnation anyway, you have Tezo, you actually deal a lot of damage to the tower, you forced Hawkeye back, and now you just rotate to mid, and then take over the tier 2 mid. And here you have 2 options. You can either take over the tier 2 bottom as well, and go over the triangle, and then push mid and bottom and destroy it, or keep putting this pressure top, making it impossible for Deuces to farm anything that is in this lane of creeps, right? It's a tough position to be in, and they're taking out the triangle regardless. I'm hoping the tier 2 mid is their objective regardless, though, for Mystery. Really should be first. Everything is in the jungle. Fine. They're cutting lanes right now, and Breathing can contest this. I don't know if he
Yeah.
can kill him though. No. Try to be as efficient as possible, getting the crit first. I think he might have just got him. There we go.
How you do it?
That's how you do.
I was about to say, it won't be that hard with the blink. That's why I really like the blink this game, especially because you can punish these attempts to cut through
Tower finally.
super easily.
Oh no, that was just my imagination.
Oh wow.
Cycle in the Venge and deal with the Dusa. Global silence, but the pandas don't care.
Wow.
The Venge at least gets away.
That's yes.
Well, for now, they don't have low global silence. They could Fiend Scripper if they wanted to.
that was a global just say Dusa. She was all out of mana.
Right. I
Yeah.
kept wondering, it's like this tower. Why is it still up? They're diving tier 3s. Come on, guys.
Brew's going A on disc immediately, so now he doesn't care for Kata anymore.
Yeah.
Oh no.
This is starting to get maybe a little bit uncontrollable. I mean, I guess we can snipe it. Bench can like swap him and then hit him with a magic missile, and that'll at least proc Aeondis. But then where's your stun to get him killed? Maybe you lasso him just to hold him down. Cold Snap EMP is not going to be long enough. Even if you lasso him, well, you got like 50 or 80% status resist when the Aeondis is active or something like that, right? You got a ridiculous amount of status resist. So last second. Cataclysm's what, 1.2 or 0.2 seconds to come through or something like that? 1.75?
I think it's 1.8.
1.8? That 1.8 sounds right. 1.8 sounds right. That's correct.
It's a Sunstrike, right?
That's correct, yes. Oh, okay, Silencer's dead. They might be able to catch a +1 here. Sparks is sticking around.
Well, not a +1, rather. Just
That was just Queen of Pain, by the way.
Yeah, Queen of Pain alone. Revenge kill. Oh my god, she actually forced Sanity to TP.
You almost cast Church Sanity.
I can't believe she actually almost got another kill.
There's no global.
There is no global. And there's no Dusa soon either, because she's out of mana. Bedlam, goodbye Dusa. BKB from Sparks. He wants to kill at least the Bane. But Nightmare's making it difficult. Great Nightmare, avoided Deafening Blast. There's the swap from Asan to try to at least save the Invoker, as he himself will fall. And the Invoker might not be lucky either. BG called, and it's going to be a stomp for Mystery.
Yep, game 1 looks pretty good for them. Well played as well. They played up, played very aggressively. Queen of Pain with a super strong start. Able to, again, kind of win how I thought it might. I had two kind of outcomes for it. Mystery kind of stomping early around the power spikes, or just really the items on the Queen of Pain, getting these pickoffs and not really allowing Meow to ever get a fight.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that was a... I mean, I don't know. I didn't think it was that big of an outdraft. I honestly thought Meow would do pretty well considering the flexing of the Bat Rider. I think this is a good example of a game where it just shows Bat Rider offlane is just very bad right now.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't get levels fast enough. He just falls off too easily because he needs much more farm, and his laning is just not that good. It used to be like, oh, I don't have a dispel for Bat Rider offlane. Oh, I'm dead. I can't do anything.
Yeah.
And nowadays, it doesn't feel that great.
I think it probably would have been a little bit easier for them as well with the Bat Rider had it not been like a Wraith King. Because if it's like anyone but a Wraith King, you get level 6 in that lane.
You at least lasso the carry.
And then you kill them, or you force them away, and then that's a little bit less of it. But like, with
But you had no damage, right? So it meant that even though Wraith King got heavy nerfs and his early ultimates are actually easy to abuse with Bat Rider because you put him out of position and kill him twice, you actually can't kill him that quickly.
That's true.
So
that's the whole point of the hero, right?
Yeah, so you might like drag him, and all of a sudden you're like, guys, I've dragged him so far. Why is he not dead? And he's still alive because you don't have enough damage in your team.
Enough damage.
I also feel like Sparks' early rotation should have been more successful there. I don't think he had too much of a lane to rotate, to be honest. He didn't have a place to go, but it didn't feel like he did enough on Cosmic's Invoker.
That's very true. That's very true.
I feel like maybe the off lane should have been an easy. Well, not easy.
His off lane or the enemy off lane?
The enemy off lane, the Brewmaster.
Brew.
Yeah, like after you use a
Willow?
split. Yeah, after you use a split, I can't imagine that should have been a difficult kill for the
Yeah.
Invoker.
Okay.
But then the Deuce and Silencer combo was so weak.
Yeah, they don't particularly have a lot of damage. I would have actually preferred that Bat Rider lane. Like, it would have been a Herculean effort for Invoker to keep them controlled and to keep the other
Wraith King
supports
there,
from actually doing anything. But like, I think that was actually possible because, like you're saying, you can kill Wraith King with one lasso and drag him out of position to ideally kill him for the second life, or you just EMP him and make sure he doesn't have mana. Like, that's I think what the game plan should have been, in my opinion.
Yep.
As
we get into the highlights, by the way, we're just going to tell you that what else is possible, and what's possible right now is for you to get some prizes. And by you, I don't mean Richie, I mean you, spectator, you, viewer. As every day after each game, we put on a little placard with a question, and if you guys can answer the question in the chat, and there's an admin there blocking the answers. If you guys answer the questions correctly, you will enter into a raffle. We're going to select one of the right answers from this raffle, and they're going to be able to get one of the following prizes. During the 5v5s, the prizes are a UU booster code for 7 days or 30 days. UU booster is a system or a service, that boosts your internet connection, which is one of the sponsors of the tournament as well. And then you can also get a Dota 2 cosmetic worth $2. And if you stay tuned in between the games when we're running the 1v1s, you might also be able to get a Steam gift card worth $10 if you're interested in that.
Very exciting stuff here as we just kind of take a look at the highlights. This is the I mean, by now it's already 50-2. It's already looking like
it was a big stomp.
But that fight especially was, I think, kind of the fight of no point, no return at this scenario. Especially, I mean, there's a dieback on Invoker, right? So yes, it's very obvious. But even though you get 3 kills out of this, it's still so bad here. It just feels about impossible to get anything done.
The only thing I think was the biggest issue in Meow's draft, so the lack of damage we were talking about, is the weakness of the lanes. I think they had really weak lanes, which didn't have really much kill potential or anything. And it was just like all over, right? We already talked about how Venge and Bat is not really a good lane to begin with, let alone Bat as a whole. Invoker as a laner is not very good. You need somewhere to gank as well later, and you didn't have that option. And the combination of Silence and Reduce, as we explained a couple of times, wasn't very good.
Yeah, we need one potent lane.
Yes, you need to win one at least so that Invoker can go gank.
Exactly. And again, I think it could have been bottom, but Bane, strong laner, one of the kings of laning, to be honest.
There's a bottom. You're right.
Yeah, bottom for Team Mystery, right? If Invoker were to gank bottom, where Bane and Wraith King were laning, yes, maybe you do have kill potential there, but again, the fact it's a Wraith King versus Bat feels weak, and Bane can always Nightmare and interrupt a lot of, like, there's issues. There were a lot of issues here. It really felt like it was hard to get this one going for Meow. If they could get it going, I think they really could have gotten it done, but it was almost a non-starter once the lanes went the way they went.
MVP is Mercury. I agree. I'm okay with that. I mean, I think there were a couple of MVPs. I think Mercury was really good. I think Envious on his brew was very good as well. I feel like the Willow was impactful as well. I think the whole team played pretty great. Even the Wraith King, once he got online, it didn't take him too long. He was all over the place. So I think Team Mystery as a whole is I'd say.
Yeah.
I don't think Mercury stands out particularly about the rest. He just was good. Well, not too much so about the rest.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. I think versus a Silencer, it's commendable for a Queen of Pain to only have 1 death when you're playing that aggressively,
Yeah.
Especially when you don't go for a defensive eye. I mean, BKB was...
but Bane and Willow also only have, 2 deaths? I mean, it's pretty impressive. Well, Bane himself is pretty impressive.
Sure.
He even got some Fiend scripts off, which I think is incredible.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. I thought the whole team played really well. I don't know. I don't think anyone stood out too much. And you can tell by the fact that she has 60% kill participation. But usually the MVP has 80, 90 because it's actually carrying the game. This case is not really the case because they were all doing well in their respective lanes. We're hoping for a tighter, a fairer game too, because this game, number one, they needed to draft maybe because Meow was a bit down from the loss to Army Geniuses. It did not look very good for them. We're going to see what happens in the second game, if they can recover and if they can tie the series, hopefully giving them a chance against Army Geniuses. I'm going to take a small break before that, though. My name is Amal Plus, going by Seek and Strike. We're your casters for today, and we'll join you guys in around 5 minutes for the next game between Meow and Team Mystery. Until then.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
To know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Hello and welcome back to the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational. We're here. For more Dota. The all lower brackets finals. And we're watching Meow versus Mystery. Who will win? It's not so much of a mystery because Mystery just destroyed them in game number 1. It's been really good for them. Will they be able to do the same thing in game number 2? Or will Meow find the spark? The sparks are missing. Inspiration.
That's the mystery. Alpha Plus, Secret Strike on the call with you guys. Thank you so much
I'm Alpha
for tuning in.
Plus. He is Secret Strike.
That is correct, as it says in our name placards right below us. No. And you know what, Avo? Been there all along. They've always been. You're a little off, a little higher, a little bit to your right now. No. Your other right. There you go. There you go.
Your other right. I hate when there's like two rights. It's like, what's the point of right and left? There's two rights and two lefts anyway. Right? Think about this. And does that mean that there's there's four directions truly?
What?
Yeah. That's something that really keeps me awake at night.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Can they be that there are two directions?
Well, you know, it's there's really only one direction, isn't there?
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you turn right enough, you'll eventually go left.
I would agree. I think all the other boy bands are crap.
You know that's a real thing, by the way. For like in very gridded cities, when they do have to do like parcel delivery services, they specifically plan their route so they never turn left, because left doesn't exist.
You know that humans, when faced with a choice between picking right and left, wholly arbitrarily, 52% of the time they'll pick left.
Is that so?
Yeah.
52%? I'd like to see what the sample size of that study was, though.
Massive sample size.
I don't know how much.
Like 100,000.
It's
just a bunch of surveys.
100,000 people?
Just answering surveys.
Oh, but that calls into question, was left the first option on the survey?
That's a good question, actually.
You know what I mean? That would have to be random. Because if it is truly an arbitrary choice, then that to me would go, well, I don't care. I'm just checking the first one.
Can you imagine if you get a survey, like government survey, and it's like, what's your name, ethnicity, nationality,
right or
left?
left?
Or left? Yeah.
And well, in America, of course.
Left, right.
Yeah, of course. That is interesting. Bane opening pick, which is also a little bit.
You asked us to French people. I was like, well, I go left for my baguette, but I go right I go to the cinema. So
I go to the boat when I go to the protest. It's all out.
It's like I get hit by the left and the right policeman too. It's equal. Scarlet Major for Meow. Interesting. That's the first pick. I mean, they're like, that's a silence, and it's not a silencer. Oh, Scarlet.
Are we gonna see the exact same draft? No. Okay, thankfully. There's going to be Team Mystery. Point out the Tide Hunter. I've not seen a lot of Tide this patch up. I've not seen too much Tide.
I mean, we saw it a little bit in the beginning when they started, because people were like, it's a pretty strong pick. At least we saw it a lot in ESL, right? And
oh, right. That's the same patch, 730. Yeah,
it's true. It just feels like a long time ago. And then as time went on, I feel like the Tide started losing protagonism a bit. I think Tide versus Brewmaster is a really awful pick, to be honest. I think Brewmaster is actually one of the hardest counters to Tide, as in the offlane pool.
Yeah.
Because you send him flying, I mean, you just don't care. Ancient Seal's also pretty good against him because he isn't the only damage.
Very good against him.
So I'm surprised they picked the Tide. I don't think it's a good Tide game.
Yeah.
Especially with the picks that you just got. Like, Meow can just now go for, say, Drow or whatever, and all of a sudden Bane feels really weak.
No, then you have exactly, you have answers to him at almost any stage.
I feel like right now, obviously it depends on what the rest of the manual picks, right? Obviously gonna ban the Monkey King Lifestealer, which are the two star Tide counters. Maybe Jug. I don't think you should ban Jug though. And I think Meow should go for Drow Oracle. Honestly, I don't think you need any stuns if you just keep pushing forward like that with this kind of lineup.
That is a little bit scary though to me. That is a little bit scary. I get what you're saying, but
Drow Oracle Kunkka.
Okay, that I would like.
Yeah.
That I would, because Kunkka's perfect, because that was my concern, because then you can fundamentally change who you decide to Fiend script if a draft has like literally no stuns.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Because then you just take care of Brewmaster, and then you have one of your stuns or someone kill Sky, and then that's that. I mean, Sky's a super easy kill for like almost anyone. Right?
That's true, but then if that's why you need to save. There's the Kunkka God though.
Mystery, I think of Sven as well.
Dire team pick.
Thinking of a Sven here.
I think Sven is fine. I think Sven is good. The lane against Scarlet Mage Brew is difficult because you can max Cinder Brew and all of a sudden it's like lower price.
So many lanes are difficult though against that. I mean, anything what you'd want to dispel really, right?
Dark Pack Jug.
Dark Pack
not
Jug.
Sorry.
No, you're
Dark
right.
Jug.
Dark Pack's the hero is 730 feet. No, you're totally right. You're totally right.
Lich, interesting. I don't think Lich is a very good pick either. Maybe they're predicting this Sven, though. Maybe
Yeah.
they're predicting this Sven. In which case, it's fine.
Predicting a Sven, even against Slark, it's okay. It's okay.
I do feel like Slark is a pretty good pick here, though, now.
Lots of magic
10
damage.
seconds
Because
remaining.
Frost doesn't hit you when you're invisible, right?
No,
Or
it
hit you when
doesn't.
they don't have vision of you.
No, it doesn't. But
5
it
seconds
does
remaining.
slow your initial attacks. And while that's kind of nice for Slark players, because they go, oh boy, more essence, it does
You
still...
can't burst someone as fast.
Exactly, and that's the problem, right? And when you're against a hero like not only a Skywrath, but more importantly this Brewmaster, that is actually quite important here.
Yeah, Ben Marana. I mean, it's an okay combo.
This is a very like Dota 101 draft from Mystery. No,
Yeah,
don't get me wrong.
honestly.
I don't mean that as an insult, but like if anything, that's good.
I think all these heroes are an easy hero mode.
it's a very, very, very easy draft to execute.
10 seconds
My
remaining.
first Dota draft.
Who's your first Dota hero?
5
CK.
seconds remaining.
That was Jug.
But I think I played a Dota clone along because back at Warcraft it was.
Yeah. There was a lot of.
So I think maybe it was Venom. I'm not sure, but I will always remember my CK because I kept thinking. I never had heard the concept of boots because back in Warcraft it was like only boots speed and that was it, right? And I was like, options. And I was like, hi guys, I've never played this mod before because back then it was not.
It was a mod,
It
yeah.
was just a mod. It was not standardized, so people were actually much more helpful. I was like, hey guys, I haven't played this mod before. What do I do? And they're like, oh, whatever you do is very important by boots. I'm like, okay. And I'm looking. Oh, there's the jug pick I was talking about.
Into the Lich.
Into the Lich, which I don't love.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, I'm a horseman, so I should buy 4 pairs of boots. So I bought threads, phase boots. Back then, you didn't have arcane boots, so it was just brown boots and then travel. And I'm like, guys, I'm out of boots. It's like, what are you doing? You told me to build boots.
Radiant team banned.
And I got reported for that. Back in the Jihos grass days.
Is that why you have 4 shoes of the same kind?
I own 4 shoes.
You have no. You have like a pair of like those black and white shoes, but you have 2 pairs.
So black and white.
Is that why?
All shoes are
10
black and white.
seconds remaining.
Not.
Don't have colors on them. These are the ones I look
seconds.
at.
This is a strong draft now by Meow. Really like
Very
this.
much better draft than
Yeah, Ursa versus Tide is amazing. Lich versus Jug has a lot of utility because now you can catch him before he spins away because you instantly
Radiant
cast Sinister
team
Gaze.
back.
And now actually we see points in Sinister Gaze even early on. So Jug, yes, he's got this spin to save himself from someone like a Skywrath Mage in the mid game, and he can farm a bit aggressively. But a hero like an Ursa Warrior, if you can get the jump on him, especially assisted by that Sinister Gaze, can tear right through him with those Fury swipes. So this is, yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of plus points right now for Team Mystery. Plus points, good team fight.
5
Plus
seconds
point
remaining.
is Bane Marana.
Good lane's bar Tide.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Bane lane is a strong
Yeah.
lane, especially against Bruce Garth Mage. It's
Sure.
like the only
Very
solution.
true, very true.
And you don't last pick either. I mean, I agree though. Besides the lanes, I think that this jug pick is really ill advised. And rage plus shield plus the split, like you have a lot of ways to deal with this Jug's Omni Slash. I think this might be a game though where Jug just goes for the Swift Slash build and you just bait him constantly, stuff like that. I don't think it's.
Dire team
I don't think
back.
it's a game where you play like
Radiant
the
team
Jug that tries to be normal carry Jug. I'm gonna beat everyone with Omni Slash. Gonna be the world's greatest Omni Slash. I'll go for Swift Blink and Sun Dash just to get me to that position. You don't get that. You go Ags and you're just like fighting all the time, always invulnerable.
That's, I mean, we raised a fair point there. I don't disagree with you.
10
But again,
seconds
even
remaining.
Ursa feels bad, right? Even doing
Dire
that
team
into
pick.
Skywrath Mage, who is more like spells he casts with really such low cooldowns, he's just pumping out all this damage versus your team. I mean, they're going to go all in for this strat now with the Ember Spirit, and that is another pick I like, because although you're playing against this Ancient Seal of the Skywrath Mage and a Sinister Gaze, again, 2 instant catch abilities if you're within range,
10
which is not very
seconds
generous.
remaining.
They're going to kill you. And that's the scary part here.
5
Meow, what can
seconds
they
remaining.
pick to look to really pile on this pressure then? I wouldn't mind seeing... it's a pretty well-rounded draft.
You may now
That's
select
just some
Sleepy
tower
good.
push.
Sleepy
Some
good.
tower push is good.
I think the draft from Rainbow is very superior. To be
Yeah,
honest with you.
I agree.
I think Mystery might still win because they kind of outsplayed them last time. but
I would be surprised.
I don't think this draft is very good for Mystery.
I would be surprised if Meow Meow did lose this game. Because I think this draft is really, really darn good. Their lanes are super strong. Like, they have no weak lanes. A Jug,
Skyrath Brew is the weak lane.
I mean, he is the weak lane,
Weakest.
but I don't think Bane is going to be able to have quite the impact he had versus someone like the Bench. right? Because Ven just completely got zoned out by Bane,
Yeah,
and then obviously who was their offlaner? Whoever it was, they just crumpled last game.
Yeah, obviously. But the only thing about this lane is that you have to go for the Thunderclap build.
Exactly.
It's a bit worse because Cinderbrew obviously has more damage for mana, but Thunderclap is better against Jug with burst.
It's pretty mad burst damage though, even though
Yeah.
in this lane, you know, Skyrath Mage, if you can get a early point in Ancient Seal, by spinning that one off Juggernaut.
I feel like Ursa's going to destroy the Tide Hunter, obviously, with the Lich combo is too good. Lich is one of the hardest counters to Tide.
It's so good, yeah, and so is Ursa.
So is Ursa. And then the DP pick, I think it's fine. Like you said, it's just a little cherry on top. I don't think that lane against Ember is a destruction for DP. I think it's fine, honestly, for Ember, but DP is definitely going to put more pressure. Ember can't rotate as easily.
Yeah, and it's early tower push.
No,
which is
because
the only
I
thing you're lacking.
watched the Stomp of Lax game, so I'm holding my confidence on Meow Meow, but I really do think their draft is so much better this time.
I believe in them. I believe they will win this game. I think they've got it in them. They've lost, what, 3 games straight now? 2 games straight now? 3 games straight because they were coming from the upper bracket. Yeah. Yeah. I think they're going to turn it around here. They say 3 is too many. No one wins 4 games in a row against Meow Meow. And I think this is going to be the game that proves it. It's such a good draft. It's such a good draft. I don't believe the skill difference to be so large that even with this kind of draft, Mystery can still win.
Yep. Okay. I would hope so. I don't think the draft is... Yeah, I think the Jug pick is just a very ill-advised pick. I think the Jug pick is the biggest issue here.
Yeah, but even then it's for later. I mean, what else would you have gone for? I mean, I guess a Naga PL would have been okay.
Slark.
Slark was banned.
No, was it?
Was he? Was he not? Are you sure?
I don't think so. So on the second phase.
In the second phase. Okay.
PL was also very good. Yeah, I think there were a couple of picks on this.
PL would have been pretty tasty pick.
Yeah, PL's
well against Baru, but still.
No, PL's good against Baru. But take away all his mana before he can. And the lane, he can't Cinderbrew you. He has to go Thunderclap. That's good.
I see what you're saying.
It's better than Jug. I mean, Jug only has 1 dispel. I mean, if you're really good with Brew, if you're really confident in yourself, you might go for the Cinderbrew build regardless, and then you just go in and you wait for the Blade Fury to actually use Cinderbrew, right? And you bait him all the time with the Thunderclap.
I guess maybe we could set up like a Nightmare into like a well-positioned Blade Fury, right? So you can attack him and walk with him on the way out. I just don't really. I think this lane of Bane Jug is, hey, we're a strong lane. We might be able to kill you if you make misplays, but we're just going to get our farm, and we're not going to let you get any kills with this Cinder Blue BS. Joker, of course, a couple connection issues with him yesterday versus AG that had tempers flaring a little bit. Everything eventually flared out, though. We're good to go. So there's going to be the reconnect for him on the position 5 Lich, and we should be getting the horn here momentarily. Yo!
For that.
On you, mate. Horn. Best part about Dota 2. Well, the sound design is the best part about Dota 2. Great D-ward. But that's going to be fairly impactful. Moving eyes from the DP. So contesting the runes is going to be, as if it wasn't already difficult, versus an Ember Spirit, just about impossible. Especially when he gets his Remnants online. There's no way DP's hitting runes versus him.
That's true. Yeah, the rune control is not going to go into the Ember's strengths, but obviously the lane itself should be a bit stronger for DP.
Yep. Just for the power rune, I should specify. First power rune at level 6. If it's a good ganking rune for Ember, DP might not be able to scout it, won't be able to contest it.
Yeah, able to get a kill. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could. Ember, you still have the Searing Chains with the Mirana combo. It works well. And I don't think. I don't think that the DP is that good at tanking that combo, especially not from.
Normally.
It was auto-censored out by Dota 2.
Yeah, so I don't know what that means.
I don't know what it was. I don't know what the word would have been.
Can't imagine what would go before party.
Cody. I really don't know. I really don't know. I wish I could tell you.
Yeah. Well, good thing we have the sensor filter on.
I was watching Kyle stream yesterday, and there's a very angry Eastern European that was spamming chat. He sent one message that was mostly just stars.
I had to remove that in SCA because I did not understand people because there were too many stars in each message, and I'd be like, I don't know what you're.
I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's the whole thing. Glitch is missing. That's what they end up pinging.
Because sometimes they would go like they would say something like, "Let's go kill star 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 someone." What could it possibly? What name could possibly be censored here? Yeah, so it's scary.
It is scary. It was real scary, that's for sure.
And yesterday, today when I uncensored, I got a very nice message of usually would be star 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 star. You star 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 star. Don't pick Bloodseeker off lane.
Star star star. Your mother.
Yeah, exactly. How did you know?
I've been living in sea a little bit longer than you have.
Well, that's true now.
That is true.
It used to not be.
That is true. It's probably about half a year in total, to be honest.
No.
Yeah, you've been gone for almost 5 months, and then you were gone as well for a couple of vacations total, and then you went to the ESL Hamburg as well for about 3 weeks. It's close to half a year.
But I came here a week before you.
Oh yeah, 1 week before me.
Hey, you left for
Very
vacation.
true.
You left for vacation.
Very
You went to
true,
America
very true.
once.
Yes, once.
Along with that,
Weeks.
I guess yeah. I guess now you have like
It's-
at least 5 months.
At least 5 months, but
Maybe
realistically
6.
about
No,
half a year.
That's not realistic.
That's okay. That's okay. You know, I come back here.
I take it that in all this time you've learned Malaysian, right?
Yeah.
Do you speak Chinese? as well?
You think I don't know Bahasa, is it? I show you lah.
I show you. Yeah. So you speak with the accent of the town.
No, of course I have not picked up any Bahasa, unfortunately. Especially with all the mocks closed here, it's too difficult to learn because that's where you learn most of it.
To be perfectly honest, the system here to actually get foreigners to learn Bahasa is very limiting. So get on that, Malaysia. I would love to learn your language. It's just actually very little programs.
Bahasa Malayu, of course, as well.
Yes, not Bahasa Indonesia. Indo?
I'm not sure what I always see it abbreviated as Bahasa Indo BI. I'm not sure what the real one is. Waiting, of course, for Joker. Hopefully, and this would be a shame as well, wouldn't it, for Meow to not have their 5th player for the series, especially when it's quite a crucial pick here. One of the biggest strengths of your draft is this Lich for the laning stage, along with this Ursa Warrior.
Yep. Which is pretty strong this patch. It just happens that there are better supports than him right now, honestly. But Lich is not particularly. Like, if Lich was better last patch, he would be better this patch. But the hero of the Lich counter is not very strong, at least in the Q1 meta. Like Juggernaut.
Yeah. That's true. Where were these Lich buffs when Axe was demolishing every single game?
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly.
Yep.
Honestly, man. Sinister Gaze is a very strong spell now, though. Very, very strong spell. If you don't have a point in, at least 1 point in Sinister Gaze, at least by level 3, you're playing him wrong in the lane. You do need a point in that. Unless, like, your safe laner has picked something ridiculous and there's no chance for kills. And they just need points in Frost Shield. Like, there's of course, there's always the, oh, what if, blah, blah. Yes, okay, sure. In this scenario, do this thing. But for most normal Lich lanes, definitely take a point in Sinister Gaze by 3. It's so good. Such a good ability.
Most people are taking it by 2, actually.
Yes, I know. But there could be a case where you're looking for a kill, and you need to play extra aggressive with Frost Blast and your Frost Shield. I could see that for sure. Especially with a Jug. Maybe the dual slow is even better than the level 1 Sinister Gaze. But by level 3, you can
the dual slow is very good against... oh, right, because you're up against...
Tide with
Tide, yeah, not with Jug, you're with Ursa. So the dual slow is not better. You want the Frost Shield.
Okay, sure.
I think this is a lane where you actually go Sinister Gaze Frost Shield.
Sinister Gaze level 1?
No, Frost Shield level 1.
Oh, okay.
And then into Sinister Gaze.
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree.
Because usually you go Frost Blast, but against Tide. I mean, it depends on what Tide went for level 1 as well. If you didn't go for Kraken Shell and you went for Gush, you're like, okay, Tide.
Well, I don't think you... Because what? Kraken Shell proccing at level 1 is like 400 HP or something, isn't it?
600.
Okay, yeah, then I don't think you...
Having me right.
That's like, oh no, he finally did his hard dispel. Oh, he only has 100 HP left. What are we gonna do? I think you're gonna be able to figure that one out, right? That's the problem with Kraken Shell. I mean, it does need to be weak, otherwise it would be ridiculous. This hero would be just insanity. But yeah, it is always funny to oh, reconnect.
Got to
go vaccine. Nice.
Henry just being a nice guy here. Creating conversation.
Definitely.
I go today also. Well,
oh, nice.
So what if they're playing the final then?
Well, Who's gonna get a shot of victory and then a shot of some visor.
I don't think so. Not if the final goes on to what is expected to go on. Like if it goes 3-4 games, I don't think you have time.
Well, is Pakistan on? It's not. It can't be on seat time. At least an hour or two earlier than us, right? In SGT. Presumably, vaccination
It's 2
centers
hours.
are open at least
Yeah, but
until
Mystery is
8.
in Malaysia. What happens if Mystery wins?
The vaccination clinics here are open until about 9 p.m. So
Okay, so yeah, so it's very tight.
it's gonna be tight for them.
It's gonna be very tight.
It's gonna be
Mystery,
pretty
you better
tight.
win 3-0.
If he can go, he's probably I forgot Mystery Malaysia. If he's in Klang Valley here, he's mostly Pfizer now. Talking to you about the local vaccination scene here in Malaysia. In Malaysia, I went to MyTech. Very fast, very speedy. Second time anyway. Good program. Good national program. Rollout is high. Good stuff. Get the lands back going again. That'd be nice.
Lands, you mean like MTG lands?
Yes.
Not producing mana anymore?
I don't know.
Malaysia?
Malaysia, we'll see. As there we go. All reconnected and hopefully a little bit more stable this time. I think maybe they were talking about like you know, all the vaccine jokes, right? Oh, once you get a vaccine, you don't drop from your Dota
Oh, right.
Maybe
that
that
makes
was
sense. That makes sense.
maybe that was the joke.
That
as
joke
well.
went over my head. I don't think Sanity understood that. Yeah, that is a good sign. You understand that though. That's a sign that he's too cultured for those kind of jokes. Like he's never interacted with someone that's made that comment.
What
Which
are
is
you
very
talking about? These jokes are the epitome of American culture.
Yes, which is not culture.
Please respect us. Thank you
If
very
a
much.
culture, if I have houses older than your culture, you don't have a culture. That's how we measure. Gareth just dead. That's fried chicken. That's also
What a dumb statement. First of all, you know how many people that live in those old houses destroyed a bunch of houses older than those houses? What kind of logic is that? Destroyed a bunch of temples in Mexico City.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Perfect.
What does that mean then? If you have to destroy other houses to have your house be the
Destroyed
oldest,
them. Oh my goodness.
burn the codices. It's imperialist, colonizer.
What are you on about?
Mexico, Tenochtitlan had some old houses, some houses older than probably those in Spain.
Yeah?
They had to go, didn't they?
Yeah, they had culture. Tenochtitlan had culture.
And then what happened?
We destroyed it.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's culture still alive.
Well,
And then the culture of the conquistadors is exactly what the current American culture, Mexican culture is. So. I think you need to rethink your statement. Your enemies are not the ones who stayed behind. Your enemies are the ones who went there.
this lane is going bad for Jug.
Yes, it is. But this top lane is also going badly for the Ursa, which I was not expecting whatsoever.
Me neither. That should really not
And
be
mid
going
lane
bad.
is also going pretty well for the Ember, all things considered. Lane is now going better, me. It's just swap. Okay, good strat. You could have just wasted the Scarlet Mage, but instead you wasted Scarlet Mage and the TP. And your mana, and a lot of HP.
That's the urn, so we must still be going for Cinder Brew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess we haven't committed yet.
You can you still go for the Urn build no matter what. You just go for like 2 points in Cinder Brew as opposed to like you maxed on the clap.
Oh, Joker, no.
Wrong position.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
wow, that was so
Joker.
much damage. Joker might just die to the Mirana's auto attacks. Arrow blocked by the Ursa there. Point blank arrow on Ursa. Joker in the trees. Joker.
No
Joker?
way.
Joker?
Oh. I'm not gonna get him anything.
I shouldn't have said that, to be honest.
No, you shouldn't have.
The thing about Frost Shield that's pretty bad against Tide is that it only deals with auto attacks, and Anchor Smash is not an auto attack.
True. True. It is, yeah, it is not of Spain versus that. Top lane is going much worse than I think it has any right to be honest. I think they're playing it the wrong way. You gotta be a little bit more chill. Oh, there's someone who can't purge off the Cinder Brew, the Ignite.
Nope, but he has heal. That's
He
fine.
does have heal. It lacks the damage for now to get through the Bane.
Also has Nightmare just in case they want to reset this fight, but obviously no mana for Blade Fury. Oh, he does if he has Magic Stick. Use Magic Stick rather. Did he go for the second point in Cinder Brew?
Not sure.
Because usually what I'm saying is that you still go for 2 points in Cinder Brew, just max Thunderclap instead, and then you use that for the late, and then you max Cinder Brew afterwards. But I think Urn is still good here. Top lane is going way too well for this type, all things considered, honestly.
They might. Ooh.
No,
they're
they don't kill.
considering an
They were.
arrow. Might
Rana's going for Urn herself.
And the further we delay this level, oh, we actually have level 3 for Bane. We're out of leap charges.
That's very far though. Nope, not gonna even use it.
Well, I don't think she would have lived,
Nope,
unfortunately.
I agree. I think they first up too much, and now Tide. Sanity did die in the bottom lane. However, Tide might die in the top lane, so it'd be equal, if not actually better exchange here. Or Meow Meow.
Okay,
We'll get him.
that's what that lane's supposed to look like.
Yeah, exactly. That's strong. Finally. That's good. Now the real thing that's going to
2
change.
points in Cinderbrew.
The real thing that's going to change this now is that's bad. The real thing that's going to change this now is who among the mid laners is going to do better, right? What is going to be better, the rotations or the tower pushing right now? What is going to work better for this team?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. Because Jug is not going to be as threatened by you taking his tier 1 for his off lane and his mid lane, which was going to close off his triangle a little bit more. He's not. That's not going to bother him much because he can say, "Okay, I'll just fight you a little bit earlier." He's a carry that can do that. Dusa is not. Dusa's not really that kind of carry. Slow our Ursa a bit, but again, lane still looking pretty good. Even threatening to go onto the Mirana. Needs to be careful though. There's a very fine support game you play. Wow.
They just killed Sanity again.
Yes, they did.
And that was without Omnis too. They're gonna just chase after the Scarlet Mage. I'm gonna get
Lich.
damage. They're gonna get it with Bane. It's a huge lead for Mystery
no.
right now. 2k lead. At least Tokyo might die here. I don't think Anchor Smash is gonna be enough. Oh, never mind. Hawkeye hit by the Gush. Healed by the Mirana. Even
Ember's
rotating
here.
the Ember. No need. But since it's catapult lane, you might as well push.
This is getting really bad for Meow Meow. These lanes are not meant to go like this.
Oh, okay. So he destroyed the catapult for DP before he actually went to push. Very smart as well.
This is very problematic. I think something I'm seeing a lot here from Joker is he is very keen to use a lot of his abilities. When you play a really strong mid laner like a Bane or a Lich, the way that they're balanced is their mana costs are extremely expensive. They're going to kill DP right after she uses Exo as well.
That's really bad. Searing Chains. Okay, she heals a bit with Spirit Siphon, but Starstorm gets her.
Got too much damage. They got too much burst here.
It's looking bad for Mystery.
Now every lane is being lost.
Every lane. They're starting to get desperate as well, so they're making like misplays as well, thinking that they can get away with more.
This is bad.
It's not weak expected from the lanes, especially the top lane. I think is the most egregious one, right?
Yeah. It's a lot of this is PW just tanking, Frost Blast, tanking Frost Shields as well unnecessarily. Well, you gotta balance between harassing the enemy support to keep them, occupied so they don't set up for kills onto you like that, as Joker will fall, making it 3-13 here in favor of Team Mystery. But you need to keep mana as well, because right now, if you're not going to be throwing lots of spells and being able to buff your Ursa and looking for kills onto this Tidehunter, he's going to be out farming your Ursa as he is already.
Yep.
To say always the support's fault or anything silly like that, but it's you have to manage the spell usage in lane. Super important.
Oh, another kill on the Ursa. I think he should have rotated bottom a while back now. I mean, I know it's
They ravaged him. They ravaged him.
Oh, GG?
Is under attack.
No way. Yeah.
Wow.
Radiant victory.
Okay.
They must not be feeling too good.
No.
That feels bad. That feels fake. I mean, I'm sorry to see Meow go like this.
Me
feels
too. Me too. That doesn't feel good, and I can't. Honestly, I feel bad for them because I think they really won the draft as well.
Yeah.
I really think they won this draft.
I agree. I mean, there's not much to analyze in this game, guys.
No, I mean it was a 6-minute long game, right?
I don't know if we should put highlights. Honestly, production. Like I know we usually put highlights afterwards, but I think it's at this point borderline offensive. There's nothing to be highlighted about an 8-minute game. That was super early GG. We could just skip directly to the MVP. That'd be ideal. Though once again, MVP might just be Joker because it's GG that early. I don't know. Like, nobody did anything. Like, I guess Tide. Tide is the MVP.
Tide, maybe Mirana, gank mid, gank top. Did a lot of work top. I mean, again, maybe it was Bane for how much he crushed that bottom lane because they got 3 kills on the Brew.
Yeah. I don't know. I felt really bad. I feel. I mean, they were just not on the right mentality because they got stomped like twice in a row, and the Geniuses now stomped again, and they probably were like. I mean, I'm not saying there's going to be internal problems necessarily, but maybe a bit of bickering or maybe a bit of like blaming or whatever happened, or maybe just like completely depressed after that would have happened.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, they go, "All right, guys, this one's not working." At the very least, that's what it is. It's okay, it's not working. Let's, I would assume that's how I would treat this. It's hey, not working out for us today, well, GG and keep it here. You know, save the mental and maybe try and look to improve it a different day. But today was not that day, unfortunately, for Meow Meow.
Feels bad for Meow Meow. We're gonna talk about the giveaway that we have since much to talk about the game. We're gonna do a giveaway after every single game, guys, where we're gonna put a prompt, a question on the screen, usually about the game itself, and you guys can answer this question in the chat. We'll select all the right answers, put them into a raffle, and one of these right answers will get the following prizes. It's either a UU booster code for 7 days or up to 30 days, or a Dota 2 treasure worth $2. Oh. Okay, wait 1 second. Also, if you stay in the 1v1s, you guys can also get a $10 Steam gift card. If you answer the question correctly. So they just informed us that they GG out because of a network issue. They're having too many network issues and they just can't play. That feels even worse.
That makes a lot.
That
of sense,
feels even worse.
That makes a lot of sense.
That does, but that feels really awful. That's even more. That's more beyond self frustration is frustration in general. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I mean, it is going to be Team Mystery, though, making it into the top 2 as they will get into the grand finals.
Yeah. Yeah. The grand finals won't be up next. We have a 1v1 up next, though.
Yes, we may have a very long break here. So do stand by as we look to inform you on how long this break is going to be before we get started. But Alvaro is right. We're going to have the 1v1 super mid lane matchup first. Hopefully Sanity was not struggling too much from those connection issues, because he is going to be taking place in our best of 1 grand final for the best for the 1v1 solo mid lane matchup as he gets his rematch versus In.
Yeah, that's exciting. Hopefully Sanity can play. Hopefully he wasn't the one with network issues, because then he had to lose 2 tournaments at once. That would be awful, all because of his network provider. So, I would say. Okay. The solo match will be at... Oh, actually, not that big a... Okay, we just go straight to the stats. Thank you for not putting the highlights or the MVP. The solo match will be in 40 minutes, I want to say?
45.
45 minutes, okay. So we get the solo match in 45 minutes, so you can see the stats of the game. I mean, the GG...
They don't tell the story. These stats don't tell a story.
It was a stomp. It was an absolute stomp in the early game, to be honest, regardless. Particularly the Tide Mirana lane was the biggest one to look out for.
Wow, Jug 4 kills without leaving bottom.
I mean, 4 kills for Tide with 3 assists as well against Ursa, who had more deaths than... I mean, that feels really bad.
No, I mean, you're totally right, but the point I was getting at here is, I mean, when it is so early, you know, we had Mirana gank mid, we had Ember gank top, no one was bottom except for Sky, Bane, Jug, and Brew.
Yeah.
And one of those heroes 4 kills, you know, like that is...
It feels bad. Well, guys, with that, guys, we will take a break. It's going to be a 40-minute break. As we'll start at 3:30 SGT with the next match of the day, which is going to be a 1v1 between Sanity and Insanity. There, you can also get the Steam $10 gift card, so I would recommend you stay tuned. For now, my name has been Noah Plus here with Seek and Strike, and we'll see you guys shortly. Play.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
To know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this pretty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this pretty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Top Clans 2021 Dota 2 Summer Invitational, hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host, Evangeline. Well, later we are about to see the solo matches, and today is the grand final day. Yesterday we had Sanity versus Idol, and Sanity won the victory. So what's gonna happen in today's match? Let's find it out together. And before we start, let's take a look at the solo introduction. Well, we'll have Insanity versus Sanity today, and that's it. Okay guys, I think it's time to welcome back our wonderful casters. Hello again, nice to see you again guys.
Hello, nice to see you. Always great to be here. Last time, we're going to say hi to each other. We're going to meet each other for the last time for this 1v1.
Yes, later we're about to see the Insanity versus Sanity. And interesting because they once competed and today is the second time. Do you have any thought about this?
Oh, I hope that they don't pick... What was it? Pugna versus Batrider? Yeah.
Pugna Batrider.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't pick Pugna this time. I hope it's the Stark pick we're talking about.
I'd really like to see like an SF 1v1 mid. Like, to be honest, that's what I want to see.
I think that's boring. I think the whole point of mid is cheesing.
All right.
Yeah.
He wants more cheese.
I want more cheese.
He wants more of the cheese.
Yeah, well, thank you for answering. And before we start, let's take a look at the solo players.
Sanity versus Insanity. Insanity with a beautiful picture, which we have a debate right now if that's a skyline or a sea.
Not a skyline. It's a picture taken from an overlook. Not a skyline. Very different.
If it's a city or a sea.
Sure.
And then Sanity, which has two different pictures, one for the 5v5 and one for the 1v1s.
Listen, all I'm saying is that if there's a sea behind him and in the horizon the waves are that big, he should not be standing there and taking a picture.
Maybe it's just before tsunami came by.
See? Either way, should not be there taking a picture. He should listen to authorities about local
He's
emergencies.
high enough. I think he should be fine.
Yeah, almost like he's at an overlook.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, overlook to the sea.
And taking an overlook about how Insanity got here, actually, he did come through the E-Polls qualifiers for the 1v1.
He's the most deserving member of these qualifiers.
Well, I don't know if I would say
most
it.
deserving member.
I don't know if I
Hands
would
down, nobody can question this idea.
Oh, if I would say that.
He's the hardest working. He's put in the most effort. He came in through a grueling 1v1 qualifiers. His sensei did not believe in him, but he plowed through. And now he's facing the pro that he's always admired, Sanity, the true king of Dota 1v1s. And he's going to show him what all the hard work can do.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be a best of one here. So once again, very vulnerable to the cheese strategy.
I think he's just going to pick Batrider again, to be honest.
He just might. Just might. We're going to be waiting on one player here, but we should be getting started here.
That player is Sanity. Let's be honest. Let's throw it.
But is it Sanity or Insanity?
No, it's Sanity, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Sanity.
Well, we're going to be waiting for about 3 minutes.
You know, it's interesting because Sanity is like, it's a very weird name. Like, I think Insanity is quite normal for gamer names, you know, like, oh, that was insane kind of stuff. But Sanity is very wholesome, very, very different style of a Dota pro player name.
That's right, because when I see Sanity's Eclipse used by OD, the most wholesome player in the game, or hero in the game, I think, wow, this guy.
Well, think about OD, right? OD, what does he do? Right? He punishes you for having low mana, right? Which means low intelligence. Yes. So what is he really doing? He's promoting a good, healthy educational system.
It's true.
Because if you're stupid, you get hurt.
And if we look at the facts and the logic here,
Yeah,
according to
indeed.
this, he actually not only this punishes you by having higher mana, but also
Having
steals
lower
it.
mana.
And he borrows it by 20%. as well,
Exactly.
which is,
So he redistributes the intelligence.
however, I do not think it is very intelligent that Valve keeps changing him every single patch because it's very confusing. I don't think does he still have that counter thing? Remember when it used to be every one you'd get like whatever, like 12 mana or whatever for every arcane orb you hit, and then you'd get 3 for putting someone in astral. Is it still like that?
It has not changed in a long time.
Yeah, it has changed a couple of times.
No, not that counter. The counter's been like for a year and a half now. Almost. 2 years.
No, because now it's like the obsidian something.
No, now it works like that too.
And well, yeah, but it's of course it's his core abilities haven't. Well, equilibrium has changed a couple of times, but what has changed about him is it wasn't always like that. I think now whenever you put someone in astral, you just get like 20% of their mana, don't you?
No, you get the same. It was the same idea of you get like a certain amount of mana.
Yeah, but they keep changing it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, they keep changing the value. Yes, but
Yeah.
balancing is.
Well,
It's like when Klink's strafing arrows, they change the damage from like 50 to 45. You're like, oh, how can I keep up with these changes?
that's a simple change.
But the same thing with OD. They're just changing
That's
his value for
not.
the
That's
mana.
not the same.
Yeah,
thing.
it just makes it. The only thing you're getting confused by is that the shard now gives you a percentage mana as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. The shard gives you the percentage mana.
So they did move it.
Well, that was never a percentage mana. It was never percentage mana. It
was-
was always
it was.
no. It was always a given value, and then now with a shard, now it's percentage as well. That's it. The only part of percentage of the OD in the past 2 years of his kit was that Sunny's Eclipse would take away a percentage of your mana if you weren't within the threshold. Which has always been the case, actually.
Right.
But everything else has never been percentage based.
I'm pretty sure that it was percentage based on Astral for a time.
Not in the past,
I'm-
not
I'm
ever since they introduced
quite-
the counter system.
Quite confident. 'Cause I know for sure it's no longer on 1. You get 1 for Arcane Orb. You get 3 for.
Yeah. Well, it was.
for
Well,
Astral.
it is. Well, similar in the sense that it's a higher value for Astral.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's.
And you
been
get.
the
I think
idea.
you don't get anything under. I'm actually not sure. If you get
Now,
something
now
under
you
it.
get like there's like a debuff that appears that's like super bugged, and it has been bugged for a long time.
For Astral, yes.
And it's or you get a buff and enemies get a debuff, but it's like Obsidian something.
Yeah.
And it's always a different number, which implies it's percentage based, even without shard. That's what I'm telling you. That's what they keep changing about it. The fact that we're so confused over this conversation, even though it does the same thing, it's just so confusing.
I'm confused because I've had this conversation with you with multiple heroes before, and I'm very certain about something, and you're very uncertain about it. And I look it up, and I was wrong to be uncertain, but you make me uncertain. You're not the first hero you tell me.
Well, that's the whole point. That's what's so confusing.
It's like when you
about
tell
it.
me
It's
like
you're like 100% this is the way it is, and I'm like I don't
It's
know.
like- it's like when you told
don't-
me-
I'm pretty sure I read that you cannot miss Maelstrom hits, and you go no 100%. They changed it a while ago, and then we check and you go oh I was wrong.
Yeah.
It's like that.
I didn't see they changed it a while ago. I just
You
thought that
did. I
no.
remember this conversation.
No, I recall thinking it was just the. I think they changed it a while ago, so the chain lightning would hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't think the hit would hit too.
Yeah.
That was only my question. Yeah, but I didn't
Well,
recall.
that was the whole point. I was.
Yeah, but I
bringing
didn't
up.
read that change correctly. There wasn't anything confusing about it. But it was like the
So it
message
seems like you were confused about it.
No, I was just read it wrong. No confusion.
So you weren't confused. You
No.
were just wrong.
I was just wrong. Yeah.
What would you call that? You
Being
were-
wrong.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you were. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like when you say the visage thing about how the birds always had the certain thing. That always is a very confusing way of putting it. Queen of Pain.
Very classic one.
Oh, that's a good answer to the Bat Rider. That's probably why.
Anti-BKB gaming for Insanity.
I think it must be.
I like the team flag.
It must be the Bat Rider.
Insanity, of course, he's rocking the Meow Meow logos. By the way, in case you guys ever make a team in Dota 2, the way you should make it is for the file that's on a banner, it's like 256 by 256 or something, or 128. It's one of those things. You need to make sure that the front of the banner is only on the left side of the banner. That's why we have half of Meow Meow and half of the BKB, because they just centered it, but it's actually, you need to have it on the left side. And then-
Oh wow, he picked Viper this time. That sucks. Did he know that he was picking Queen of Pain? It's impressive.
don't know again. It's
I know, but you got counted now. That's pretty bad. Sanity probably. Well, maybe Sanity was thinking, what counters Bat? What's the most obvious counter to Bat? Obviously, the Queen of Pain, right? She's the biggest mid lane counter to Bat, or like mid laner that counters Bat. And he picked up something that's good against Queen of Pain. That's the launch.
Viper's a very mid-cheesy hero, though, usually, so I think maybe that was just his plan. He's going to be overjoyed now that it's Queen of Pain. Especially because his last pub game was at 15-4 and 19 stomp on Queen of Pain. Clearly knows his way around the hero.
1v1s aren't in pubs.
They are not.
The next
But you
label
can pub
plays
1v1. That is a game mode you can search for.
Which was ranked 1v1. I think that's
You hurt the ones you love.
Maybe. I think it's a little bit too RNG based, though.
It is very much RNG.
Because you don't know.
But so is MMR, so, you know. Maybe this would lead people to accept that MMR is not very accurate either.
Just, I can't imagine you'd ever find a fair way to, quote-unquote, balance the way of picking and unpicking. Because sometimes you're just going to get lucky, sometimes you're going to get unlucky.
Yeah, but you don't find a fair way to do that.
That's what I mean.
Well, it's the same equivalent of saying, like, I don't know, in ranked matches, like, how do you balance the fact that you picked, like, you, quote-unquote, being the best hero on the team, picked the hero that got countered? You don't balance it. You just kind of accept
You're the best hero on the team and you got countered.
Yeah, like, if you... Sorry, you're the best player on the team.
Oh.
Like, if the whole idea of, I'm the only constant, which is the dumbest thing, and people are clearly have never studied a day maths in their life. But that the whole idea only works if you are not the countered hero. Like, if you are picking, I don't know, you're a very, very good Bristleback player, and then 9 out of 10 games to pick a Viper, no matter how good you are, you're going to lose some of those games. Just that's how Dota works. It's not League of Legends. That's actually why the ranked in other MOBAs is actually a bit fair. Dota's been accused of being unfair, more unbalanced. Because you really cannot carry if you've been countered. Like, you can do your best, but you will always be at a disadvantage. And that's just not fixed, right? Did they think of anything in the MR system to fix that? No. The best way with these systems that are like, when you have something as complicated as Elo, if you actually figure out a good Elo for 5 players, you would literally get a Nobel Prize in mathematics. The best way to just accept it is saying, well, it's not perfect. It's not perfect, nor is it even close to perfect. It's just a system that works because we have to make something good for at least a large portion of our player base.
Wonder what the mid lane mentality is. If you mess up the block and you just let one through, if you're just supposed to let it be, or
What do you mean let
you
it be?
block the rest of them? Because he only let the one melee creep through.
You let them all through.
Well, he didn't. That's what I was.
I know, that was a mistake. Unless it's the range creep. Unless it's the range creep, that's usually intentional, but if you mess up the block, you just mess up the block completely. You can't go back and block the rest of them. Because what's the benefit there to you?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Now it's 2 waves straight on the Queen of
Yep.
Pain's high ground.
Exactly. Because you messed up there, because you actually pushed them back a bit.
It's a bit lucky, though. It didn't end up getting the deny on the... Maybe... I mean, it is harder to deny the... No, it's not. Not if the creeps just died another toxin. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sure. Anyway, Quap not going to be digging this matchup.
I don't know what build you go for on Qual. Maybe you go physical damage Cryptalus as soon as possible. I know Sanity did this on the Lina as well. You need physical damage. I don't think you can kill the Viper with magical. Well, I think the Viper doesn't go for a single point in the Cross's skin. Or only 1 point, rather. You can still deal enough damage to kill him early.
Doing a good job CS in here. 5 and 3.
I wonder if you max Shadow Strike still in this matchup. Probably not. Scream of Pain. Because with the new Shadow Strike is a bit more of a doozy because it gives you a healing, right? So I don't know if you actually want to max against Viper's Cross skin.
Unfortunate there. He set up the reward to be denied, but he was a little bit too slow on the reaction.
No dumb Sanity though. Oh, he's forced to blink already. Ooh, that's bad. He didn't go for the point of Scream of Pain yet, which is good. Mind you, but it's bad that you're already forced to blink. This matchup is really annoying for the Queen. He's actually playing this better as well.
Level 2. There.
He is maxing the Shadow Strike, so I'm assuming that right now he's considering Corrosive Skin procs aren't good enough anymore because Shadow Strike now heals me, so it's better. That's probably where his logic lies here.
Might be. Needs to be a little careful. So there's going to be the healing self now on the way, but until that's delivered, usually, 3 stacks of the poison attack might just be lethal here for Sanity. Maybe the Mango rather, eating the tree. Oh, no.
They go full Mango. I think it's the best build for Insanity as well. I'm going to try to kill you as soon as possible.
Yep, super tanky. All that HP regen stacks. Oh, goodness.
You guys have the 3rd poison attack. That's pretty annoying.
Yep.
Remember, there's a poison attack also reduce your magic resist, so anything else is also boosted there. The Shadow Strike is keeping Sanity somewhat alive. It does heal him a bit, but
bottle just to keep him topped up a bit.
That 1 point in Corrosive Skin makes it impossible for Sanity to make any plays until he gets Sonic Wave. I don't know if this lane is winnable, honestly. Now, what do you do? You need to survive this Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like there's a really good solution. It's like, oh, maybe you go stats, you like start leveling stats, and you play more around kind of right clicking, but Corrosive Skin is just so strong. What if I now? Points.
Worthy tribute.
Mess up one of the CS. A little bit more damage into the creeps.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is
Mango's
under
consumed, has Viper at full HP, full mana.
I genuinely don't know what you're right, because if you go full stats, I still think you lose to the Viper.
No, I agree. Yeah, Corrosive Skin is good.
I would actually really like a Viper. Obviously, Bottle's a good idea because you get the mono region, but just went straight Atos, and then I think with just the crafting her once.
Rounds are really good build up as
Yeah.
well. He
Crowns
might
are
be
really good.
dead. That fifth
No, he has
one.
Blink, he has Blink. Oh, he is dead. No, never mind. He took too much poison attack damage. He really wanted that room.
With the poison.
Yeah, that might just be it here, to be honest.
Yep, Viper now gets Viper Strike with his next creep wave. She should push for another Proxim.
Yeah.
And now you get a lot of tower damage in, so you're actually throwing 2 objectives at once, even though Viper's not great at that.
Yeah.
So he's taking a lot of tower hits.
Okay, I thought he was gonna deny himself.
Yeah,
I
me
wasn't
too.
sure.
I was very close.
Under
But he's bringing bottles, so he's just trying to be as efficient as possible.
Yep. Queen of Pain, of course, is gonna have to get these creeps off the tower.
Did you get Viper? He does. Oh, he actually spent all of his mangoes though. So it's the. Viper's really gonna take this big room. Trying to get.
That's Viper Strike applied, by the way.
No, it was not.
Okay. Thought I heard it. I heard it.
There's the Viper. That's what it looks like. I think he might just get the kill here. Yeah, he dies for this. Yep. There you go. Even got it before dying. Easiest money of my life.
That's true. Anti-BKB Gaming for Insanity is going to take it. Look at the esports qualifiers here to the best of 1v1 tournament.
The hardest working player. Hardest working player.
He's done it. He's
Done it. You know, but what other player has put this much commitment into the 1v1s? I think nobody but Insanity, sorry. So, very deserved victory. Congratulations to Insanity. Woo! Woo! Yeah! Good job, Insanity. Good job.
He's going to be the champion.
He's the champion. So, what does a champion do after the 1v1? You just play more 1v1s? Do you go into the 1v1 server and be like, I know there's no ranked here, but for a tournament for this? That's the equivalent of having like AKMR. 1v1.
True. Sanity is the champion. Congrats again to him. He has won 1v1 tournament here for Top Clans Summer 2021 Invitational. Lots of Vipers for him. I think 2 Viper games, right?
Only played Bad Rider until now.
Oh,
yeah. It was his first Viper game. That's why I thought he was very clever. He played Bad Rider the whole time. Probably forced the Queen to pain pick, and then into Viper. I honestly think that's his strat.
The tournament meta.
I'm telling you, he's clever. Because I pressed the ones, obviously, the chances to cheese are better or easier. Before we go and send it to the break, because obviously we're waiting for the grand final of the 5v5 tournament. I'll tell you when that break is soon enough. We would like to remind you guys that we're running a giveaway/quiz. So at the end of each game, including these ones, you actually will get a little prompt that will ask you a question. You can answer that question by just typing your answer in the chat. And we will select one of the right answers to get one of the following prizes. It's either a $7-day UU booster code or a 30-day UU booster code, which, by the way, is a way to boost your internet connection, not a way to boost your MR or anything like that. That'd be awful. We don't condone those services. They're also one of the sponsors of the tournament, so they can make you game a little bit better, a little bit easier. You might also get a $2 gift code for a $2 cosmetic for a Dota 2. Or alternatively, for the current question that's going to appear right after this game, once we go on break, it's a $10 Steam gift card. So if you're interested, I would really recommend you enter this raffle because you won't get any more chances for the Steam $10 gift card.
All right. And with that, Alvaro, we're going to be heading to a 45-minute break before our grand finals get underway.
Yes.
And that is going to be played Army Geniuses and Team Mystery Best of 5 series.
Exciting.
Very exciting for that one, absolutely. And, well, for now, we're just going to have to let that excitement percolate a bit. As we do head into our break, we're going to have that matchup, the team rosters, and, of course, our first draft all live when we're back for the grand finals of the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational after the break.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned. But I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
What I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this pretty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
Prepare 凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
What I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
this pretty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this pretty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
Prepare 凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Hello, guys, and welcome back for the last time to the Top Climbs 2021 Summer Invitational. We have a great match, a grand final. In front of us, it's going to be Army Geniuses versus Team Mystery, and the only best of 5 of the tournament. They're going to duke it out for the last time to see who's going to get that $4,000 prize and who is going to settle for the $2,000. My name is Alpha Plus. I'm here with Seek and Strike Dodo, who's nodding silently by my side.
Well, yeah, I was letting you finish up the intro, seeing where that one was going, and seeing where I'm going to take it. Where I'm going to take it is, well, we have our two teams that you failed to mention, right? We've got Army Geniuses who have cruised through this tournament. They've cruised through this. They've cruised through it. Team Mystery, a little bit of a rougher spot. Of course, it had been 2-0 during that cruising by cruising and a bruising, right?
I don't think they
were cruising.
I don't think Mystery were cruising.
And Mystery took a bruise.
Yeah. I mean, Army Geniuses just stomped every game they played, including the ones of Mystery. I mean, the ones of Mystery were a bit tighter than the rest, to be honest, compared to all the Army Geniuses had, but still not very.
We'll take a look at the rosters here. Oh, actually, the path, right? You can see they played, but nearly 2 days ago.
Yeah, so Mystery, they struggled against MY the first time they played against them. If I recall correctly, everything else was pretty easy, though. They struggled against MY, they struggled against Army Geniuses, obviously. And then Kairu Pro, MY, and Meow Meow were honestly quite easy. They were all stomps. And the Army Geniuses have stomped every single team they played against. So we'll see. I don't know. I mean, you said they were looking bad in BTS Pro Series yesterday, but to be fair, it was also a much more stacked tournament.
Yes, that might be true, but you know, much like how we talked about some previous defeats about teams, like you can still put those in context. And like even the basic things weren't being done right. Like they were doing the thing of like, why are you still fighting with your safe laner at 10 minutes in your safe lane tower, you know? Why is your mid laner not sweeping? Why is your off lane? Like,
that's Army Geniuses special, right? They make some very basic mistakes that you wonder.
It is, but it was that for 2 games, right? And that's what kind of scares me. But
who were they against?
Oh, unfortunately, I don't remember the other team's name. I know it was John and MLP Caston, though. And honestly,
That's useless.
I was just in a trance.
That's useless. That could tell me. That could be
was
any
just-
SCA
I
game.
was just in a trance all over.
All right, Team Mystery was the other team they're playing against. The standout player for this team to us both has been Envious, really. To no surprise, he's been a very solid player. They've actually other teams are starting to realize this and banning him instead. I feel like Mystery, they don't have too much to do in their drafts. Honestly, I think that's one of their biggest issues. Like they have okay drafts all the time, but never anything spectacular. No pocket strats, anything like that. And I think AG is quite the opposite of that. AG is like they're the king of pocket strats. So they have like 15 different cheese strats that run. And I think the only cheese strat, when I say cheese, the only special strat that Mystery has been running has been the Spectre Axe. That's been a special.
Yeah. Spectre X has been something that we've seen them do day one, and then they haven't returned to it since, right?
Yep. It was the only against MY they played it. Yeah. So I don't know. It was. I think in the draft MY might take the secondary role. It might not look too great if Mystery. I think Mystery might take the secondary role in the draft if AG starts proposing something really strong at the beginning. So I'm kind of concerned about how this draft is going to go for them. We'll see. I think the draft is going to determine a lot of this matchup. You're looking at the match, okay?
I think that's very true. I think that's very true.
Mystery.
I think the draft will determine the match.
Quite completely though. I think that for most other games, there's outplaying potential and there's not such big outdrafts for the most part. But I feel like here, at least in this one, we've seen mostly it's just been a draft win every single time. I think the only time that we didn't see the right draft win was the match we just casted with Meow, where they lost. Even though I do think they had the better draft.
Even though they had stronger. Definitely.
I mean, they lost a couple of lanes they shouldn't have lost, but that's okay. It happens sometimes. Like it wasn't the best day for Meow. They also GG'd early because they had no problems. It makes sense. Team Mystery will spawn with the Bane again. Let's see AG to spawn with the Silencer, which has been the popular pick to respond to the Bane until now.
Yes, they lost 2-0 yesterday, best of two, so 2-0 to Dream Maker.
10 seconds remaining.
The games that they lost to.
Five
that's not a very good sign.
Radiant team.
Silencer.
Not a very good sign. Also lost to Young. Oh no, that's Young.
Yeah, YG have always had a pretty strong showing.
Yeah, that's true. But who is?
That was also my reaction.
Leaky Pete. Can we actually check that?
Sure, if you want to head over there. I'll start commenting a little bit about the picks here. We have, of course, very strong mid laner for Geniuses. We'd be remiss. We'd at least give a little bit of praise here from Among Daya at least 1 point in the series, and I will choose that point to be now, as it seems like they've drafted him his Kunkka. Strong player for him.
It's a completely. Oh, it's Chidori. That's the only guy I know from this team. Malaysian. Interesting. They went to the open qualifiers. Was AG invited? Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
That feels pretty bad. Maybe it was just a blunder yesterday.
Again,
they were very tired.
Yeah, I would say they weren't really particularly tested by Meow. That much was clear. But maybe it was the new patch against might be a stronger team. Again, so it's like it's. I don't want to say, oh wow, they're really now the underdog.
But they were not looking very good this week.
They were not looking good yesterday.
Oh, we'll see.
So
Mystery didn't even make it to this tournament in the open qualifiers. So. I'm sure they participated in the open qualifiers in this tournament. They didn't really make it. For now, Mystery, Brewmaster plus Bane. I kind of like this. The spell and the rum buff is actually a big deal. What are they getting? The spell and the drum buff is a big deal. I like sending the Kunkka flying. Silencer's not very strong against Brewmaster because you have to counter either the Bane or Brew.
Make it top 15. Missing them here?
Yeah. Lost the Patriots.
Thank you. Yes.
Who's Patriots?
I don't know, because you've touched my screen and messed everything up. Why are you such a boomer with technology?
I don't understand.
First of all, it's a touch screen, so yes, you can do this.
What?
Yeah, but it doesn't like it when you just simply give it a touch. No one likes that. No one likes that, including this tablet. Yeah, they lost to Patriots.
Okay, which is another Indonesian team, so Army Genius might know them. Anyway, doesn't matter. Looking at this current draft, I feel like Army Genius are already looking much stronger. I can see the point of the Brew, though. I think the Brew is a strong pick, but the Bane seems, again, just heavily countered. And I would like to see a combination with the Bane here. For now, Army Geniuses, though, they're just protecting Mamang Daya's pick by banning all the heroes that beat Kunkka in lane. I wouldn't say Queen of Pain is that hero, to be honest, but Mamang Daya's choices. He's a Queen of Pain spammer, right? So he knows the Queen of Pain can win this match if anything. And you ban the SF as well. Something AG used to do when we first watched them. What was it? Oh, what was the tournament we first watched them? Was it
AG?
Yeah. When we first learned about them.
First time I casted them was probably in a SCA Rampage series.
It must have been that.
If
okay.
I would have to guess.
Anyway.
Just because that was one of my first local C tournaments, and Army Geniuses played in everything back then as well.
Yeah, that's true. I just remember when we first got to watch them, one of the things they did a lot, which was very, very clever, was that they would bait out picks like with these bans. So they would like ban 3 heroes that beat Kunkka mid, for example, and you put the Kunkka off lane, and all of a sudden you pick a different mid, and Team Mystery is like, wait, what just happened? And they get like very confused, and you get like a free mid pick essentially, because you have last pick on Army Geniuses, right? So that always is a possibility. And Kunkka off lane is very strong, so it's not like it's a bad pick at all. So, yeah, maybe they're gonna do this again. I don't know. Consideration.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it, actually. I think that's viable, and it's always a nice little ankle-breaking move, right, in the draft if all of a sudden you not only don't do well in your safe lane, but your mid lane is also a little bit of a stompy matchup, and it wrecks the rest of your draft. Wouldn't mind seeing it. Worst case, or I guess even if AG don't really want to go for an ankle break move, they still secure their mid lane for the most part with banning the style. And there's another great combo here for the Kunkka. That is usually the issue with not Kunkka, but with a silencer support, is that, of course, he brings absolutely no lockdown, just a slow, which is good for lane and not for much else. As
they stole a Mirana from the main Mirana combo.
True.
So that's good. And Mirana Kunkka is very good. We have a little combo there. And whether that is the Kunkka Alpha, that's a great lane. And if it's Kunkka mid, that's a great ganking potential. So it's good for Army Geniuses. It's a solid sort to the draft. I wonder what Mystery's going to do now with the bait, because with the Nightmare combo, you usually want to combine it with something that actually has, you know, a stuff that's powerful. Split Earth is okay if you want to go for like Lesh. Sven for now, that's a really weak lane. Sven, Bane, not very strong. There's not much synergy between the two heroes. They both have good stats, and they are good against the Kunkka Mirana potentially, so maybe that's the saving grace. We'll see. Sven against Kunkka is okay once he gets the BKB. Before that, he does struggle, because obviously Ghost Ship mitigates a lot of his damage. Sven did get some heavy nerfs in general, from itemization to hero itself, but he's still viable for sure. You steal that pick from Army Geniuses. Army Geniuses has a good amount of options here to deal with the Sven. The carry bans by Team Mystery are not the greatest. Monkey King is fine. The Luna is not very good. So Slark, for example, is still in the pool. Maybe they're running Grimstroke Sven.
Yeah, it looks like it. Stun just into Grimstroke. Sven really.
Bane Brew? I mean, I think it's maybe Brew, Grimstroke, Bane, Sven.
Oh, that's true.
They're both weak. I mean, the Bane Sven is not very great. The Grimstroke Sven's a bit more acceptable. I still don't love it either.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it ain't bad. And I guess the weakness about it is you have no idea what lane you're drafting it into. So AG could just pick something. Oh well,
that's a great
elusive.
counter.
Yeah.
That's a very good lane count. How do you catch this, Ricky? No stuns on your supports, really. I mean, Nightmare, sure, but that's it. And you have to set up for the Inkswell. It's very bad setup for Inkswell, obviously, because Inkswell wakes them up before it stuns. The Stormhammer is never going to hit a Ricky if he's good. It's tough. It's a very tough game to catch as Ricky. I don't know what you pick as last pick.
That's true. The only thing I will say here for Team Mystery is the Phantom's Embrace could be particularly strong versus Riki. That's it.
Until he gets Monta. Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Very common pick.
No. You're totally right. Totally right.
I mean, one of the tactics you have actually is Enfeeble, because Enfeeble reduces or increases cast time for things. You like Enfeeble him and then Stormhammer him, for example, and pray they can't get Tricks of the Trade off during that time. But I think that would now grasping at straws.
Exactly. That's exactly.
I feel like the pick here for Mystery needs to be as reliable stun, and I honestly can only think of DK.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe the Ember of Searing Chains. I think DK or Ember are the big position. I honestly cannot think of any other mid here that would beat the Ricky.
Radiant team pick.
I'm also struggling.
I don't think Lush was the pick either, but Lush has area damage, so maybe.
Yeah, they banned the Lush and the Storm Spirit. Storm would have been an idea.
Ember, I think it's Ember, really. I mean, Ember loses the lane to Kunkka is the problem. But Ember has patch for Ricky. It's that or DK. Like, you either have to... Just don't have many mid laners that have, like, the immediate patch.
You know what I actually wouldn't mind seeing? An OD for Team Mystery. Wrecks the Kunkka in the lane.
Yeah.
You know, Riki Astral into Meteor Hammer setup, which is Meteor does not get cancelled by Global. Will be cancelled by X and Arrow, but
that's true. Chinese Eclipse kills the Ricky as well. I mean, it's a bit of a greedy lineup. That's
It is, and you set up, if you're looking to use Astral as a save, you're setting yourself up for an arrow, so, you know, and a torrent, so it's got problems, but I think it is viable. Nope, they're gonna go with the TA instead. So no lockdown for Riki.
Not a fan of this.
Me neither.
2 big physical damage carries against a really high armor carry, and also a Kunkka, which actually has pretty respectable base armor too.
And it can go for more with like an armlet builds.
Yeah, honestly, which is very viable this game.
I much would have. I mean, of course, I preferred my idea. That's why I suggested it. But I think the OD had merit.
I think it was better too. I also feel like now, if you're Armor Genius, you really want to mess up this lineup, you go for a Viper.
Oh,
Huskar.
Oh yeah,
That's the
okay.
other one.
You
That's the
want
other
to mess with the lineup? Yeah. How about this? How about throw a burning spear in the works, not just a wrench?
I think this is so much better. I think Armor Genius just outdrafted them. I'm glad they're playing Huskar, by the way. I think Huskar is much stronger than people give him credit.
And by the way, they've done the ankle break offlane move.
Yes, which we spoke about.
Yes, which you spoke about. Yes, I'll give you credit for that because they've moved Wilmy then, or they've given the Kunkka to Wilmy instead of Mamang Daya. It's going to be Mamang Daya Huskar versus a TA who is just going to cry. That's about all she could do, because that's the most effective way of putting out those burning spears is just with your tears. Refraction is not going to do jack diddly squat.
That's true, but unfortunately, those burning spears is blood, right? So and obviously, blood is like Greek fire, so even your tears won't put out that.
Greek fire. Do you know we're still trying to figure out how they made Greek fire?
That is actually a common misconception.
Oh, really?
We figured it out. We just don't have any proof of it. Like we figured out how to do replicate it. We just don't have any proof of the time that's how they did it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I read a whole thread about it. It's very interesting.
The Ottomans as well have their own version.
Yes. It's the Turkish fire. Yes.
It's interesting how everyone decided, well, I guess when you have small boats that are made of wood, you just spit fire at them. And when you have a mid lane TA, you throw fire spears at her.
Yeah, TA is actually a little known fact because her cousin's a boat. She's 4th boat.
It's actually really true. And that's the problem with TA. It's that if you end up replacing every single part of TA, is it still the same family? You know?
It's true. I mean, think about it as well. Like TA, what is her most defining characteristic? She's a sink or some hero. So that's from her boat.
I was going to say it was the traps, but yeah, that's fair.
How? That's like the least defining part of
her
TA.
traps? Are you kidding me? She says it's a trap.
To me, it's all about the refraction. To be honest, actually, now that I think about it, she is a very bad assassin. She
not.
Yeah. She melds in like the same place, so she can barely assassinate anything. Like, if her assassination
You're playing her the wrong way. What are you talking
about? If her assassination target leaves, she is useless.
Well, look at assassin. No,
assassin is supposed to be sneaky, in, out, killed, right?
Yes.
But she goes in, damage shield absorbs everything. How is that an assassin? That's more of a tank.
Look. Let's take a modern assassination. Right?
Okay.
Let's look at the assassination of John F. Kennedy. All right.
That sounds very, very viable.
All right.
That's what I think about it.
TA basically did that. She plans out the route like an assassin would, doing research, lets the target, lets the quarry come to them, strikes out from a hidden position, and then, well, unfortunately, this is where he went wrong. He didn't use his blink dagger and refraction to get away.
Exactly. Yeah, but here's the problem, though, compared to the assassination, because in the assassination, they used the sniper rifles, right? And TA would have to use a shotgun, because that's her method, and I don't think that would have been such an assassination.
She appeared in the middle. I mean, when you compare it to Riki, Riki's just ultra mobile.
Yeah.
But he's got his weaknesses, right?
No anime. Yeah. Money heist. Okay.
No anime.
Money heist.
I know.
Casa de Papel. Okay. I guess they're fans of this.
The House of Paper.
I know anime. Anime equals weak. Yeah. Question mark him again.
You
weak. Yeah. Yeah. What up? Otakus unite, DB. I totally agree.
Oh, no.
DB is one of mine.
Haha, JK.
So Weeb's getting it. You hentai kid.
Who said that to DB?
It was Aaron.
Okay.
That's pretty funny.
Who's outing him?
In case you guys don't know, that is it means pervert in Japanese is the less than a plus 18 comments. Plus 18 comments.
If you didn't know that already and you're still on Twitch, bless your soul. Bless your soul.
Well, it's like a very commonly spoken thing on Twitch.
On the internet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. It is.
And I just did.
I know.
I knew it from other sources.
No, you didn't. Alvaro, it should be said, he checks the primary sources. Okay.
Yeah. What is this thing kids are talking about? Oh.
Alright, I mean, this mid lane, I mean, yeah, Refraction's useless, so melt level 1 to at least get through some of that armor and threaten him, especially when he's got Burning Spears and no, what's his passive, Berserker's Blood.
A lot of TAs, though, against matchups that are like close to melee, which I think Huskar is, to be honest, they go for... So even beyond that. I agree with your point, though. Usually Huskar's actually against the TA matchup don't go for Burning Spears level 1, though. They actually go for the Berserker's Blood. That's what it's called, right?
Yep.
Berserker's Blood. And that way they lasted better, right?
Oh.
And then afterwards you burn it. Good melt.
Melt to dodge, new things, Sideblade level 2.
It's scary when they dodge it.
Sorry?
It's very scary when she dodges it.
What?
Yeah. Anyway, the bottom line, the Kunkka Mirana combo is probably not going to get online until you get, like, what? Maybe level 3, level 4 on Kunkka. I wonder if you go X level 2 here on Kunkka. You skip the Torrent? You still max type Brandon for sure, but since you have the arrow set up, maybe you don't need the... I think you don't have enough damage though.
That's the problem. Like, you could use it to kill Bane, but then like you can also just kill Bane with Torrent's arrow. You know, like
yeah, if you're good.
Sven is just too tanky.
Yeah, Sven is not good.
Yeah, I think you, especially because if he has Warcry, he just pops that, and then you don't kill him with any damage.
I'm assuming he'll go for at least 1 point of Warcry. It's must. Like, it's too good.
Yeah, it's really good against Kunkka and Mirana both. That's how she gets a lot of harassment with just these stray arrows.
I can't tell if Kunkka went for Torrent because that would have just torrented the Bane there. Also here in the top lane, Silencer doing Silencer things. Fight me! And TA finally leaves the lane to go to the jungle, where she belongs.
Yeah. This is worse for her, though, because of the changes. Not only the side blade effectively of
but the
730,
stacking.
the stacking, because that's how normally you would recover in this lane. And that's why we saw so much TA. TA is like, oh, that's fine. You pick, like, you know, a Viper versus me. The lane's going to suck. I'm going to cry, but then I'm going to out-farm him and then kill him in 20 minutes. Whereas now it's going to be a little bit delayed. 15% maybe delayed. I don't know what that means when you refer to time, but it's going to be a little bit later.
Huskar is, though, the one exception to that rule. Because with a Huskar... Huskar? Huskar.
Whatever you want. I would go like Husk, because, you know, like a corn husk.
Yeah, what does he say, though?
I don't know.
What does he call himself?
He calls himself probably the Burning Boy.
That's not what he calls him. Okay, the Huskar. The thing about him is that once you go low enough, or once you get armlet, you push the tower once he leaves, and you can also hunt her in the jungle, right? So whereas like Viper, for example, at best you can go rotate, kill other lanes, or maybe try to hunt TA in the jungle, Huskar really has like the easiest time. It's a matchup that's like, it's probably TA's worst matchup. It is, no, it certainly is TA's worst matchup.
You think it's worse than Bat?
Yeah, 100%. Not because the lane is necessarily worse than Bat, I think the lane is made for Bat is equal, but I would say that TA has much less options afterwards, right? Because like I said, he just does too much early. He doesn't have to gank, and ganking is hard. Pushing towers is easy. That's why Lesh is always the safer pick.
I don't know. That, I mean, at least versus Lesh, you get BKB, or sorry, versus Huskar, you get BKB, and you're like, okay, this is, at least maybe now I can ignore him and fight him. But versus Bat Rider, a BKB, you're just still not safe.
By the time you get BKB, you get a TA, like, Dragonlance has later BKB. If Huskar has not done enough by then, you get a first blood top. He hasn't done enough, then you are to blame, 100%. That should be your... Like, if that's a way too late a time for a Huskar. The guy wins a game in 20 minutes, you know? He is Lesh if he had the vulnerability.
So the Bat Rider is worse for that reason?
Yeah, because the Bat Rider actually takes longer to get online. Right. He doesn't push towers very hard, he needs a boost to travel. So when Bat Rider, like, you're right, he is very useful at all moments of the game. The thing is that Bat Rider is just not on the precipice pick. He will beat the TA in lane, he will be useful later as well, but he is not like the win-all. If the lane goes really well for him, that's not that big a deal, compared to the Huskar, which will carry the game for you alone. That's why he's very much a sink or swim hero. And surprisingly, because he's not a bolt hero.
Well, the Kunkka is actually not even in the mid lane this game, right? Because again, HE decided to swap it on over to Woman.
He does summon a boat, but I don't think he is a boat himself. I haven't checked his tree.
I mean, listen, if a captain goes down with his ship, is he not a boat? That's the real reason captains have to go down with their ships.
Can ships own ships?
Can ships own ships? Yes, they do.
Okay, right.
Because, you know, they've got little mini lifeboats. Whenever a ship gives birth to its lifeboats, you know, they only want to give water births.
Right.
They're very, very, you know.
They're like mosquitoes. Normally. So the lifeboats are owned by the ship, not by the company that owns the ship. Exactly. It's good to know.
It was a really big case. And don't you know the Titanic case? It was a really big deal because they took away her children. She was angry.
All these humans on her children. Alright, well, I guess in that case it was more like spiders because she died at the game.
That is true.
The Bane is here. I don't know why though. It's just like, no guys, I'm gonna sap experience for as long as I can before Huskar takes over the lane.
It was a that's technically was an emergency C second.
Nightmare blocked by the silencer. I think Huskar's gonna die here.
Arrow.
Oh, he avoided it thanks to the arrow. Never mind, I spoke too soon. He's healing back up. Maybe looking to go back in, but he needs the armlet for that extra HP, and they actually allowed the TA to come back into the lane. Look at that.
I mean, 4 heroes to defend the tower.
Yeah, and Kunkka's taking over bottom now.
It's what you need, though, honestly.
And Ricky's taking over top as well, free farm.
It's what you need to do versus Huskar.
I guess that's true. I think there's always a... You have to make the calculation, right? I think in this case, maybe, because Ricky takes a while to get online. This is a certain other carry, you know, like carry that can push... Like, if it was a life stealer, for example, I don't know.
Well, I think if your mid's not TA, then you don't care, right? If your mid's like...
No, I mean specifically this, like, it's TA Huskar matchup, right? But a different carry here as opposed to the Ricky. I feel like Ricky is a carry that will destroy your lane anyway. But if you think a carry like Slark, for example, to farm there or something, I don't know, that's always the best play. I think sometimes letting your mid tier 1 fall is actually okay.
Oh, there goes Bane as he attempts to stack. Well, he will stack at least.
He will, but he will die for this thing. Nightmare not going to help him because Trickster Trade goes right through it. Not an auto attack, not according to Dota.
But yeah, you're still immune from the first one. It's, the next one's going to hit you because you got that, what, 0.15 seconds of vulnerability?
But that doesn't... That means...
Oh, you're not going to wake him up is what you mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course, because Ricky's not on the map when he's in Tricks of the Trade.
Or rather, you will wake him up. You won't get Nightmare yourself, and it goes right through it. Because any other auto attack doesn't, right? So that's why it's interesting.
Yeah, true.
I didn't know this. Generally, what happens if you hit him with a unique attack modifier, like a Glaives of Wisdom or a Frost Arrow?
So
it counts as an attack, right? You'll get the Nightmare.
It does, yeah. By the way, speaking about these unique attack modifiers, because I know like OD versus TA is especially oppressive because things like that specifically doesn't work like this for everyone, which is why I'm setting up the question this way. Arcane Orb deals damage in 2 instances, so every single Arcane Orb projectile hits TA for your regular attack damage. And then the Arcane Orb. Does it work like that for waves this game?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
But it might not be enough damage early to beat the TA, because actually it has to be minimum 40 very similar to this.
Oh. I think it usually is.
Not early, that's what I'm saying, but later. The Bane is going to die to the Ricky, who's already started to rotate. Yep.
Yeah. These like channel-based heroes, these like spell-based channel-based heroes like Coddle and Bane, they just die to Riki, man.
And Bane is one of the strongest, or tankiest 5s you could ask for, like intelligence 5s, right? He's up there with Jakiro and stuff. But they're just Ricky he's too much damage, right? Like if you have other heroes, other support killers, like maybe Queen of Pain, for example, might not get to kill a Bane in time because he actually has enough tank ability.
I think.
What does he start?
Because they did nerf Jakiro.
Strength gain.
But 2.8 to 2.5 or something. I think it was like actually a pretty big change.
It was a pretty big change. I didn't understand it either because I was like, why? Are people picking Jakiro? I didn't get the memo. I didn't get to pick him. Maybe it's because someone read Kyle's tweet about mid Jakiro with Mage Slayer being viable, and they're like, no. Nightmare. Okay, that saves him. Allows him to do a promo split off. And the Inkswall's not going to hit the Ricky. Arrow actually kills off the Grimstroke. But in the backlands, they have lost the Silencer. Ricky is currently invisible, so DB is going to just take the safer path. However, he's perfectly fine. We're looking at the strongest support.
Oh, so he's 3 now. He's up to 3. Jakiro's still at 3. I think it was like 3.3 to 3 then.
Yeah, it was a considerable nerf for the strength.
No, it was. It was pretty big.
Is he the tankiest in tier?
No, he's not close. Ogre.
Okay, Ogre, and then?
Ogre, Darkseer, DP.
Okay.
And him, and he's tied with a bunch of other heroes at 3.
Out of int? What other heroes are 3 then?
Warlock and...
Warlock has 3 HP and 3 strength per level?
Yeah. And Windrunner.
Wow.
Yep. At least if this table is up to date, which I have no reason why it wouldn't be.
I didn't think about that of Warlock. That's something that came to mind for Warlock.
Tanky boy.
That's incredible.
Tanky boy.
Alright, well, time to play Warlock offlane, though.
I'm going to get reported for that one.
I
think if you're trying to get that 15 win streak we spoke about earlier, that's not the way to do it.
Okay, I'm getting that 15 win streak. The only way I'm getting it is with Bloodseeker, so there's nothing else I can play.
True.
I'm playing Venge, and then if someone picks Venge before me, I pick Bloodseeker. And that's the strategy.
Not a bad idea.
Warlock with Mage Slayer as an offer. How about that? And then you go Ags Refresher.
I think it's still useless. I don't think you can... I know you're memeing, but I don't think you can build Mage Slayer on any hero that has a channeled ability.
I wonder if it is an offlaner you can actually play him like a tank. I don't know.
And again, this is not to do with the item because I think the stats are great for an offlane or Warlock, for example. It's just the it's just the active.
Can you imagine though if it was like applied on your spells, like people could apply something like that? Like there would actually be a lot of synergy with it.
I wouldn't mind if it was an aura that applied to all of your units and it gave it to Golem. That'd be sick.
Oh, yeah, we already talked that aura is too strong.
No. But it's not an aura against. Like,
like
it's an
the
aura.
defensive parts.
It would be like
Mega cloak for your.
No. It would be like, what's that thing called on Lycan? Lycan's passive.
Parallel pulse?
Yeah, you know how all of his units get it globally?
Oh, sure.
If it... Oh, there goes Silencer. If it would be like that.
Yeah.
So, like, for example... I mean,
that feels pretty weak, to be honest.
Well, no. So it's an aura so that all of your units get it, so that offlanders could actually build it. So could you imagine a boar that not only slows you, but also gives you a debuff of the minus 35% magic output? That's what I'm talking about. I don't care about the cloak aura, none of that. I'm talking about for the active component. Only to your units, though.
It would still be pretty weak, but I can see some situations where
well, then at least offlaners could build it. And especially
only some. The helm will dominate. But then you're already rushing helm, that's why. That's kind of
no, you're right. You're right. It is still a weird item.
We took top and bottom for RBG. And they can actually defend top, it seems like.
Old.
Sorry, we took the bottom and mid, is what I meant to say. They have a ghost ship. I think they can, actually. They're going to go for the Sven. Good Nightmare, so he can't be pulled back. On point. Global silence. So they can continue this aggression as Huskar jumps over the Sven. Even with a Nightmare, he's not going to be able to survive. Grimstroke is in the same pool right now. They're trying to avoid the Inkswell first. He's been dusted. They did get a Soul Bind onto the Ricky. Last word might just be able to kill the Grimstroke, as they also X marks the spot before Bane. Nightmare still sent back. Perfectly calculated. Well done. That's impressive Goka play, as we also get the arrow off to finish off the Grimstroke, and potentially also kill the Brewmaster. Really well timed on that ultimate. Life Break destroying the Brew, and even getting the 4th kill in this engagement, plus a free tower, because why not? Huskar is Huskar.
I'm really surprised that Mystery were willing to fight into this. I mean, who is strong on their team if only the supports and Beastmaster right now? Sven's not tanky enough.
Brewmaster.
Sven doesn't do enough damage. Brewmaster, yes, thank you. Brewmaster is not going to be strong enough either because he's got very little supports because of the Global Silence. That's always going to threaten Bane. Grimstroke, he doesn't really have anything to combo with. I guess he can double lift someone, and that's not bad actually, but then you just double lift to run away. Damage, you don't kill anyone. It's rough. It's a really rough game here for Team Mystery in this early game. It's going to be Roche. Of course, Huskar, one of the better Roche takers.
I've never seen someone silence the Roche slam, but there we go. That was smoke screen stopping the slam mid-animation. Huskar's probably the best Roche taker, right? Not in terms of speed, but he can do it the earlier stuff. Only thing you need is armlet, really. You don't even need boots.
It's true, and just a little bit of luck not to get
that is true. You can get like
3 times in a row.
Yeah, if you get bashed 3 times in a row.
Then you probably
Which you actually look at the stats is like 1.25% chance of that happening. So you look at the games, you go, that happens to me every game.
Of course. It's especially frustrating when you're playing something like a Spirit Breaker. Well, not something like a Spirit Breaker, when you're playing a Spirit Breaker and you have to take a path through Roche, he gets a little bit upset and bashes you out of your charge.
To be fair, that is actually has much higher chance of happening than the 3
just the 1%.
What?
On just one hit, though, is always really annoying.
Yeah, but that's a higher chance
than 1%, yeah.
That's ridiculous. Especially because I think Roche got changed to pseudo-random chance, I think. Actually not sure about that one. I don't know if it's one of the RNG things still in the game.
No clue.
Because they changed almost everything but Basher for that. To make Dota seem more fair. And hopefully getting around Japanese regulation. Maybe when they change Basher, Japan will be like, actually, Dota's fair.
We'll see K.
Dota's
not random, though.
No, I'm joking. Wait, no, he's not.
He is on Chaos Trader. Oh, good split. I mean, they're going to force it. AG are fine with this. They'll kill whoever else they can as they force a split. Basically just for, I mean, X and both, of course.
It's kind of a win, though, for Geniuses, right? The split is so much more important here. And they can continue to push.
Definitely.
I mean, the fact that Ricky's once again outfarmed this Sven, which we've seen almost every single matchup.
Split is like the only thing that you're scared of if you're AG right now.
Yeah, it really is. Brew in general. Now they know DB can fight this aggressively.
Yeah, he just wanted to tank a little bit of the Sven's damage.
It's good to realize that you're actually still more.
You gotta like taste a bit of it. I know he's here.
They saw him. Can he tricks though?
Yeah.
Phantom's level 2. Avoided.
Or not level 3 anyway. Level 1 Phantom. So the 2 hits to clear it are not gonna be enough. Arrow will not find the Bane. Oh, okay. They left on over to Nightmare him. There's Global. As Riki still able to escape. He will link the two of them. TA trying to follow up. Moonlight Shadow double invis on the Riki. Now, Silencer will pay for the sins of the goats. TPing on in is going to be the Marana, however. And Riki is still here. Huskar is coming. He's TPing in, and with Vision, he can get a life break on over. He's going to be able to do a ton of damage on the TA. He will go. Inner Fire is not going to end up saving the Riki Maru. TP out from the Brewmaster is in time, and he is not going to burn down in the fountain either. 7 stacks. Oh, it's close. It was a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, me too. But to be honest, he got a bit lucky with the evasion. He avoided 2 of those spears.
That is really lucky.
That's quite lucky. Still, though, Army Genius is pretty impressive.
Thank you, Observer. That was comedic timing.
Yeah. Army Genius is still doing really well. The fact that DB is capable of like fighting that matchup to the very end, and the Husker comes in, like it's not usually the role where the carry plays. But with Riki, because you can't really just go farm, it's a waste of time.
It's true.
I feel like this is probably the best use of your time.
You play around him a little bit like a puck, you know, trying to catch this darn Riki, and then in the meantime, everyone else TPs back in. And guess what, Avo? There's a push for the tier 1 tower, a god's strength, everything. Didn't end up getting the tower.
Riki is so slippery. He's like your neighbor's child, you know, no matter what you're trying to do. You're not gonna catch him.
Are you trying to catch your neighbor's child?
He's ruining my plans.
Okay, fair enough. Dennis the Menace over here, as there's going to be a kill on TA. Both.
That was exactly the reference.
I know it was.
Impressive.
Well, it was. Stroke of Fate to clear the waves. I think there's like 2 or 3 points in that Stroke of Fate because it nuked the wave. That's an interesting choice. He's the only one that can clear waves from a safe distance this game, so I understand the point of it. But that's farm then that TA or Sven is not going to take.
They're both very underperformed.
Comes at a cost.
Especially Brew. I think Brew will be the one that pays that cost.
That's true, especially the way he's been forced to use the splits this game. Oh,
yeah.
Like Courier.
That's a lot of gold, 55 gold for everyone. And maybe you could get a Sven with it. Sven TP's in time.
Yeah, they were expecting him to run through that ward.
I forgot they already took that tower down bottom. They actually took mid now as well. Like, nobody's business.
There's only 1 tier 2 standing right now for Team Mystery.
And it's the least important.
It is.
It's only for triangle control.
Might still take it anyway.
Oh, look at this. This is the desperation attempt of like, please fall, tier 1.
Fortify.
Is there a Triumph Protector in this game, or does it just feel that way? Go for the axe build, huh? That's the build I've seen popularly on Huskars these days.
That one's a taunt, right? 3-second taunt.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's like Berserker's Call.
Inner Fire, or is it on?
No, it's on the.
It's on the ulti life break, right? Okay, good. Pierces BKB that one.
Yep.
And cannot be dispelled.
It reduces the cooldown and increases the gas.
Yeah.
It was the old buffs, and then also that taunt.
Very good axe.
Very, very good axe, actually.
What is Huskar Shard? Do you remember off the top of your head?
Yes, it's incredible. It's actually one of the best shards. I'm not even joking.
Okay.
Allows you to use Inner Fire while stunned.
Ah, that's right.
And it also, Inner Fire will reduce the regen.
Yeah, that is right.
I think it might have a small buff with Inner Fire.
Bubble is used because they're going to try and get through him. Oh, no.
Good.
X into arrow. Boats as well. Up from the torrents, down to the ground. And you ever heard of, what's it called? Keel horning, I believe this is?
No, keel hauling.
Keel hauling, that's what it is. Yeah,
it's when you put someone on the back of your boat and you take them. Yes. You used to be able to do that, actually, with the old eggs.
I believe it's actually the front of the boat, because then they would get crushed on the wave whenever the bow would break the ship.
I thought it was supposed to be dragged. That was the whole point of, like, the pain.
Well, either way, it doesn't sound like a very fun time either. Speaking of the pain, Marana.
I'm curious.
I'm curious as well, because I'm a sucker for the pirate setting. I don't know why. I really don't know. What is it with me and boats and journeys and expeditions like this? All right, they're going to try and get Sven out of here. He's actually going to stick around for this Ink Soul Stone. Of course, he's going to miss. Creep Wave is going to be approaching. There's going to be the Soulbind onto 2, but nothing Sven can do here. They're even going to be looking now for the kill onto the Grimstroke, who is scouted here by Riki Maru. Hit with the inhibit. There's going to be TA to counter-initiate DP, though. Still got a friend to Blink Strike 2. Not going to help him this time. He's picked off. And in fact, the Fiend's Grip, no global silence available. And now Womi in trouble as they'll tear right through him with the meld. They even hit him now with the Spirit Vessel. Down he will go.
All right, important kill, even if they did kill the Sven before this, but you know, it's something that had to happen. So apparently, keel hauling is actually, we're both wrong, it's from side to side. They tied him, tied him, and like, you would go below the shit, they'd throw you overboard on the sides, right? And since you were tied, you would go like a yo-yo from side to side, right? The boat was depending on how fast they were. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was.
That's brutal.
It's a bad way to go.
Apparently, it's not actually realistic though. It didn't actually have as much as
Oh, I mean, because it's extreme. It's extreme. That's something you would do to mutineers. You have to understand when you're on a boat.
Well, that's what I heard, but according to the Wikipedia, it's more of a pop culture thing.
Oh, sure. I'm sure it was something that's overblown, right? Much like what Iron Maidens, right? More on a real thing. Right, everyone, you go into medieval torture, and they're all Iron Maidens everywhere now. They were not used. Someone just found one day and said, oh, this would be a cool torture device. Let's put it in pop culture. They actually... Oh, I thought that was Husker that died. Pardon me. No, it was Grimstroke torn apart. No, it's a lot of like these really extreme things. It's because it's like the culture was different on the boats. Like you all had to trust each other. Everyone had a job to do, and if someone was not really doing their job, or if someone was threatening, like it's part of the ship, part of the crew. You know, that's why you have to vent the sus people, right? In Among Us.
There's the whole thing about the life of the sea. You know, back then it was actually really true. People would spend their whole life at sea. You know, it's like a crazy, stressful experience.
Really was.
Top lane, by the way, they're gonna have a fight here.
They are.
They go for the TA. That is just Kunkka. It's just Kunkka for now.
Global
silence. Okay, Ghost Ship will hit.
Here's
TA
silencer.
might just die to the offlane Kunkka. This can't be happening. It will happen.
Split will come.
Wummy is now somewhat in trouble, but he's incredibly tanky. He's actually fighting the Brewlings himself. Come at me, pandas!
He's kind of kicking their butts too, and now here's reinforcements and the life break as they did kill Bane elsewhere on the map. Probably just Riki. They'll get through the other pandas. It's only the Earth Panda that remains as they throw a boulder here at the Kunkka, but he's got the torrents off. The Nices coming through in the chat as there's going to be another kill for Mamang Gaia. 3 dead. 14 mystery.
Some really precise timing for this from the splits before with the life break, now with the torrent as well, and they're really calculating this right. And now they go for the last tier 2, I suppose. I think there's no point in delaying this further. Might as well take the tier 2, take over the triangle, go for the Roche as well.
Radiant's top tower is under
I'm surprised you knew that reference.
I'm a big fan of Pirate Rock.
Are you?
I'm not even kidding.
Wow.
It's very fun.
That is a very niche fact about you.
Stroke.
Radiant's top tower is under
And then back to the torrent. Ooh, they missed the arrow and the torrent. That's uncharacteristic.
Doesn't matter though.
Because Huskar.
Got Ags now, and he's had it for a while because he almost has a full BKB, 1,000 gold away.
Why not?
Yeah, more strength.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, you don't have enough strength.
Radiant's top tower
That builds.
Poor Sven starting to build his own BKB. But even when he gets it because of the life break with Ags, it's not that impactful.
No, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
And they still have the global silence that pierces right through it. They have Ricky's existence.
Yeah, it's really that taunt is like the... Oh, what do you do against that taunt? There's nothing you could do. That's what Sven hates the most. He doesn't mind being silenced as much, but taunted and being forced...
And he can kill the Huskar with the taunt, but not if he's like behind the taunt.
Yeah.
He might get killed by the Ricky. There's a TP. Arrow.
Beautiful.
Yep. The expectation, I mean, I get that you would get a TP there, but like, obviously RB Genius is a bit of a step above. They will never go for that kill alone.
Oh,
they
yeah.
know that TP is gonna
Yeah, that's the beauty about the Oriki carry, right? Or Bounty Hunter carry when he's played like as a meme. It's like, you can set up these kills, you have all the information, and the better teams will not just, blindly execute a combo. Yeah. They're going to make sure that there's follow-up instead of just, haha, it's smoke screen. It's like...
It was a meme, but Bait genuinely tried Bounty Hunter carry for a really long time.
With who? With what iteration?
It was the Crystallis iteration.
Oh, okay.
They lost every game.
Well...
That was back to the biggest remember the biggest lose streak in Dota history?
I do remember that.
That was the Bounty Hunter carry was a big reason why. And I don't think it was even that bad of an idea. It just they were hell-bent on making it happen anymore.
Oh, no.
To the point that at first teams were counter-picking it, and they're like, I don't know what to even do. Like, I'll just let this happen. Okay, Torrent. Oh, he went for the make water build.
Ooh, I like it. Now he can really keep
It's a really massive range. I always get surprised by Tidal Wave range. It's actually much better than Equal Kill.
It's almost as massive as the HUD that Kunkka gets.
Yep. He has another Tidal Wave ready. They don't need it because they taunt over the poor
no,
Master.
Brew.
No combo split. We still have Aegis on Huskar anyway, and he even Heaven's Halberd at the TA.
Yeah, she's just useless.
Just in case.
5-second disarm in case.
There's the BKB.
In case she was ever allowed to play Dota. No. I feel so bad. Good Nightmare. And brought back with the X. No? Yes.
Oh, did you see what happened there? So the Nightmare... The Nightmare avoided her being pulled back, but for some reason the Tidal Wave still, it still hit her, still registered that, so she got pulled the opposite direction afterwards. That was very interesting. I didn't know that was a big bug. And then afterwards she still had the little things heroes do when they're being pulled.
Yeah. I feel really bad.
Why?
Mercury did not get to play Dota at all this game.
That TA was an awful pick. I'm sorry, but that was not the pick at all. Like, even if it wasn't a Huskar and it was just a Viper, which is a more TA counter, a Bat Rider, a Venno, anything would have been the Razor would have been a TA. It was not a good pick. Doubling down on physical damage against a high armor lineup with damage mitigation is like the one thing you don't do. Obviously, you're not going to go for a burst damage here. You don't pick up a Lina there, but there were so many better options in the tier. It was really not the tier.
OD.
OD was a good one. I mean, OD still had his issues because, of course, they could have still swapped the Kunkka for like a sniper, for example.
And the hero's not that good either.
Yeah, but not besides OD, you had the option to like Lina, which was pretty decent matchups for the most part. Right, doesn't get countered too much. You could have gone for the Puck, honestly. Obviously, Puck versus Ricky's not great. I think the DK was a fine matchup.
Yeah.
Which we mentioned. I think Ember was fine too, to be honest, just because he has some catch against Ricky. You needed to catch against Ricky. That was the biggest issue. But
well, if you can't catch a Riki, you can catch yourself a couple of prizes.
That was okay. That's very good. I had a worse one. So, what are these prizes? What are we talking about? Why would we talk about this? Because we're running a giveaway. You don't need to. We're running a giveaway right now, a giveaway/quiz. After each game, I'm going to show you a little prompt on the screen. That prompt will be a question. If you want to answer that question, you can by chatting the answer. And if your answer is correct, you'll enter a pool, a raffle. And if you are selected randomly out of all the right answers, you might get one of the following prizes. It's going to be a UU booster code for 7 or 30 days. That means that you get a special extra performance for your internet connection. It's not a boosting code, it's a booster code for your hardware and internet performance. And you might also be able to get a $2 Dota 2 Cosmetic. If you were playing earlier, if you're in the 1v1s, you can also get a Steam gift card worth $10, but I believe we should be out of those by now. Regardless, you should still participate, still write your answers, and of course, remember that these questions are all about the games, like who got first blood, who took the first tower, what pick was the worst pick, and things like that, objective facts like those. So,
yeah, so these highlights, stuff like this, that will be on the quiz.
That will be on the quiz, yes. How long did it take before the highlights came up? That's also on the quiz. So I recommend you stay tuned to the whole thing. That's a great answer.
All the heroes were so good, honestly, this game.
Yeah, Marona was low-key MVP, wasn't she?
Another one.
To me, though,
hit the wagon.
What would you say was MVP? Obviously, Mamang Daya is going to pop up because it's Huskar. But I don't think... What do you think was MVP?
I thought Womi killed it.
I was going to say the same
Especially because, don't get me wrong, obviously he's played Kunkka before. Like, this is a strat they've done, and it's well executed.
Look at that. That's one so good.
But I think it's especially strong when... I don't know how the draft is done, and it's going to be done for different teams. I don't want to assume something like this. But he basically had no choice. He was the second option, right? Yeah. Like, oh, we might swap you the Kunkka, that's fine. But, you have no choice in it. Like, it's a good Huskar game. You're getting whatever the flex pick was, and he still managed to play this well on it. To me, that's that MVP-worthy performance.
I agree. I think a good example of another player that reminds... Not that Womi's like this, mind you, but another player that does a lot is Zai from Team Secret. I feel like they just get whatever trash they come up with. It's like, oh, we were flexing all these picks. Now you're playing Bane off. Like,
yeah.
Oh, right.
And it's commendable, right?
And then also, by the way, all your pop belongs to Gapster.
Yeah, we picked up Rubik and he's maxing fake.
These are my lessons in lane. Yeah, for the next 10 minutes.
We'll see.
Okay, that's why I think those are the most commendable. I think that's the spirit of Dota, by the way. When I actually look at, I know that most people will look at the differences between Dota and other MOBAs, and they often talk about the complexity, obviously.
Yeah. By the way, just briefly, this was the only bad play I won.
Yeah,
literally, other than that, I think he put it in.
It was just a tactical misplay of going there. Yeah, so I think the difference between Dota and other MOBAs, Dota's not a MOBA, Dota's actually not TS, but other games in a similar genre, everyone talks about the complexity and everything, which is true. Dota is by far the most complex. That's certainly the case. But one thing that Dota does have that others don't is in game design, it's called the superhero versus citizen dichotomy, where some games want to make you feel super powerful like a superhero, and some games want to make you feel like a simple citizen, like a weakling, right? And Dota has both in the same game. The idea of most other action RTSs or copies of Dota are that you are supposed to get good by the late game. Even if you're a support, you'll be strong by the late game. You feel very powerful in League or in bots or whatever. Not in Dota. As a support, you're weak in the late game. I think those people that exemplify that play a weak hero and play it really well, for example, like Womi is like an afterthought here, not the hero that's meant to be. I think that's the essence of the game. That's a truly demonstrated skill. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I was hoping for an answer there.
Well, I feel like a superhero whenever I team script someone for 11 seconds. That's always really cool.
Right, that's the case though. That's exactly the beauty of Dota. That you will have that Fiend script. Of course, you will have that Fiend script. You'll get that 11-second Fiend script, right? But that's the only play you can make that game. Like that's the one thing that you're useful for. That's it. In most other games, that's not the case because you have more damage, you scale better, you eventually get items, stuff like that. So that's why Dota is very unique in that sense.
I see what you're saying.
It's all about that one right moment. I mean, come on, how is the MVP with 33% kill participation? I don't think that's very.
Well, I mean, he basically
destroyed the game.
Yeah, I mean, when you draft yourself a TA, especially, I mean, we've talked about. I don't want to harp on it, but like when you draft yourself a TA who's meant to create you space in the early game, and then she gets burnt to death all game. Yeah, I mean, the guy who burned her to death executes well on it. I think it's MVP worth.
Yeah, sure.
Again, I like their talk about the spirit of Dota, and of course I agree with you, especially because I think when we played excellently on the Kunkka, but Mamang Daya, they gave him a strong lane. They needed a lane. They gave him a lane that he definitely needed to win, because if somehow Huskar loses that lane, TA can just snowball your entire team, and he delivered on it.
Yeah, congratulations, well done. Army Genius is looking very strong in this game number 1. Honestly, looking like they might just sweep this 3-0. Judging by this, because obviously we did say it was up to the draft though. And this was not the best draft by Team Mystery. So all Mystery needs to do, if they want to have a safer game too, is just draft better. Yes, it seems simple, but they just need to make a better draft that's safer, with less weaknesses, less exploitable, and maybe propose a bit earlier, so that Army Geniuses feels like they have to answer to what they're doing.
Real quick, I just want to add, because we meme about it, we ham it up a bit, but it is true. AEG, they play a lot of Dota, they play in a lot of tournaments, they actually have a best of 2 scheduled in 3.5 hours. So we'll see here. Obviously, they were committed to this one because it's a grand finals, but we'll see. I bet you they're going to be looking to play maybe a bit more tempo-based drafts, a bit more all-ins, right? Like that. Huskar is a very all-in hero.
Yeah, maybe you could abuse that. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. As I said, guys, we're going to take a 5-minute break before the next game starts. My name is Owl Plus. You're joined by Seek and Strike. We're in the grand final for the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational. And we'll see you guys very shortly for the next game between Army Geniuses and Team Mystic. Until then.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Hello and welcome back. We're here, moving, steady, moving forward is what I meant to say, with the grand final. As Army Geniuses just took game number 1 off of Team Mystery. Will they be able to do it again? Most likely, honestly, considering how last game went.
Consider how last draft went.
How last draft, yes. So let's be honest. The thing Mystery has to fix the most is not their playstyle. I mean, yes, they're getting outplayed a bit, but it's just the draft. First of all, when you see the Ricky versus Sven the first time, okay, when it's been the 4th time they've played at this tournament, no longer is it, against 3 different opponents, right? Like, this is the 3rd one. Like, they played it twice in the same draft, which is also egregious, by the way. I forgot who they were playing. It actually might have been Mystery as well.
It was. I didn't want to interrupt you because you're making good points, but it actually was Mystery. That was going to be like, Alvaro, on top of that, not only have have seen this from Army Geniuses, they've experienced it firsthand. Not only that, twice in a row.
Ban the Ricky. Like, if you pick the Sven, ban the Ricky.
It was the carry pick twice for them as well.
Yeah. Like ban the Rick if you're gonna pick this Sven. I also think that they're like what has surprised me the most that I feel like when you see a strat that's new and it beats you, right? You have to either there's three options, right? One, it's a fluke. We just played badly, right? Which is not the case when you lose 2 in a row to the same strat. Three. Well, 3 now, but 2 before the draft.
Sure.
2, I think we should just ban it because it's OP. Or 3, I think I have an idea without the counter it, right? But in this one, obviously 1 wasn't the case. 2 wasn't the case either. And it seems like they didn't really have a 3 either because they didn't really have a strat against the Ricky particularly. It didn't seem to me like TA was like, oh wow, yes, I see how this is good against Ricky.
I agree. I completely agree.
As we go into second draft, oh, they're gonna ban the Lina for them. Interesting. It's a weird start.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team banned.
Interesting. Silencer and Lina banned to begin with for Armor Geniuses, which I think they want to pick the Bane. Silencer top pick. I have never seen such a strong pick of a Silencer in a tournament in a while. Maybe he's going to become the top pick soon.
Team pick.
Avenge banned for themselves. Okay, so if you ban the Avenge, this is a great Bane pick now. There we go. This is like a top tier Bane pick, actually. Is now what do you pick if you're a mystery against the Bane? Abandon Oracle are the best 2. Oracle's good. Abandon's pretty bad right now. Though, I would really like to see the off-lane Abandon come back into Abandon. Because I actually think it got some considerable buffs here.
I agree. I completely agree.
I think the last patch, Borrowed Time, is a really big buff for the off-lane Abandon.
Minus 8 or 9 seconds, I believe.
I think it was 8. I think it was 8.
On one of the cooldowns. Yeah, it's
it was Borrowed Time minus 8 seconds. And then obviously you could go with that plus a... Octarine Core, for example, genuinely an off-lane Abandon and get perma Borrowed Time. It's not even a joke. You actually have a lot of utility, because then you could also get a Photic Shield from further. There's a lot of stuff there. Not like Abandon needs any items. Vlad's is back on the menu as well. If you didn't go for the Helm build, I think off-lane Abandon should be a consideration.
You know what I really, really want to see? Again, this is me just trying to fix Mage Slayer.
Yeah.
No,
Abandon with Mage Slayer is not good.
No, I know it's not, because it's not very good item for him.
It silences anyway, right? So it's like that's redundant.
You know what? Actually, that's a good point. That's a good point.
He's already a Mage Slayer. So
kind of. It's not quite the anti-mage.
I know. I'm joking. Anyway, what were your point? What were you
No, I mean you're right, because he already silences. I was about to say, like, you know, there should be like an ABBA ability. Maybe this is more for a carry ABBA. Like maybe the Shard, maybe the Axe does this. Where like every single time, either you hit someone with Mistcoil, or
it applies a hit.
A shield. Yeah, it applies a hit, or at least your debuffs.
Well, it
does apply a debuff. I know, but like, you know, what if it also hit him with Deso or Scott?
Right, like an auto attack. Yeah. I think that's actually clever. I think that would make it carry Abandon really good, though.
Yeah, oh, maybe too good. That's the problem. Because already sometimes with Manta style, especially because with the -1 count to curse at level 20, I think, it's instant with Manta. Yeah.
I think Shard is very good with that.
I agree.
Like if you go off lane and then do you go for that talent?
Even off Abba support.
Carries
even Abba support, because everything's the cooldown. And that's huge.
I do like the Shard of Abba support. I mean, if you actually see a Panda from No Pink, he plays Abba support a lot. Or he used to. Right now he's bad, right? Yeah. And he used to go for that Shard all the time.
Abba, not Panda, in case you're listening.
Yeah, Panda.
Panda. You just said he's bad, but you were referring to Abba, not Panda.
Yes, yeah, Panda's good. Well, you're on TIs.
Well, okay.
Look, I'm just saying, he will watch my games when he's searching for a game, and he'll just send me mean comments. He will go like, "Oh, your puck looks good." I know it doesn't look good. I'm like 0-9. I'm like, I know. No. He's so mean.
Yeah, imagine like singling out like one of your heroes, you know, and just making fun of you for it constantly.
Exactly.
Anyway, you know, as an Invoker spell shoot yourself, how do you think about the Invoker this game right now?
I knew that was where we were gonna go. It was disgusting.
No, I know, of course.
I want to talk about the Pango because that's actually a hero I'm good at.
Okay.
The Pango and Bane is it's actually a really, really strong combo now. Because they changed the shield crash, right? So actually you can... Before you would Nightmare and Swashbuckle feels awkward because they wakes him up. And like, why would you want to use Swashbuckle on that? But now with the shield crash, you're set up for a slow. It's super easy to set up for Rolling Thunder. Pango is great at protecting anything that's channeling. Obviously with Rolling Thunder. And he's great against Tide. Because he has constant stuns that Tide can't really dispel. And if you know his dispel is coming, you can do a short range bonk, right? You can put Tide next to the cliff, and then you can just like bonk him right immediately after, right? Because the stun dispels and you get another stun after. So you have a lot of techniques with Pangolier to deal with a Tide Hunter. It's actually very, very good, and it's good against Mirana for obvious reasons.
You are correct. You
I think the draft for RMG is looking very strong already, but Tide Mirana is a good lane. I will say that. They have a lot of minus armor. Vayne has good base armor, but not good enough, obviously, to do against this. They are both vulnerable to the Riki, though. Riki could be a pick again.
Actually, yes, they are. That they are. Shadow Demon. Some more setup for Mirana Arrow.
Okay, but you just... this is all a whole setup to... like, the reason why Nightmare is better than Shadow Demon in this case, or like, Nightmare... Vayne Mirana is a better support combo than Shadow Demon Mirana these days, because Vayne also carries a stun. Like, yeah, he has Nightmare to set up Arrow, but Nightmare is also a stun, actually. It's a setup for both things. It's 7 seconds. That's the rig.
There it is.
Disruption is not so good at doing that, so now you kind of need stuns on your other cores. Tide doesn't bring a stun either. Well, Ravage, but not really a stun, is it? So, or not a reliable stun.
Oh, I agree. I get what you're saying.
I don't know if you pick up like even something like Gyro is fine just to get a homing missile off. You know, something that actually brings catch. And Ricky's gonna eat you for breakfast right now. 0 reliable ways of catching this Ricky.
Yeah, even disruption into Arrow can sometimes be a little bit tricky against him.
Yeah, because Trix is immediate.
Ricky with a very, very small model as well doesn't help. You know, he's one of the few heroes. There was finally a Reddit post. Remember that time we were casting a game and
we asked who the models, who was the smallest model?
Yeah, well, it was what happened, right? The thing that sparked this discussion was there was like an arrow onto a Hoodwink, and then they decided to Cataclysm on top of that stun target because why not? Just
I remember that.
And then both Sunstrikes missed.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I don't know. I know. I was just. Obviously, you remember that. I was remembering everyone else for the story. Riki as well. Someone made a Reddit post about the smallest heroes in the game, and Riki was...
Riki and Hoodwink are presumably the smallest.
Yeah, there was another one. Pugna, I think, as well, is baby-sized. He can also
Pugna is a child, so it makes sense.
That makes sense. Just big brain on that guy.
No, not really.
Big brain.
He is actually a possessed child.
Got a big brain.
The demon inside of him does.
Big brain.
He doesn't have any consciousness. To be fair, though, you know the lore behind Pugna? He got selected by the demon because as a child he decided to commit genocide on all of his classmates. You're like, well, that's bad.
Kind of weird if a demon possesses you and makes you a better person.
Right? The demon actually gave him a purpose because before that he was just a straight up murderer, like just cold-blooded. It's pretty awful. It's pretty awful. And the Queen of Pain from Malangdaya, or so it looks like, right?
For now, it
can always be flexed.
Most likely, I think if it's going to be flexed, it'll be obviously the Pango mid off. Yeah, I think Queen of Pain safe lane is kind of bygone for now.
Yeah,
it's more realistic for an offlane quad.
Queen of Pain off. Queen of Pain 4 is pretty good now as well, actually. So yeah, this could be a consideration.
I would much rather see Pango 4 than Quad 4, to be honest.
Oh, me too.
If we could swing it, but I agree. I know you're just saying, yeah, it's viable.
It depends on how the draft goes. Now I guess you pick the co-op counter. What? Okay. Oh, you pick a hero that gets countered by co-op. That's also fine too. I guess. Why?
More catch, more setup for another arrow. Aether Remnants. Of course, Yule Scepter game. It's looking like a pretty decent one.
Yeah, but it's more unreliable. I mean, I guess with disruption, this is more reliable than the arrow.
5 seconds remaining.
So it's all about the disruption. Shadow Demon better get that Riki with disruption.
It's also a really good setup to catch a Riki if he does decide to trick the trade to prevent Blink striking away, because that does have a cast animation. You don't try and hit him with an arrow, because that can be a little bit unreliable, as Riki can choose to end his tricks early, but instead you set up an Aether Remnant to cover the center, the origin of that Tricks of the Trade, and that will 100% catch Riki. He's not like Puck, where you can still phase shift it or whatever after a Yule's. That's catching him. So that is at least something for the Radiant. Something. Better than what they had last draft. I am liking it. That being said, as you've mentioned, now you've given incredible value to this Queen of Pain pick, and Malangdaya, he likes his pain, doesn't he?
He does. He likes inflicting the pain, which suits the Queen of Pain pick a lot. I am surprised Mr. is spending mid laners this time. I guess they just convinced that Queen of Pain is not playing Malangdaya, even though, like you said, she really likes it. I honestly would just pick an offlaner that brings some stun to the table. I actually would like... is Beastmaster still in the pool? Yeah. I think Beast is pretty solid.
Versus Mirana, though?
Well, but you're not going to be laning together.
Well, sure, but she kills your creeps, kills your boars. Like, it does...
I feel like the arrow is so necessary for the setup because you're lacking stuns, so it's not that big a deal, but I guess a good point.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying on that, but I think it's...
Another hero I like a lot is LC. I think LC is very strong here. But they don't like LC in this region, so... At least not right now.
Trying to come up with a offlaner that would fit the bill here for them.
I wouldn't mind Pango offlane as well and just picking up a line, for example.
Oh, you know what? That's fair, right? That's something we could consider. because I was starting to dip my toe into even an Underlord. You know, lots of roots. The save from Shadow Demon just sets you up for another root. Nice to have versus Tide, right? Because Tide actually cannot tank waves into that. Great catch for Void Spirit, especially if you build a Yules or a Rod on top. Probably Rod this game. Oh, or Night Stalker. Yeah, of course, one of the strongest heroes of the patch. Sure.
Yeah, I was actually surprised he was still in the pool.
Me too.
I was assumed he. Yeah, okay, that's a good pick. I mean, it's once again very aggressive. Like you're really pushing it. I don't think Night Stalker Pango is the strongest lane in the world, but it's okay. It depends on what Team Mystery picks up here as the carry. What do you pick up against the Ricky, honestly, as a carry?
5 seconds remaining.
Phantom Lancer, Naga Siren.
I was actually just thinking Naga, yeah.
Nope. That's not it.
But
though.
what do we do into Chrono? Arrow, I guess, is good for the early levels, but then into the late game, you have nothing.
Why would you pick the Void? I mean, he's good against Pango, but Pango's a 4. Night Stalker destroys Void. Like, Crippling Fury is so crippling, but not intended to the Void. Ricky can restrict the trade off your Chrono, though. It does lower cast point than Chrono.
Yeah, and again, even if you hit him, early Chronos, again, extended by Arrow, maybe you get the kill with a couple of dashes, but that's it. Really all you
He's so weak against Smokescreen as well, because you walk in, like you time walk in, and you want a Chrono, and then Smokescreen. So you kind of need BKB this game.
You're playing against a Bane who probably with Aether Lens is going to absolutely, if not Nightmare your target in Chrono, Nightmare you, or even worse, Fiend Script you.
Oh, that's a very good point, actually.
I mean, it's
assuming the Shadow Demon, then Shadow Demon has to disrupt you, but still the Chrono's been cancelled.
Yeah, I think this is worse for him than it's almost as bad, not as bad, I will say, almost as bad as getting like Wyvern as a basis for it. I think Bane is up there. Shaman, Lion as well, super annoying.
For different reasons, because they prevent the Chrono, right?
Yeah, or they just hex you in Chrono from outside.
Sure. But the Lion and Shaman, their biggest strength is the zero cast point, preventing the Chrono. Whereas, as you said, Bane and Winter Wyvern are both the anti-Chronos.
I actually, unless it's going to be a 5-man Chrono, obviously, I think it's better to let a Chrono happen and then immediately hex, and then just have him sit in there as a chicken and have him think about it. Chicken if can cross the planes of time.
If they don't have follow-up for the Chrono, I would agree. If they have follow-up,
okay,
yeah.
I see what you're saying.
But I agree with you.
The situation. Either way, Bane, nice to have as well. Because he actually provides somewhat of a save. For example, if the Queen of Pain were to be on Team Mystery side, which would then give, I think, a little bit more credence to this Faceless Void pick, Bane might be able to Nightmare save one core in there from at least a Sonic Wave. Something like that.
Also, genuine concern about Bane. His Enfeeble, that increases your cast points.
Yeah.
On Void, that's brutal. Longer Chronos, longer time walks. It actually really destroys you.
Good point.
I am very surprised about this Void pick.
Okay, but time dilation. This is a spell that has been buffed and buffed and buffed and buffed and buffed.
Very strong against Ricky.
Yeah, that's a good spell. Yeah, very true, actually. I was thinking about who else for his laning setup usually. That's why you usually pick the hero.
The Pango?
Against the Pango, against the Night Stalker.
Not really.
Nothing too crazy. I mean, we see this hero.
The win probability is already for AG. Even Ice Frog agrees AG has a better track.
Yeah, it's all the data-driven stuff. Very cool for Dota Plus. That's Dota Plus. Is it worth the money? $4 a month. If you cast Dota, I think it is. You get those death summaries as well. I wanted to give a shout out to our production team here because this is the first time I've seen the production staff actually use death summaries on Dota Plus, which is a very good tool.
It is a very good tool.
It's a very, very good tool. So shout outs to our observer.
I just get it for the voice lines though. I love the voice lines.
That's you know what? That is totally valid.
I will gladly pay $4 a month, like for the rest of my life, be able to spend my games. I'm seeing red, and it's amazing. That's my favorite line in the history of lines. Such a well-flexed. Oh, I dream about it sometimes. I dream that Bloodseeker will come pick me up from this mortal plane of existence I exist in and take me to the superior plane.
You think
of
you're not
Proto
a
World.
vampire?
I don't want to eat his blood. He can eat mine if he wants to. Does Bloodseeker eat his blood? Eat people's blood?
It's like, well, he doesn't really eat it so much as offer it to the Flayed one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Flayed ones. Yeah. The Flayed Twins.
Flayed Twins.
Which is what he calls his spears as well. Oh, yes, too. Or his, like, Wolverine claws thing. Little known fact, actually, in the Dota movie, once Bloodseeker appears, he's going to be played by Hugh Jackman.
Oh.
No, in the Dota anime, he's
No, he's too short. Couldn't be. It's gonna be Danny DeVito. Watch your blood! I'm the Blood Man!
I would pay.
I rupture your tendons and drink your blood and
I
stuff.
would pay to see that. Because then after, like, he's done, like, after 5 minutes of the scene, oh my god, it's so hot in this costume. Oh my goodness. You can't take it off, Bloodseeker. It's for the Flame Twins. Screw the Flame Twins.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
Give me a sandwich. I'm hungry. Favorite Frack Reynolds moment is the moment where he eats a sandwich in a televised interview and they ask him, "Can you please not eat here?" Like, what? I'm hungry. There's no catering here. What a Danny DeVito is really a national treasure.
I agree.
I hope the man is immortal.
Yeah, we're gonna put him in the National Archives of Congress when he dies. So
Yeah, I
we
hope
can
they
see his
treat him
body.
like Walt Disney.
He's gonna be in the couch.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, leather preserves people, so makes sense. Alright, so top lane. I mean, to be honest, the lane is very weak for Night Stalker. Sorry, for Void Shadow Demon. There's no combo here. And the Shadow Poise is not strong enough, especially with the mana increase that they did.
Oh yeah, that's true. That was a really big nerf to Shadow Demon.
For this laning, specifically.
First
yes.
laning, but you know, that's a big reason why you
Oh,
picked him. He was always good everywhere, and now he's at least he can't just freely spam out the Shadow Poisons. 15 mana.
Especially level 1. I think honestly, using now the Shadow Poison level 1, unless you know you're gonna get killed, is a mistake. Straight up. It just doesn't do enough for 45 mana.
Yeah.
Too much.
Again, you know, we could do the situationally if you really need to secure the first
Right,
wave.
right,
Sure,
right.
sure, okay, sure. But I overall I would agree with you, Avo. Yeah, definitely.
Especially because with people just go with sticks against them, right? So any time that you miss, which will happen with Shadow Poison.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do the you thing now. A bad Shadow Demon will allow that, but you have to cast it from behind fog and in trees and all that stuff.
Right, that's true.
But you're right. You're right. Eventually, you're
But
in a position where you're giving stick charges at some stage. Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
I will grant it. But some of the
No,
best Shadow
I'm-
Demon players, it's infuriating. You lane against one and you have a stick, and it's just always empty, and you just always have Shadow Poison.
I agree with you, but usually as a good Shadow Demon player, level 1 what you used to do is actually get very close to them because it's impossible to avoid Shadow Poison. That's how you would guarantee it. And then later you can waste the mana and do whatever, right? But in the beginning you usually used to do that. Now it's no longer worth it.
Yep.
So the way that you have to play the heroes changed. I would even say maybe it's better to go for Disruption level 1, stuff like that, because it secures runes.
Yeah, like if you have a combo with it in this game, you did, but they didn't really be able to pull one off, especially for the lane. That's the only issue is that Disruption level 1, if you're going to die in the lane, very rarely will it actually save you, because everyone's just going to wait a second and then kill you when you come
No,
out
it's
of it.
I mean for purely offensive.
Of course.
The illusions hurt. Obviously with Night Stalker it's useless because the hero deals no damage early, right?
With Void as well, we just
Yeah.
bash.
But we had there's a couple of heroes you can use in one.
Yeah.
All right, I think the kill on the Mars can happen.
Indeed.
Oh, she had a fairy fire last second.
She's going to shoot an arrow back? No way.
Bane for now is living. There's the arrow.
Ooh, so close.
Avoided.
Bane's a little bit too fast, man.
See that 310 movement speed coming into play.
Yeah, seriously. It was a great arrow. Didn't expect him to be in the choke point already.
Yeah, very well done.
All right, a little bit of tit for tat. That'll actually bully both supports out of lane, so that means that Riki's going to have to lane solo versus Tidehunter. Not like Riki cares that much, to be honest, so a wash. A wash, really. No first blood yet, though. Team Mystery still looking to find one of their own. Again, in this top lane, it's not very likely. And, well, the way that this Queen of Pain Void Spirit matchup is going, I don't think it'll happen here either. I a liar? Will they actually get a kill top? Okay, I'm almost a liar, but he didn't even use those wand charges. He didn't even blink. He was like, "I dare you, come kill me."
That's true. That's true.
He wasn't even scared.
But they didn't get a counter kill either though on that. So they at least they spent a lot of mana. That's it. We only have so Shield Crash, Swashbuckle. Well, maybe you can kill the Shadow.
You say that's it, but that's all he has now. I mean, the mana is really expensive, so he's completely dry.
You're right.
So yeah, it's more time to safely farm now. You know, Night Stalker, even with the empty stick, he's going to be confident laning versus the Void.
Cop is losing to this Void Spirit, by the way. I was surprised. Usually this matchup is actually pretty good.
The Remnants into the arrow. Beautiful setup. This could be
Cop's
first
gonna die.
blood. There's going to be the leap forward. Tanking the tower hits with Link out from among Daya in time. The damage just simply isn't there, Avo.
Okay, so Void Spirit must be a counter to the Cop, and just the Simile build must be changing it, because I guess with the difference of the Shadow Strike, and you're more dependent on Shadow Strike, this hurts them more. Because back in the day, what you just used to do is max Scream of Pain, and you didn't care about the Void. You just farm, get better damage than he did, you never got caught. Right now.
Well, that was also, I mean, that's also the matchup you're describing versus any Queen of Pain lane. Because Shadow Strike was ridiculous back then.
No, what I'm saying is you didn't put Shadow Strike, you put Scream of
Oh.
Pain, and then you just ignored him, that's what I'm saying. And you would just farm.
No, he's not doing that now. I guess Shadow Strike is...
It's too valuable because you need to get the
Radiant's
HP
middle
region.
tower is
Otherwise,
under
what's the point of
attack.
picking a Queen of Pain?
Step away, sorry, a blink away, pardon me, and no step
she's
to give
struggling.
chase. Arrow is going to connect here. Longest max duration stun there. Not long enough, though, as Mango is going to be able to swashbuckle away. 2 seconds of Shadow Poison, he's dead. And he goes, and that's going to be first blood here for Aaron.
Oh, it's going very well for Mystery right now. To be honest.
Yep.
I mean, Ricky's still farming well, and he will still destroy the Void. It's great in the mid lane.
A bullet
Void there.
Can't avoid that void.
No, you cannot avoid that void. Well, the face is void.
Face is
Might
void.
tougher to the void.
Yeah. Will.
Oh, it's actually going to be his partner instead.
Oh,
He's
he's out of
"Alright,
mana."
I'll hit him once.
He's gonna die.
What is he
Absolutely.
doing? Want me? Don't take away the vision. That was pretty well done.
He's
Want
gonna
me?
die, actually.
No, magic one will save it.
No.
Oh, never
You
mind.
need to respect tier 2 towers. They do not
I
mess
thought tier
around.
2 towers was 110 damage.
It is.
And he was on 100.
It was a little bit higher. I think they're actually tier 2s are higher now.
Must be, because he has armor.
They buffed them a while ago. Remember when they added all the armor auras and stuff to towers? Because everyone was just hitting go.
Yes.
How much damage they do now. Oh, there's another gank evaded here by the Queen of Pain. Again, if they can just connect a single spell onto her, whether it be Disruption or an Eighth of Remnants, they will have the kill. Well, there goes her ward. That's going to be unfortunate for her. Take a look here at the damage. I think it's like 120 now. Oh, it's way higher. It's 172. 172 damage for the tier 2s. What they give. That's yeah, they do way more than 100. Are you thinking of tier 1s? Tier 2s do 170.
Yeah, jump up to tier 1.
Okay. Quick kill there, as they will lose the Queen of Pain. A couple of ultis used, however, for it. But at least now when she respawns, she can look to a little bit more online. Looks like that Sonic Wave not really put to much use. Good vision game as well for Mystery. This is going to be a second D ward. I mean, he's going to die. Oh, he's actually not going to take it?
No?
No.
Well, he does die. That's for sure. He didn't die for anything.
The Chrono?
OYM. Saw the shield crash on top of it, though. They're going to use the Chrono to kill him.
And just lose.
Void might be in trouble. He got hit with a Shadow Strike. He's quite slow. Time Walk in a second. Here comes the Void Spirit to help him out. There's a Time Walk. He's saving from the Void damage.
Guy's going to run right into it, even though they had a ward.
Nightmare. Oh, he's going to kill him with Sonic Wave.
Nice.
The Scream of Pain was only level 2, so he wouldn't have died to it. Good use of the Sonic Wave then.
Absolutely. Tier 1s do about 9 damage each, so.
Same, is the top protection the same logo and shield? This one.
I don't know.
Very similar.
In the logo?
Yeah.
Icon, sorry.
Icon, yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. Oh. Leap charge, only one remaining up to the high ground. Nice usage of the trees, though. Eagle able to escape. Well played. Just wasting a bit more time here with the Night Stalker, who still has found a lot of space, though, in this first night time, it should be said. Not finding any space, though, among Daya, as he is marked for death. With that last little dissimulate pop, he will go down. So it's 2 deaths now on the Queen of Pain. 1-0-1 currently on Mercury.
Comes the Bane. There's a Nightmare.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, Shadi. What? They're doing the Nightmare shenanigans. I don't know if that's going to work out for them. That's going to get them both killed instead. Well, dissimulate. One last chance to escape.
It doesn't work versus Riki, though.
I don't know why they did this. Or Night Stalker. They have Crippling Fear and Smokescreen. That's why? Why? Just let Void Spirit get away.
I think it is very funny.
What, the Nightmare shenanigans? I mean, it is funny, but they've done this 2 times.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I also don't know why, though. I think that's why I find it so funny. Like, maybe in the
Is that
confusion.
feed script? No,
Oh, you know what I think they're trying to do? I think they're toggling it back over, so they're hoping that, like, Riki will accidentally Nightmare himself. And
right. But they will have to dispel it then. And then it's fine. Like, they still kill you, though, because you're wasting a bunch of time doing that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ricky walks in. There's a Crippling Fear. We have a Smoke Screen. We have...
Don't need it.
We had a pick pull instead.
I had no need.
Tried to get away with a pick pull. That didn't work out for them. Aaron walked into the Smoke Screen. Body blocked by the Bane.
Oh, we have a Ravage online, but there's no follow-up here coming. Okay, he's going to use it.
Arrow
will
the follow-up.
find at least Riki Maru. Is that going to be enough damage with the Urana Shadows? We'll put him in the Nightmare. That's going to allow him to avoid the Anchor Smash, but not the Star Storms. Ticking down, ticking low. Not low enough, though. Especially with the wand charges, he's still alive. Bane, he's trying to get a little bit cheesy here on the TP out. Cancelled by the Eighth of Remnants. Betrayed by his purple brethren. He is scouted there, but they can't reach him with any other stuns. The Riki is going to live. Ravage tanked. They only are going to be able to trade away the support for the support, really. And defending the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that would have been a tier 1 tower otherwise. And Ravage would work essentially on the force because Ice Stalker's looking for suicide, it seems like, or maybe just TP as the only stun they had there.
That Stalker gets out at least.
No, it's a small win for them. Like, you still lose the angle there.
Next time walk. Ooh, into the pick pull. He goes. Okay, that's not Diffusal online yet. It's not going to be the fastest Diffusal we've seen, but luckily, unlike a lot of the other Riki matchups we've seen, he is still managed to keep ahead of Farm here of the Faceless Void simply because his lane was a lot easier. That is going to net him well-timed Diffusal Blade. On at a more rapid pace now. In Mystery. Can't really force a fight or force a tower too easily, I would say, without Ravage. Chrono is still, you know, scary and all, but now that Bane is level 6, we have ways of neutralizing that. So we need to neutralize the Bane first, Avo.
Yeah. Going up the sky and by. There's the smoke screen. Shadow Demon. Nope.
1-for-1 trade.
Void spread to next target. Rolling Thunder will be close to. Oh no, they don't have vision either. So I guess he just gets away. Ricky is nearby though. Ricky is going to walk underneath the sentry. And they definitely see him. But I don't think they can kill him.
Yeah.
He needs to farm the Fusel Blade though before he starts being aggressive. This is a much closer game.
He does. And in fact, it's not going to be close for Night Stalker. Oh, it might be close. He's trying to TP out. No way. If he used Wand, he lives.
Yeah, that's true.
He did not. I mean, I don't like just calling mistakes like that, but he knows it's just a mistake, unfortunately for him.
The Queen of Pain is not doing well herself. Ricky is top net worth, right? I mean, the only good thing is that, unlike last game, where there is a moment in the game where you start losing just because of the Virtuous Fen, I don't think this is the case this game, to be honest. But like Ricky's match against Void is always good.
Yeah.
But we'll see what they can do. I mean, the draft is definitely better than the last one, just because you're not having a Tia versus.
Yeah. The thing for this one as well is Riki just needs to save for buyback, even if the game is kind of end up in a more losing position. As long as he saves buyback, oh, smoke, the break, they know the enemies nearby. Do they have protection? Don't need it there, as they will find at least a Shadow Demon trying to run, but there is no escape. Metrics the trade. BB now on a dominating streak. Buybacks are just going to be really important here. Because as good as Faceless Void is in the late game, he is kind of mega countered by buybacks. So I see Team Mystery needing to win basically 2 fights in a row, or not allowing AG to get Aegis. If they get Aegis into the hands of Riki, Faceless Void just feels so weak.
Yep.
Because not only do you maybe not even kill a Riki in the duration of a chrono,
If you do,
he's going to respawn.
Exactly. That's true. You need a bit of control for that. I don't really have the best Roshan take.
No, they don't, but they've at least got good Roshan deniers, right?
They're also Radiant.
Sorry, I was speaking for Team Mystery. I think they got good Roshan control, but not takers either.
But I was saying for Army Geniuses, they don't have good Roshan takers. Nor do they have, but they're the Radiants, so advantage. Bane is doing an incredible amount of work right now. Oh my god, he's actually going to kill the Void Spirit alone. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Support's killing off the, mid laner. Night Stalker felt like he wanted to be useful, but it was actually all the supports.
Yeah, the arrow missed. They were expecting Bane to continue juking around, but he goes, you know what? I'm tired of running. I want to be a superhero. It's 13 minutes in, and, you know, I'm a superhero right now anyway. Maybe not many more minutes. They just played with him a little bit there. Moonlight Shadow's going to come through. Arrow is going to actually find the Pango. Again, no follow-up here, other than the urns. Hearthstone is ready as well, but now there's the damage for this Granted nearby. The shield crash. Never mind, they're actually going to commit to this kill, so Lin is going to fall. Change for a couple of ultis. 2 to be exact. Top lane, in trouble is unknown. They did just TP heroes mid lane, so he's completely without support. Not have a Chronos Root either, Abo. He just used it.
Hit by a Nightmare, though. They continue this. The arrow's coming. That's going to protect them. Sonic Wave burst down the Void. Arrow missed as well. Ricky might have just stayed in the back.
Yeah.
He got the kill on Aaron for that, but I don't think it's worth his life.
No.
So Mystery ends up getting a better hand of that engagement.
Especially because he just needs Fusel online. Like,
like
that's all it is. Like,
does
Ricky,
he not have it yet?
I don't think he does. I don't think he does.
It's pretty net worth, though. He's leading net worth chart. I don't know what else he would spend the money on.
I don't know either. I'm fairly confident he does not have.
Yeah, and the Queen of Pain at least recovers a bit with that, but Void Spirit's still very scary. Night Stalker is a little bit falling behind. She's going to go for the Kai and Sanch build. Makes sense. Night Stalker's not really the best tank. He's more of a damage dealer. Nightmare's not going to save this Bane. Nope. RPGs are getting a bit sloppy with these points.
They are. Mickey? Yeah, there it is. He's
You're
close.
Right. He's very, very close. That's why. So there's a smoke screen. And there's also a Rolling Thunder, blast the hit. Oh, he used an Illusion Rune instead, now crippling for your hits. That should have just been Astral Step immediately.
Yeah. 100%.
He might have not have it. I don't know, I can't tell what the
I think he maybe had one. I'm not sure. It is hard to tell, unfortunately. I do wish that would get fixed.
Yes.
You know?
Very simple, just make it so that diamond has a number on it too.
That'd be too much. So really be, I think that's too much clutter.
Then change the color then.
What I would prefer...
Make it green 1, blue 2, red 3.
Well, because blue already means something else, though.
Oh, blue's out of mana. Okay,
Yeah.
green 1, yellow 2.
Yellow also means it's coming off cooldown for the next 5 seconds.
Green 1, purple 2.
That would make... Well, yeah. Okay. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I also want this
Fiend
added.
script.
At least fix
Do
it.
they have any more damage? They don't? Are you serious? He's gonna get away with the whole man's Fiend script? They miss a Scream of Pain as well. Nightmare. Then the Pango desperately getting at him. Nice Sucker running
yeah.
too.
He's got vision. They know.
Everyone's coming for the void.
But there's a Ravage. So they can't really just go in on this.
Oh, so many misplays in one. Like so many.
Now they're going to go on the hunt. Moonlight Shadow activated. There's a sentry in the mid lane. They know about the Moonlight Shadow, and the Monk Daya doesn't want to find out.
Well, they might just
through the lane. They didn't see each other.
Yeah, but they bumped. So Mirana knows. The Fusion Blade's online though, at least. So
Yes,
that's
thankfully.
Hey, Ricky's now strong.
Sonic Wave is ready to go. No Queen's Grip though, not granting them a kill. Looks like it'll be Kaya and Sanj for both of our mid laners here. Mamang Daya already with the Kaya and really close to that Sanj. Also close to his first item here is unknown. I got a second item, of course, with the Mask of Madness, Maelstrom. Up both grabs within the next couple of last hits. Mercury. He's the target right now for Rikimaru anyway. That would be ill-advised, not to his knowledge, but there is a Tide Hunter and a Mirana just waiting in the shadows for him. Speaking of the shadows, it's still nighttime here for another 2 minutes and a half anyway. Whelmy looks to press the advantage, but they've actually found Mirana in the mid lane. So just with the Diffusal Blade alone, able to find the kill. Mirana a little bit too far away. She ventures across the river where her team cannot support her. Ricky will punish her immediately for that. Okay, we still have Chrono and Ravage.
This fucker's gonna get away for now. Void is right in the Crippling Fear. Rolling Thunder, they try to save the Disruption. That's a welcome to the bonk, I think. Yes, he did!
Perfect.
Well done!
Perfect.
That's a Pango player right there. Because he could have bonked sooner, but he chose the longer bonk. That was very good.
Wait, they're stalking him in lane as well. That might be a kill. Daya?
Yeah. He gets Aaron, he blinks away, and actually forces these TP, so Mercury's dead as well.
Ravage ready, though. Yeah,
Ravage is ready. Unless he gets the blink off. No, good arrow. Very good arrow. Got the Kai and Sanj though before he died. It's important, actually.
Yeah, I think it was actually delivered to him as he
Oh,
died.
it was delivered.
Yeah,
I thought he
yeah.
bought it. Okay. Not that big a deal then. QW though is dead if they just hit him with a Crippling Fear, but they need Fear for
Nice.
that.
Leaps.
Good leaps. A
Fiend
Fiend
Grip onto-
Script or Tide.
Oh.
Not ideal target.
Oh, and the Mirana's
He's not gonna
still
die
alive.
though. Brain set. Oh, come on. Come on, let's let him have the brain set.
He did. He got the kill.
Yeah, but it was with less HP, so you get less HP. Less.
Oh, is that so?
They changed that a lot.
Oh, I didn't know that. No. I actually didn't know about Bane. I don't play a lot of Bane.
They changed it to make it like heal straight up. Then they
No.
changed it. Yeah.
Okay, nice job. This time they've divided and conquered. They're going to take down the Shadow Demon first. We have a Chronosphere. No
I don't know why we
follow-up,
could
though.
use it,
Arrow
but-
is huge. I mean, maybe on this HP it's tempting, but again, with the Bane kind of stalking nearby, especially with Nightmare just being used, it is a little bit of a difficult jump here. They're jumping. All right, the Bane's Dagger. They jump right back in. I was about to say, Mamang Daya is alive again, and they're ready to go on in. That double initiation there, Blink Strike with the Blink from the Queen of Pain is so punishing. You're out of position, and it's like, it's so hard playing against these like stealth heroes, right? With the vision game, because you never really know unless you have sentries everywhere. You can never really know if if I sit here, I'm not that far out of position, and I could still be supported, but it's just you're dead instantly. So punishing.
Nice Stalker.
I got vision now. They see everyone on the high ground.
That's a dead Mirana. Oh, you got saved by Disruption.
No.
Still a dead Mirana for the Rolling Thunder. Ricky could be in trouble.
Nightmare.
They use the Nightmare there. And there's Void denied.
Oh,
Rolling
no.
Thunder. Beep, beep. Just coming through.
Mirana's popped back. She's going to try and at least launch an arrow in here. They've got a ward on the high ground, but they've shown them demise. Daya gets hit by the 8th Remnants, but even with all the damage there, Mercury's not going to have enough of it to get through that Queen of Pain. Ricky, he's still stalking in the mid lane. He's actually hunting the Mirana, and in fact has found her. There's a dieback now for the position for QWE. Again, this is Riki pre and post Diffusal Blade pretty much. I mean, yeah, he's got a Yasha online now, so a little bit more damage, more stats, but nothing really stopped him from doing this other than just the fact he refused to farm. Nice 8th Remnant. Of course, it's not going to make a difference. Daya actually still on the hunt. As guys, yep. You can't stop. You just have to assume he's there. Obviously, he's not going to jump the Tide Hunter. He doesn't kill him that easily yet. Big death there on the support. Very frustrating to play against a Riki because your team pings you and says, we need wards here, and then you go and put the ward down in between your tier 1 and your tier 2 with a Tide Hunter right there, and you still die, and there's nothing Tide can do, and they say, sorry, we need you to do that again. We need the sentry there. So difficult. DB's really knows how to crush the spirits of these supports. Speaking of crushing supports.
Yeah.
Speed script.
Yep. Once again, it's the supports doing the job, the disruption. You're not going to calculate the block correctly this time. A bit difficult anyway. I'm walking into the trees. Rolling Thunder didn't hit him. They have Crippling Fear. They're coming in. Ricky's going to do the job. As LYM survives thanks to that kill crash, we do have Ravage actually, so we could continue to fight this. In fact, the Void Spirit wants to. Mommy activates the BKB, surprises Tide. It was a bait the whole time. Sonic Wave, and he's been bursted.
It was only for Tide though. BKB and Sonic Wave both used, and Dark Ascension.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
I think Dark Ascension is not that big a deal because the talent's now making much more.
That's true, but it is going to be daytime for 3 minutes straight here, basically. I mean, now it's a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this
yeah, I think it's okay considering that we got out of it. Oh, well, no, not now. Not now. Mercury just destroyed Wami and LYM.
Oh, these are illusions. Okay. Nah, not yet. Not into the fountain.
You guys, that was a bit too much.
For sure. Mirana's just not worth it. I mean, if that was going to be the kill for the dieback, yeah, sure. I think we can talk about that. We need a lot of Roche, Mirana, they got the arrow. Sure, but you had already gotten her dieback penalty, so this is just a regular death from Mirana. So I do think that's a tactic mistake. I think the kill onto the Tide is perfectly acceptable, especially if he just panic ravages as he's Chrono this night. Well,
is it a shard? Oh, how did he get too great? Oh, that's a similar sound. Smoke screen though to the Void Spirit, who might need to consider BKB this game.
High-end sound not going to help you against smoke screen.
Nope, I don't know why he's going for that build. I mean, he went for Boots of Trail, which I think is okay to like maximize your farm, but you need BKB. You need to like completely swap builds on the Void Spirit.
Against most games where there's a silence, maybe this is still acceptable. You know, Ancient Seal, silence on DP, right? But if you can't get out of the area, and guess what, you can't because you can inhibit on Diffusal Blade, and smoke screen already slows you minorly, right? Minor slow, but that used to be completely bonkers. Do you remember that Riki patch when Valve, rightfully so, don't get me wrong, nerfed the cast range on Force and Glimmer, and then also Smokescreen was still like a 40% move slow on top of, and then you would, the mischance Fusel on top of that, and you would just die. Yep. Screens. That's what Void Spirit's going through here.
Yep. Also, nobody in this team is really great at building 4 steps. I mean, Verana's doing it now.
It's alright.
It's not great. Yeah. It's very much, and Shadow Demon hates those items. Glimmer Cave is Shadow Demon sometimes. He wants to go Ether and Zags, right?
Do you still hit units with Tricks of the Trade if they are in Viz or in Fog?
Fog, yes, because you get Vision.
Dart. Leaping Dart there on the Mirana and deleted. Ravage, though, from behind. Does catch a couple heroes underneath the tower, most importantly the Riki, but there's the Penguin to save. He gets off the man style, jumps on over to the Shadow Demon. He's alive, as now the Void Spirit trying to punish him, but they're not going to be able to Sleep Dart onto the Tide Hunter, allowing Womi to pick up the rest of the team. No Chrono Spear here either for Unknown, as they are still fighting their way through this. DB still alive, waiting for the jump right back on in. Another Sleeping Dart first. They're going to pick off the Void Spirit, now turning to not only kill the Courier here, but finally kill the Watermelon himself. He can run, he cannot hide. It's a nightmare for him, really.
Vanish, they do. Oh, I don't know, that was very bad.
Sleeping Dart. They give him Among-Daya.
Sleeping Dart was really good. To be honest, Among-Daya kind of sacrificed himself for that play because he knew that he had to just divide the team fight. Because this is what it comes down to. Like, you don't have any stuns. That Void Spray was not the pick. Or, I don't know, that Void Spray wasn't necessarily the pick. Shadow Demon maybe wasn't. Void wasn't the pick. I'm not sure what it was. But they have no stuns. That's the reality. They have no expendable stuns. So it has to be Ravage. And the moment you're committing Ravages to kill the Riki is the moment that the team is free. Well, the rest of the team knows they can destroy your backlines. That's what they did. All they need to do is protect the Riki. There, we didn't even have the Bane there to save the Riki. He actually just saved himself a month style. Lasting true. Long enough.
Well, and Pango. Pango is...
Yeah, rolling thunder. Yeah, you're right.
But you're right. Either way, the support's saving the core, right? Good stuff. And now, yeah, especially with no ultis ready to fight, Team Mystery will be very hard pressed trying to get Roshan. And they're going to stroll up. Of course, supports. They're going to be far too late. Arrow, in fact, doesn't even find anyone in the Roche pit. And off and away they go. BKB soon for Faceless Void. At least going to be a big save here so he doesn't die to Riki solo. When we start talking about these things, of course, Riki solo, what about the rest of the team? Yeah. without that is still going to be quite problematic here for Mystery. DK now pushing with Aegis, and Abo, as we spoke about earlier, this is the item, Aegis, right? It is the particular reward, not really an item for Roshan. And even if you do hit him in the Chronosphere, even if you do kill him, you know, you're not going to have anything immediately after.
This is one Shadow Demon.
Kick of iteration. You know. In fact, Lynn wants to join him. Sure what his plan is there. Okay, this is a decent idea. Great disruption though. He's going to avoid plenty of damage. He is still dead, but at least he's a baller save.
Oh, and Ricky might be in trouble now. They see him. The Mirana, of course, that Nightmare. Where's screwing him over?
Void?
Void? He's fighting on the other side of the fight, I believe.
Yeah.
Caught by the Nightmare into the Fiend's grip.
Oh no.
But they have nobody to follow this up, though.
That's very true. In fact, he was signed in the tower.
Yep, that was really weird. The Ghost of crushing them as well. Ricky can't
Whip
really
Chrono.
hit freely. We do have Chrono. Ricky needs to trick to the trade. He's afraid of the Chrono. Going for the Shadow Demon yet again. Super dangerous play. In comes the Queen of Pain. The Chrono. That's going to be Ricky's first life.
Yeah, and maybe even the Queen of Pain here. There's the arrow set up for a max duration stun. Nothing that DB can do here, except maybe try and kill a support as down goes the drop.
Maybe
the
the
Void? Void! Is going to drop beautiful tricks, by the way, making sure he hit the Void. Wow.
Staying in the Chrono, though, are very questionable. Oh, sorry, in the Smokescreen, very questionable.
And is going to be at least Aegis removed, but again, it takes almost everything that Mystery have. We didn't have to buy back at least here on the mid laner. But may I remind you that we started that fight with AG pretty much doing exactly this, diving with these two heroes, and this time without all the ultis to punish them, they will get the Tide Hunter. But that, I want to say, was essentially a 3v5 fight with Aegis, and Mystery barely hold on to that one. Barely. And in fact, they still come out on the losing end. For essentially a 3v5 fight, because yes, Night Stalker ran up and scared some people, and Pango rolled, but they just died, basically, without doing anything. And even then, the fight still is pretty good for AG. Hard game. Hard game.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, and this is so punishing as well. Riki, one of the better nullifier builders, and now that it's just a gold cheaper.
Yeah, of course. Like that item pretty much built itself, really. You get it by accident.
I hate it when I do that. Ah, crap, guys, I accidentally got a nullifier here.
Yeah, you know, like, Malaysians can relate. You know, sometimes don't you look at your bank account and all of a sudden there's a bunch of money in it? Yeah. And you question, where does it come from? Someone must have put it there.
Oh, Fiend Grip?
Nightmare first, with the smoke screen.
I mean, it's just Fiend Grip.
They do have Fiend Grip. I don't know what
they don't know where Shadow Demon is. Well, okay. They want him among Daya here. There's a BKB. Sonic Wave to push him back. Okay, it might actually just kill him, Avo.
Nope.
Okay, not quite.
They're committing though. They forced that BKB. They want to kill him. Rolling Thunder with a roll up. That's going to be enough to finish off the Void as the BKB comes out from the Queen of Pain along Daya. Continuing this aggression, hoping for Mercury next.
BKB's over.
Shaz have a Ravage. We do have a Ravage. The question is like, do I really use it on this crazy Mamang Daya? They hit him with the arrow instead. There's the Ravage. That's going to be Mamang Daya. Surviving. Never mind. That's perfectly. He's perfectly fine. Rick destroys the Void Spirit. No nullifier.
Like that's still alive.
That's ridiculous. He has a Shadow Strike.
They're gonna turn. No.
That's turnless. Yeah, touchdown.
Oh my lord.
No way. Blink Strike. Right? Oh, they don't want to.
Don't want to.
Okay.
Come on. What do you think? Do you think AG's gonna dive high ground? Come on. Do you even know them?
Oh my.
Of course they don't kill Tide Hunter there, you fool.
Yeah, of course. These guys played super safe. It seems so arbitrary when they decide to go up and not, right? It's just like, I feel like it now. I don't.
I think this time we're out of spells. And
yeah, it must have been. We're low on HP. It's not really worth.
No BKB. We're low on spells. I mean, my goodness. No, I mean, like, you know, as you say, sometimes AD, it's like watching Midas Club. You know, I think that's what everyone compares them to, right? They're just the SEA Midas Club. They never want to push high ground. They never look for that +1 kill. I mean, the fights look so good for them now. They use Ravage, and it's fruitless, unfortunately. With the Void Spirit dead, or otherwise bullied away from the fight, and Void dead, there is simply no follow-up to a Ravage. Even in a long-duration arrow stun, for what? There's no damage coming through, really. Brutal game for Mystery now. I feel like it's only a matter of time, and they probably feel the vice grip of this game that is this. Oh, there they go again.
Got the Bane, the symbol wave, there's a smoke screen.
It's all a
To
bait.
stop this, it's all a bait for the Sonic Wave.
Chrono.
Mercury does die, there's the Chrono.
Doesn't catch Riki though.
Demonic Purge for the Queen of Pain. They really want to kill Malangdaya, and with a BKB, it's going to be impossible. Crippling Fear, though, for the Void now. He hasn't been silenced long enough. He's capable of getting away with his final
Oh,
TP.
no, he's not.
Stopped by the Rolling
GG.
Thunder. GG called. Mystery lose game number 2. Once again, they just can't deal with the Ricky. But to be honest, once again, their draft is not that good.
There's a Rampage for DB as well. Just a cherry on top here for Army Geniuses. You know, sometimes, Nabo, when you're right, you're right. That's what always I like to say. You always mention this Riki faces Void matchup as, well, Riki just, you know, he restricts the trade and then he doesn't get hit by Chrono. And then still, a lot of the times, Riki still get hit by Chrono. That last fight was basically, you clip it and ship it. If anyone ever doubts you on that one, that's literally what you show them.
And mind you, like, he did get hit by Chrono like 2 times, right? But
Yeah.
it was mostly when it was on cooldown. It was a really difficult Chrono to land. You can't just initiate with Chrono. And it wasn't even him avoiding with tricks of the trade. It was just Void being smoke screened every time.
No, you're totally right. But that in that last instance, it completely. I mean, yes, they don't get Queen of Pain. He avoids it. He kills 3 teammates and gets a Rampage in the fight against Chrono.
Yep.
I mean, it was almost a good Chrono. I want to say that the one Chrono that they did find that caught both Queen of Pain and Riki was legitimately an excellent Chronosphere. By that point, you were just way too far behind. And again, with Aegis, there's no way you get him on the second line.
Yeah, I agree. Well, with that, guys, that was the game, honestly. We're gonna wait to the highlights now.
Yeah.
But before that, we do have a little announcement to make. We're running a quiz/giveaway. If you've been here for the past, you know exactly what I'm talking about. At the end of each game, we're gonna see a prompt question, a pop-up, and this prompt, if you answer it correctly, you have to enter it in chat. If you answer it correctly, you will enter a raffle. We'll pick one of the right answers to gain one of the following prizes. Is going to be either a UU booster code for 7 days, or one for 30 days, or alternatively a Dota 2 cosmetic worth $2. Remember, the UU booster code is something to improve your network performance. It is not something to boost your MMR. That's a different service and something we do not condone here in professional tournaments.
And a Steam Dota skin is something that you equip. It's like virtual dress up.
It's like virtual dress up.
And the nicer skins that you have, the more street cred you have.
The more street cred you have, the swagger you look, and honestly, the bigger your MMR and other things too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So thanks to our sponsors for this giveaway.
Thanks to our sponsor for this giveaway. All right, so as we get into the highlights, let's talk about some of the parts of the game. I just feel like the draft. I actually think they played a pretty solid game, Mystery. I just feel like the draft was playing against them the whole time. The lack of stuns made it so difficult for them to catch like half this roster because it was a very mobile roster. The Queen of Pain's choice to go for the tank also made it really difficult for Mystery to deal with her because she's mobile but also incredibly tanky, so she's initiating the fights going super crazy with her blinks, and you actually can't really kill her.
Yeah.
Like, she actually survived, I think, 2-3 chronos?
Yeah.
It was impressive.
Can I say, I think what really went wrong here is, I mean, you're right. You're right. I just want to break it down a little bit. And what I'm seeing here from this draft from Team Mystery is Mystery at some stage going, oh crap, we have lockdown issues. And that's why they drafted High, that's why they drafted a Faceless Void. And it's good here, right? Like, it's good here. Look, they almost actually get this kill if it weren't for this pesky Bane. You know, and this comes down to teamfight execution or whatever. But the issue is, when you don't get this kill, or even if you do in the early game, Riki and Queen of Pain, these are run-at-you heroes. And they will run at you especially hard when you don't have your big ultimate to play with. And that is such a problem for this kind of draft here for Team Mystery, because they have nothing when they're without Ravage, without Chrono. They just don't have anything. They get ran at, especially by Nightstalk. I mean, it's 3 heroes that just want to run at you. 2 ultis to stop them, but 2 of the higher cooldown ultimates in the entire game. What do you do? What do you do when Riki has Diffusal? He doesn't need... Riki's not like this. He's not Sven. He can't fight without God's strength. He just needs Diffusal, and once the Diffusal came online, it was just the AG trick.
That's a very good point, actually. They constantly fall between those Ravages and Chronos. I also feel like because Ravage was your only like reliable stun, and Chrono's not. So it was really Ravage. They used it a couple of times just to kill the Queen of Pain and just to kill the Riki alone. You're like, you can't use that teamfight spell. It's supposed to win you the fight on a single hero. But you were forced to, because you what else do you do? How do you stun them?
Dash? Good one.
Like, I'm very surprised because, again, they picked the Riki against this team, I think now 4 times in a row. And they constantly keep picking lineups that are like very weak to Riki.
Yeah.
Tide is awful against Riki. Mirana's bad against Riki. Shadow Demon is bad against Riki. I don't think Riki's that strong. I just think Mystery are ignoring the hero purposefully. Like, nah, they're not gonna do it again. I mean, they picked the Void into the Riki this time. Both the Spirit and the Faceless Void. You have all 3 Void this game.
I really want to commend my Malangdaya's performance though this game.
Like, just because, bring up the highlights here a little bit. Basically, every single highlight starts with him hitting Sonic Wave off, killing someone, and then tanking the crow. And then he's like, I'm fine with that. This is a fine trade, right? But, I mean, and this fight for DB, I mean, super well played to our supporting staff. I think it's going to end up going to a core again. And actually, this time,
I would give it to DB, honestly. I think his performance.
I agree. I just want to give the caveat of he joined fights a little. He was just too eager to fight. He was just too eager to fight.
And that's Army Genius.
Very true. Very true.
To me, the real MVP, if I'm honest with you, is actually Pango. I think LYM was low-key winning these fights for the team.
Yeah.
His Rolling Thunder was incredible, almost always. As we see here, literally, like that was a great kill. Roll up, go back. I mean, he's also Pango got pretty heavy nerfs for the support Pango because you usually don't have enough mana. You can't go for like base layer or anything like that. You Scepter stuff like that. So
you're core. You're a support. Like, give you stats.
And Pango as a support is a very awkward position.
Yeah, they don't even go swap here. Like it's
no, they don't. Yep. And Ricky kills everything in this path.
Like here. Like this,
the choice for Sleeping Dart was also very smart.
This is the clip you show people Lava if they never believe you. Here comes the Chrono. Oh, avoided. And then he kills everyone else in the fight. Ricky literally kills everyone in this fight.
Yeah. I mean, he's just too strong. How do you run again? I mean, you have a whole lineup of people who are bad against Ricky. I don't know what we need to do. My suggestion here is Mystery, just ban it. Just ban it, dude.
I agree.
I mean, just bite the bullet. You can't get Ricky to third time in a row.
And unless AG is like Omega Bonkers trying to BM you, they have never first phased it. It's always been 8th pick or 7th pick Ricky.
Exactly.
So ban it in the second phase.
I honestly want to know what AG. That's a good MVP, honestly. I want to know how AG is reacting to this draft. Because I can't imagine they look at these drafts like, is Ricky a good pick again? Like, oh no, guys, not coming. You can't
surely
pick him 4th time in a row against Mystery. He can't be.
DB's like, guys, can we ban Ricky? I don't want to play him anymore.
No, UK is like, no, DB, you better play Ricky. That's why he was playing Sleeping Dart this time. He's like trying to diversify how Ricky.
Yeah.
Next time he's gonna build Meteor Hammer.
You're totally. I mean, first of all,
it was a great Sleeping Dart.
I liked the purchase. I liked the purchase before we meme on it a little bit. I really think it was a great game by DB. I think he deserves the MVP. I think he played an excellent game again, except for like the first. Well, like minute 9 to 14 was like, maybe get your defusal and then fight, but whatever, right? I really liked it. I think he was like, I'm bored of my normal builds. Let's try out the Sleeping Dart, I've never even built it before, but now when I play Ricky every game, I need something to spice up my life. Otherwise, I'm going to Sleeping Dart myself IRL with how many times I pick Ricky.
I mean, the hero's exciting at least. They're more boring heroes. Can you imagine you had to play Dusa 5 games in a row?
Yeah.
That would be
or Venno offlane.
Oh my god. Well, Venno offlane has some complexity. There's always the Venno offlane has always the little excitement of, will I be useful this game? Or will I be useless again?
Who is the hero Mind Control I had to keep playing all the time?
Darkseer?
That's it. It was a green hero.
I don't know.
Tide Hunter.
Tide,
yeah.
Yeah, it was a universe that hated playing Darkseer, even though he's the best Darkseer player.
Such a good Darkseer player. And such a good Face of Boy player. Oh my goodness.
The purple ones. Anyway, guys, we're gonna take a break now. 5-minute break before we come with what could be the last game, at least judging by the performance for Mystery. Hopefully they can fix their draft and then give us a 4th game, but we'll have to see. So we'll stay tuned here. 4 minutes, and we'll be right back with the next game of the series between Army Geniuses and Team Mystery. Until then, guys.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned. But I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
To know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Hello guys and welcome right back to the Top Class 2011 Summer Invitational. We're watching the final final, as some people would call it. It's Army Geniuses versus Team Mystery. For the last time, oh sorry, what could be the last time today? I'm getting ahead of myself. Because Army Geniuses took the first 2 games. They were looking much stronger, and Mystery has a Ricky-sized problem that they do not know how to fix.
Strange, because again, of all the heroes in the game, Riki is quite literally one of the smallest ones. But in the hands of DB, he is great at the biggest problems. Mystery.
It's because when he gets tricks to the trade, he gets bigger. That's it. It's like when you broaden your shoulders when you see someone scary coming from the street.
On your shoulders?
Yeah, when you see someone that you're like, oh, that person looks tough. And you think, well, they'll kill me if they choose to.
Wouldn't that be like more confrontational?
Well, hopefully it's confrontational enough that they want to back down. That they think,
so let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. You, and I would say the same thing of myself. I'm in the same position. You, a Dota 2 caster, walk down the street and you see someone who legitimately think could cause you harm.
Which is like 90% of people at night.
You decide to puff up your chest in an attempt to bluff them into thinking, oh, he's just as tough as me.
Yeah.
That's the option you take. Instead of just slouching the shoulders and moving on.
Oh no, because then you look meek. And they like meek people. Yeah. The only thing is that sometimes it has the opposite effect, because some of these people are actually just look very buff because they go to the gym, but they're very nice people. And eventually I scare them.
That is something that people have told me about you, that you're very scary. You, especially in the night, you wake them up a lot. Yelling in foreign languages. I've heard.
What's a foreign language? I guess everything's a foreign language here in Malaysia. Except for
Bahasa Malay.
Bahasa Malay.
Yeah. Probably English, because it's a Commonwealth nation, so and that would probably slot in there.
Yeah. Chinese be in there too? Mandarin? Or rather simplified Chinese?
I would consider it. Of course, not from here. I just think those would be the 2 ones. Anyway, mystery of this series.
Of the missing Rikimaru.
I mean, honestly, it's
what mystery is. I think mystery is standing for the mystery of the missing stuns, because they've drafted 2 lineups without stuns and decided, oh yes, they're not going to pick anyone slippery. It's not like they've done that before.
Yeah, I think generally speaking,
just pick a lion.
I made this point. I agree. I made this point last time. If you find yourself in a situation where you are drafting no stuns and then you try and solve the issue with your cores, that's fine. It's viable. Don't do it with your ultimates.
No. Has to be CK, has to be Sven, has to be DK. That's the thing as well. Like, they seem quite allergic to the DK, which to me has been... I know the hero's not like top tier anymore, but I think the hero's still fine. The Nurse and Dragon Tail were not that big a deal. And the hero can still act as that instant stun when you're missing them, right? Because one of the biggest issues of especially when you draft naturally, is that most natural drafts lead to the mid laner being one of the later picks, right? In most metas. This meta is one of them. And if you actually think about mid lane heroes, normal mid lane heroes, right? Not like the Underlords or the Night Stalkers or whatever. There's not that many that carry stuns with them, like instant stun. There's like Ember with Searing Chain, somewhat. Kunkka, that's not an instant stun whatsoever. Puck with Dream Coil, somewhat there. Void Spirit as well, somewhat there. And then, of course, the DK. DK is the king of that, right? He's like the only reliable stun carrying mid, really. So it's really hard to solve that problem with your mid pick, honestly.
Yep. Here we have the draft now starting up. We can see, again, I don't think Mystery needs to first ban Riki. I think the decision to ban Night Stalker is a good one, as they will go Silencer into Kunkka. So this time around, this is for AG, pardon me, who drafted the Silencer and the Kunkka, just not wishing to go into the, well, actually, maybe just a deny of the Silencer pick, right? Bench swap into Silence means usually you can't save your ally. So.
But to be honest, I do like the Silencer Kunkka, obviously because again swap is also really strong, right? But Kunkka isn't good enough of a combo. You can just set up with the Silencer as well. Like, it's a lot of strength, a lot of damage early.
Yeah,
it's not to the degree that I would like of like Batrider or Legion, which to me are my favorite Silencer combos. But I feel like Kunkka's pretty strong too. So I don't mind this. And Mirana's still available for you if you want to pick that later. You might force Mystery to go for Mirana. What I do like about the Vengeful Spirit pick, though, regardless if it's off lane or if it's 5 or 4, it's a stun, right? It's a very simple stun. You can throw away that. It's reliable in the sense that at least it's targeted.
Sometimes it's 2 stuns if you have Ags.
Yeah, that's true. If you're an off laner, you get a fair amount out of this. Swap is also a way of denying someone or putting them into stuns.
There's stuns. I like what I see.
Okay. Hoping it's Avenge 3. There's a Riki immediately banned.
Good. No. I think this is really good stuff for Mystery. Again, I think for now, especially when you've just lost to it 4 times in a row and you're in the draft for the 5th game,
I think this is not the time to decide, no. These past 4 times, we can beat it, right? That's not going to work, right? Sometimes you have a mate who, when they go, when they get a little bit inebriated, they want to pick fights with whoever you want. Sometimes, you gotta let them, right? But eventually there comes a time when you go, no. You gotta stop. You gotta listen to me. You gotta stop. Cut it out. Mystery. They're not even beating around the bush. Instant first ban there of that Riki. I respect it.
I do think that Clockwork is also pretty solid to get you have a lot of BKB control now with Clockwork and Vengeful Spirit, or anti-BKB control. He's pretty good against Kunkka too, because he messes up your combo potentially. Cogs are very good at delaying people from going in, so it's great against Silencer as a counter initiation tool. It's solid. The only problem, of course, that if this Vengeance of being a 5, it's a very weak start. There's not much definition between Vengeful Spirit, Clockwork. There is a bit of a combo here where you swap someone into Cogs that pushes them back further, and all of a sudden you can't reach them. Sure, but that's a bit of a tolerance.
Yeah.
So.
Quick question for you, because I don't know. If someone's inside of Cogs, right, and let's assume it's Clockwork without his 25 talent of magic immune in Cogs, and Kunkka tidal waves him, does he get pushed out of Cogs?
Sorry, repeat that.
Will you get pushed out of Cogs by tidal wave?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
If you have BKB, no.
Okay. Well, obviously, if you're magic immune, no.
If you have the talent, yes. Otherwise, yes, it does push you out of Cogs.
Okay.
That was level 25 talent.
Level 25 talent is the magic immune in Cogs.
Yeah, okay, so I'm assuming he doesn't have that.
That's what I mean. Because I always like to cover myself, because some people go, well, what if? And, okay, sure.
I mean, Tidal Wave's actually really... I actually like the Kunkka offlane here, because against Vengeful Spirit, Tidal Wave is really strong.
I really like Make Water Kunkka. I like the term you've coined for it. I like the ability.
AUI?
Was it?
Yeah.
All right, well, I like AUI.
He told me in a panel.
Make Water Kunkka. It's a good one.
He said specifically, I remember the quote, it was, whenever my friends and I play, we just go and say, come on, Kunkka, go make water.
That is hilarious.
It's pretty funny. I thought it was a pretty funny anecdote.
That is great stuff. I love that type of humor as well. Grimstroke now out for Army Geniuses. Nothing really to double. Last word again is
X?
Minor. No X, but sometimes that can be bad situationally. You could imagine a scenario where you would not want to X someone, right?
Yeah, but not in this case, because the thing about Soulbind is that you maintain them together, right? So you can Ghost Ship, X both of them, and actually hit them both with a Ghost Ship, because they have to stay together.
Okay,
That's what I'm thinking.
That I can see.
There's some combo potential here. I like this. Also, Grimstroke potentially as a 4 with Kunkka 3 is actually a very strong combo. Kunkka's super tanky early. It's very difficult to get rid of him, so you have a good chance. I also like Grimstroke against Clock, because Clock just starts running at you with Battery Assault. You ghost him, and all of a sudden he has to wait to hit the stupid ghost. It's like a whole thing. Clockwork does not like fighting against Grimstroke for the most part.
Yeah, there's a reason why Clockwork in general doesn't like right-clicking him. For example, the Ags, right, overclock, very little known fact about it, also refreshes your abilities. Also gives you a ton of attack speed.
80 attack speed.
Which is a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Nobody ever uses it.
No one ever uses it. But the thing that's actually more relevant is that Clockwork only needs 1 auto attack on his Cogs to deny them. It's very unique, because if it was 2, he would be trapped along with everyone inside of him. And that's not great for him.
Gyro is very good here, actually, with Avenge. Actually, have a solid lineup here. I mean, obviously now this means you started with the 2 supports, which is not great, but Mars is fine. Mars Clockwork is not the best combo in my opinion, because you Cogs, and that means that he has to spear. You can't spear through the Cogs, so you don't get him to the arena wall, which is not great. But Gyro's a very good ranged hero to run Revenge. Tanky, so swap actually helps him. He can go in and actually be aggressive. He might be safe on the swap.
Vengeance Aura is also great on Gyro with Flat Cannon. It's just so much utility.
So much damage.
Yep.
And obviously the area minus armor with Flat Cannon is also really good. So they have a lot of utility there. Seeing this, I really do like the Kunkka offlane more, and I like to pick up a carry that's good against Gyro. A really good carry here is actually the Slark. Against Mars, he's pretty solid. Rarely will get speared to the arena wall. You can always Shadow Dance away. You can also pounce through it. Pounce through the Cogs on top of that. Swap doesn't really affect you. You're a great matchup against Gyrocopter. You're really good with Grimstroke. I like the Slark here a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking of something like a Spectre, but Spectre Silencer lane is actually really bad. That's something to consider now that we have a Mars and either Clock or a Mars and Venge lane. That's actually a very strong lane. I think no matter what support ends up going bottom, or in this case, top lane with the Mars, you've got a lot of kill potential there, and a Spectre Silencer lane isn't going to cut it. It's a very pretty, actually, I think I would assume easy lane, especially if you throw double stuns at her. So we need a core here, like you said, that it can do very well versus the Gyro, but also
a little bit self-sufficient. Silencer position 5, not great when you're against a very aggro lane.
Alchemist.
Interesting.
Interesting choice. I mean, he's very good against Gyro. He wants fast fights, right? And you outfarm Gyro 100%. Gyro is also a very, like, one of the issues with Gyro as he's played right now is that he's just a slow carry. Like, if you want to actually fight early with Gyro, you can until minute 10, 15, maybe at most, and then you have to go farm and get your Ags, right? And even when you get Ags, you need Ags, BKB, plus one more item to realistically go take fights. Alk cares right through that, right? Alk doesn't care about Vengeful Spirit because you swap, he just chases. Honestly, he's fine with that. Alk is not really bothered by the Mars because the lane is fine for him, of course, and the spear doesn't kill him because he actually has the regen, obviously, and he usually gets it off before he can die. Alk is the one stable concoction with the Grimstroke, so it's pretty solid.
Okay.
It's a pretty good pick.
I was wondering, like, I was considering if this was Alk safe, and then I look at the rest of the draft, and I don't see anyone who I would really want to give an Axe to early, so that's why I'm kind of scratching offlane Alk off my list.
Yeah, I think it's Axe safe.
I do think so as well. I think maybe, no, but early on, you don't care for Dark Portrait. So.
No. You have some useful Ags later, though.
Of course, of course.
So, actually, this is a good lineup for Alk safe in that sense, because you go like... I mean, unless they want to pick Bristleback here. That's another option.
Okay.
It could be a last pick Bristleback.
That's true. And that's just... I was kind of racking my brain for one, and I actually kind of like the idea of the Bristle. The only thing that's a little bit scary to me is that you do have ways of putting Bristle out of position and keeping him there with the clock and bench.
Yes.
Which can be a little scary. Mars as well, Spear is pretty good because it does force
him in one direction.
Every single time, very predictable. It's going to hit it. Yep. So there are problems with it, but I think that would be viable if Army Geniuses, and again, they have a last pick, so they ultimately get to decide if they feel like they can get away with it.
The other option would be Monkey King. Monkey King is also good. Pretty decent against Mars. And
against Venge?
Against Venge, he's not great.
Against Venge, yeah.
But you build him with the Axe so early, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, nothing can go near his monkeys. But I agree. I think there's Alk safe lane, to be honest. Especially because if you think of Alk safe lane, Grimstroke, Kunkka, and Silencer all have really good late game acts. Like Last Word AoE, Dark Portrait, right? There is a good time for Alchemist once he gets all his core items.
Taunt-Storm.
Yes, but he might just build it himself. That's why.
That's a good point.
That's why I didn't mention that first. But I think it's a very solid game for the Alk carry. I personally like it, at least.
We'll see what this pick is. We've got 3 seconds. Sorry, make that 8 seconds. Now down to 5 for Team Mystery. Slardar. Okay, so this is going to be a Mars mid or a Slardar mid if it's going to be Kunkka. Interesting. I think this is meant to try and make Alk's life a little bit more difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, because Mars is a bit more of a tempo hero. Slardar, as you said, scores Alk in lane. I don't know. Beats any melee hero. Silencer's not a very good support to help you with.
Okay. We got a whole minute to think about this for AG. This is...
I mean, this makes the Monkey King much stronger, though.
It does, actually. That it does.
If you want to go offlane Alk, mid Kunkka. The thing is, mid Kunkka also loses to Mars. Like, you have too much melee, and they all lose to Mars. You can't really flex the support Kunkka or support Alk, unfortunately. I also don't think the Alk lane with Gyrocopter is very strong. Like, Gyrocopter Clockwork should beat the Alk.
Would you still consider something like a Slark here? Run the Alk off lane, you give him double pounces?
I don't think.
Do you think that's good enough?
I mean, it's okay, but I don't think it's impactful enough.
Okay, I still prefer Monkey, by the way.
Also, Slark loses the lane to Slardar.
Okay, too much physical damage.
Yeah, the Slardar doesn't care because the bashes are not dependent on his attack.
Well, that is lore friendly, right?
Yep.
Prison guard.
Yep. Also, bigger fish. Big fish eat small fish, right?
That's true. We learned that on episode 1. There's always a bigger fish.
That's gonna be the last pick.
Your hero.
Okay, so Kunkka offlane, it looks like to me.
Okay.
And Battery mid against Mars. That's pretty strong, actually. Battery mid is really strong against Mars. You can just dive him.
I'm just making sure. I think you're right because you're making a lot of sense. But...
I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the Alk will suffer. There we go. Yep. And Battery has double lasso, so that's very strong. To be honest, that's actually now a good usage of the Grimstroke.
Very true.
The only thing is, you are running Battery versus Venge, so I mean, you have the combo that we talked about, Silencer Battery. That's the best combo you can get. I would say.
Well, and what's better than that if not doubling it with a Soulbind, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's...
Of course, you don't double global, but you don't need to because it's global.
Yeah.
You know, 2 times infinity is still infinity. So
that's a bigger infinity, though.
That it is, but it is still infinity.
Yes, you're right. It's incredible that's the case.
Math is weird like that, isn't it?
Weird.
We know it's bigger, but we don't really know
how big it is, but we can definitely say it's bigger, but it's also still kind of the same. Otherwise,
we can prove that it's bigger. We can't prove how much bigger. And that's impossible. Because if we did that, then it would break the system.
Yep.
Yes.
I think it's enough, though. I think the slaughter lane is still really difficult.
I think it's a pretty strong. I think Team Mystery has the first good draft. Honestly, I actually don't think that there's gonna be. I don't think there's an out draft like the other two. I think this is the first draft that I can imagine Mystery winning. I still think RBG is the better team, but I actually think this could be Mystery's game.
All right.
I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Let's go.
Okay. I will say I'm not in love. I do hope that they. Oh, because then what's going to be your other lane here then? The Silencer or Kunkka. I really hope that they lane Elk with the Grimstroke. I think Silencer's not going to do a lot versus the Slardar. In fact, his mission almost going to do nothing because you know that's the reason you pick Slardar into the AM. You don't care about your spells. You don't really care about your mana. You just got to right-click people. Silencer doesn't stop people from doing that. Grimstroke can. He's got a slow. He's got a move speed buff for his allies. So I really hope that AG do decide to swap the supports, not in positions, but just in their lanes. Smoke out of the base for AG. I believe Mamang Daya, his smoke has broken, so he's not going to place his ward down. He knows that there are enemies nearby that can probably see him.
WE, BB, decides to let him go.
Why was QWE scared of DB?
Because DB's an optimist. Aaron. Alright, more hentai talk, let's go.
Is it?
It was the one that said that DB watches this.
Oh,
or
right.
reads or watches hentai.
You watch it? I thought you would read it.
Well, apparently, depends, because hentai just means pervert in Japanese, right? So, apparently it's also, there's like animation.
Oh, well, they're in Crush level 1.
What?
They want First Blood.
Oh, you always go Slither in Crush level these days, huh?
Yeah.
It's much better. It's not for the First Blood, it's just because the lane's better. To sage you. Because what it does is that Slithering Crush allows you to deny last hits. Like, or not, you know what I mean? Like, stop lasting, right? Whereas all that the bash does is kind of damage. Right? So the bash is not as immediate, you don't get the immediate
I get
hit.
that. It's like DK Dragon Tail level 1.
Exactly, it's very similar to that. And it also helps you control the lane a bit better. The slow is actually really impactful at level 1. Afterwards, you forget that there's even a slow to the ability, but in the first, like, maybe 5 minutes is the only time when the slows come to play.
This mid lane, though, is looking really good from Mamang Daya, and it is definitely a comfort hero for him. That's a major concern I have here, because any rotation that he makes, even if Mars tries to counter-rotate, because this matchup's so good for the Batrider, especially with Firefly, he's still going to end up getting that kill that Batrider came for. There's not much Mars can do here. Mars maybe just looks to gank opposite, might be the best strategy, because he's going to be looking at some stage quite soon to be avoiding the Batrider. So he can't do the thing, you know, where Invoker will chase the person rotating. I think you want to rotate to the other lane and look for kills, honestly.
For Mars, yeah, I agree. I don't know if you can afford to rotate, though, because Mars mid is actually kind of slow compared to all other mids. You depend too much on your blink dagger timing.
That's true, but I think that you can actually, like, for example, let's look at this, right? Mamang Daya, what lane does he particularly care to gank?
Gyrocopters lane.
Yeah.
It is too easy. When they X-mark the spot.
So Mars, naturally, I think his lane as well is a lot easier to gank top, because you can just have Slaughter beat doing normal, annoying Slaughter things. Oh, how many missiles chasing him, right?
Oh, never mind.
I think he still dies to clock.
He might. Torrent? It says he's actually faster than clock.
He is. Boots or Windlays? Boots.
Yeah, boots.
Yeah. Wise choice.
Yeah, very smart.
Wise
against
choice.
Block, against block, yeah.
Anyway, I just think it's not going to be super obvious. Like, some laners, they play much more aggressively and they play up when normally they don't, and it's obvious that there's a gank coming. Yeah. Slardar is not one of those heroes. You know, oh, he's stunning me. He's doing, you know, he's getting these counts up. Is there a stun? Is there a gank coming, or is he just doing normal Slaughter things? It's hard to tell. So I think naturally top lane is a lot easier to gank. Because what is normally just like a harass combo from Slaughter could very easily turn into an arena spear and a kill on someone like an Elk. I think that's golden. So you gank opposite here. That I think is good. Careful, unknown. Unknown. Okay, he had Fairy Fire the whole time, but do we have a Stroke of Fate or something? Okay, both cores getting ran down. Stroke of Fate missed, or wasn't enough damage.
Oh, we need the torrent to wall me. He needs to torrent this clockwork as soon as possible. Okay. He's actually going to be able to outrun him. Did he also go boots? He must have.
Yeah.
He didn't go boots, just faster. Okay.
Clock's just fast.
No, I mean the clock. I mean the coke. We're not going to see the torrent.
Torrent it did not cancel out.
Also, he didn't hit.
That would be, right?
Imagine if it hits and all of a sudden Torrent's not strong enough to cancel South. Oh, Flock is really giving this Kunkka more for his money. Very lucky with his battery assault. It's very, very lucky. Stroke of Fate. Oh, one more hit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Stroke of Fate. He would have actually died otherwise. He was about to get it. Okay, Grimstroke comes back. Has to cover this horn missile. Very important. Come on. Oh, just barely. Thanks to the tower extra regen. Top lane, they do kill Slaughter though. This should not be happening.
This should not be happening.
This top lane is going quite well. Slaughter has a great base armor, so usually he's pretty good against Alchemist for this reason.
I'm shocked that Silencer actually ends up doing something in this lane. This is, to me, was a lane that was very weak. I don't think Silencer does anything. Maybe I need to reevaluate this lane, though.
Silencer doesn't do that much. It's just so fact it happens that I think Slaughter... Like, there's a difference between you don't do much to, it's just free, right? Like, he's not a Winter Wipe. He's not an Ancient Apparition that can be run down. He does deal damage. You have to be a bit careful with that, obviously. He just doesn't propose anything. They have to be much more smart about your
Hogs, I might just be a kill on Aaron, though, I think. Okay, got pushback, but...
That's better. So level 1 still. Doesn't deal that much damage just yet.
Step lively now.
Looks like Clock got, like, some... Ooh, UK? He's gonna live. I thought Clock got some small changes, didn't he? Let me check. Didn't.
I thought he oh, you pissed 7. Oh, you're right. No, you didn't get any changes. Silencer will finally die. No? Really? No? I mean, they triggered their King Curse a second time. Can they kill the Venge? No. Starter's too scary. Has to just back out here. Oh, DB really wants that Venge kill. But QWE has too great a strength gain right now. Oh, you get it.
This is 730, though. 730. So, nothing too big.
The thing about that lane that's going well for the... Oh, as by the way, that we had enough spear. There we go. Enough of the spear, and Long Dai just committed suicide.
That was, I believe, what they call a mistake. He was not close to that kill. He had 7 wand charges, and he probably was going to have at least 10 total by the time he actually could have threatened for a kill there. Yep. Big mistake.
Yeah. There was no need for that to happen. No need for that to happen whatsoever. And so they're actually messing up a lot here on RGs. And it's a really, really good start here for this team.
Oh, and here's the gank top. Again, you never know. Slaughter is just continuing to lane like normal. Dash, spear, kill. Beautiful.
Yeah. Mystery is destroyed this game. Bottom lane, at least, they might catch Aaron here. And then back with the X. That's hits the Inkswell. Bit of annoyance to the Horn Missile. And in fact, Aaron will live. They don't get the cleave off. Aaron is a bit too tanky. They need the Tidebringer, but not gonna get it. Okay. Huge win right now for Mystery. I didn't expect the lanes to go too great for GS, but not this bad, for sure. And usually the bad... against the Mars, though, because it's Spear, usually what you do is you wait for level 6. So Amang Daya is really, really just trying to force something that
yeah, exactly. And this has consequences, because normally you'd get a kill. Even if you... I think what he was probably thinking here, Abo, was if I can kill him, because he was low, right? It was a plausible kill if you really outplayed him. If I can outplay him here before my lasso, send him back to the fountain. He comes back. I'm level 6. He's still level 5. My wagon is here. I get the tower. Oh, I force major rotations away, which is going to free up my alchemist farm. Instead, the exact opposite thing happens. In fact, I think he's set to die a second time here. Still level 5. Both supports end up connecting here in the mid lane. No high fives necessary. Easy and basically free kill onto the Bat Rider. Backs as well are going to be scouted.
This is not
good ward. That's a really good ward.
It's a very good ward for an alchemist, yeah. I don't know what you do here. Oh, on me?
Only missile level 2, by the way. Went 2-3-1 probably. Or sorry, 0-2-3.
I mean, it's pretty good against the Kunkka. Oh, Mercury's going to hunt him. That's very, very clever. It's going to be a kill for the arena. Not even needed. Well, they don't use it at least. He's out of mana anyway. Wummy is going to die to the gyrocopter. One last horn, not going to save. At least they kill Aaron in the middle lane. This is AG, but really still a huge lead.
It's a really, really big kill. The whole point of that X-Mark combo is to use your TP, but instantly meet back in lane. Now that he was back in lane and instantly dies, as the courier fed, unfortunately, with some wards, probably. That's really annoying. Normally, like, it's not a big deal when the courier with wards dies, but and even the silencer proper is going to die. This is Amang Daya at least getting a kill, as Aaron's going to try and deny himself, but it's going for that. The silencer knows that there's wards up, and now having to rebuy them and not having them available in your stash is super annoying. Yeah, and we go for the battle of the wards. This is major, this game. making sure that you maintain vision and interrupt Alk as much as you can.
Which leads me to the point of I don't know why RMG is not putting more effort in trying to defend this. Honestly, like they need more people here. Mars is coming. Yep, and that. Like they need more people here. Why is Mamang Daya still in the mid lane? No, you know where the Mars is. You just saw him rotate.
DB.
What? Okay, I mean he has Chemical Rage still, so I guess he still has a fair amount of regen.
I mean, I guess he's not scared. I mean, Arena is what killed him, right?
Yeah, that's true. So here comes the Slaughter. DB needs to activate the Chemical Rage.
The spear stole so much. It wasn't for DB, it was to steal stacks.
Yeah. He's gonna die still because he stayed here too long.
Unbelievable.
I mean,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
alright, AG is kind of throwing right now.
It's not looking really good for them.
Unlike the other games, I wouldn't say Mystery played badly. I just think the draft wasn't too great. This game, AG's playing. They're making mistakes. There's straight up mistake here. They're like some very egregious basic mistakes here.
Gyro's still farming well. So DB might just that's actually bad. That is not AG's carry. Yeah, no one's really doing too hot here. I'll get at least decent farm, but he's about to lose his tier 1 tower. And with those wards still up again, that's the impact that the wards make. Silencer otherwise would have had those dewarded. Instead he takes a death, stacks get stolen, and DB dies on top. Speaking of dying, the Long Dia probably looking for a lasso, instead finds a spear. That'll end his life. There's going to be a stun onto UK. He will drop, and Silencer is very easy pickings here as well, especially with that corrosive haze. Double kill for Mercury, 3 dead for AG. Even Gyro after farming where the Alchemist would much rather be farming here. This is starting to look really bad for AG.
They need Alchemist to recover. They're not getting as much farm as he would like. I don't know if this armlet build is going to be the best choice either. Or what is happening as well? Like, what is this dive? And Wommy, he's going to die too. Why? At least they call unknown in the top lane, which fair enough. But like, why are you diving there when your whole team is showing top? Is like that's once again like very basic stuff that seem to be missing. It seems like they're back to the pub mentality or something with AG. These players shouldn't be happy.
Other way back into this, I think like we have to utilize. I mean,
the way back into this is stop making these mistakes first of all. Like if they keep playing like this, they're gonna just lose.
That is going to be for a support. This is a little. I mean, before you likely die for this clockwork. In fact, you do, and
you don't even kill the Grimstroke.
You don't. With run buff either. I don't think Flat Cannon gets him. Swap.
Okay, swap for the Silencer.
Good one.
As a spray to cover him, and UK is like, guys, are we strong enough? I'm alive.
We've done it. The war.
They only killed the Clocker, but they spent the swap, so it's a small win. I mean, Alk wants to be farming right now. He doesn't want to be fighting. You know, I don't think he should be engaging in these fights at all.
With the Armlet, at least he can show up and...
Sure, but you're wasting time. Agreed. I went for Chip Fest. The last build we saw in Carry Alk was Battle Fury. I wonder if he can go for that Lap Force.
Not sure. I'm also rather curious as to what he feels like is right this game. You go Halberd. That's like a kind of a weird carry item, but you know, for Alk anti-carry, I mean, he's kind of an anti-carry in the sense that, you know, he's often to fight into because he's so rich. Oh no, the Kobold Foreman tanks the shot from among Daya. That is going to be the Smoke King. Unsuccessful. However, the tower might still be threatened. No lassos, no boat in time. And Silencer, well, he's not even level 6 yet, so he's still dreaming about getting that global silence online. This wave at least should give it to him if there's no one else to soak XP around him. They're TPing bottom now, looking for the Alchemist. He probably backs after this wave, yes, and he does. But Slaughter is looking to cut him off in the river, from the river. Maybe he's just too fast. Got it. Radiance. 50 gold cheaper.
I am not a big fan of the Radiance over Battle Fury choice. I think Battle Fury was picked up on Alk because of the mana changes. So I'm very surprised. I mean, he did go Soul Ring, which at least is fine, but I still think he's going to have some mana issues this game. Also not a big fan of the Armlet Radiance in general as a build. I think at Alk, you might as like, usually Alk timing for Radiance is now. Like 12 minutes you have the Radiance, you start to build it now, it's not very good. He's barely beating the Gyrocopter. This is not a position you want to be in Alk. Like, we talked about the lull period for Gyrocopter and all this stuff. Not true whatsoever. If Gyrocopter gets his axe by the moment you get Radiance, he's stronger than you.
I wonder what the point of the Armlet was. I'd be really curious to ask him. I actually feel like Armlet was a good item. Gonna help you farm? Yeah, a little bit. More to me, yes, it's a farming item and it helps you scale, but to me it's more a little bit more about fighting.
I mean, I guess he does farm the stacks a lot faster. Oh my goodness, these Ancients are strong. Okay, it's a triple stack of Ancients. He's lost now. Oof, 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 so scary. He's lost the, there is the Acid Spray that he needed again. Still got a little bit left here of the Chemical Rage, now ending, but he's gotten through most of them, so shouldn't be a problem for him. I mean, he does farm pretty fast, actually.
Yeah, he started. I mean, he's only 1k or 900 difference from the Gyrocopter, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, Gyrocopter is a fast farmer, but he shouldn't be beaten or getting close as well.
This is actually, I'm sorry, you're totally right. But think about how the 15% stack gold affects Alpha.
Alpha doesn't really care too much about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty big for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true. He's one of the better stack takers now.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah?
Anything that general stack takers is going to be indirectly a buff to him.
That's true. More general gold gain. Alright, they caught him with the arena, though. And buff or not buff, well, the hook shot indeed. Everything. Global Science way too late.
What was that?
Way too late.
He was out of mana. He was out of mana. That's why you could see he barely had enough. Global's like 300 mana or something ridiculous. For good reason, don't get me wrong, but you have to keep mana. He was farming waves with Last Word.
With Arcane Curse. Last Word.
Yes, thank you. And that's... yeah, I mean, Global saves your friend right there. No question about it.
Really has not been a good game for AG. I think Mystery is much more in control. They're looking very strong here. Like, 2k lead against an Alchemist at 40 minutes is winning.
Yeah, it's winning.
Kunkka and Battler are also falling a little bit behind, but they have to give all the spare gold to Alchemist. The core matchup between Alchemist and Gyrocopter is so good, though, so maybe they can just harp on that. I feel like Mercury's also had an incredible performance here on the Mars. It's same with Envious and the Slardar. Look very good for them. Maybe it was really just a draft all along, honestly.
AOA gets good camps here, very good camps.
Oh yeah,
The
two best camps.
Yeah. So this, I mean, and it's especially nice because he needs to get these stacks up the Grievous Greed.
Yep. I wonder how good Radiant's going to be against the Gyro, by the way. Because Battle 3 obviously much more physical damage.
Alright.
Radiant's is all about existing. Well, I guess Gyro likes long fights. So. Okay, UK. Hook shot. They should be able to save him, however. I spoke too soon. Answer's 100% dead. Maybe Clockwork is as well. Firefly with Flame Break, but he's afraid. That was a situation where you might just consider using Lasso for the quick free kill, because you're not going to get engaged too much.
Yeah, but if you do that, then you don't have Lasso to contest Rosh. But if you're not contesting Rosh anyway, then...
That's what I mean, right? Like, you might as well.
Yeah, I guess when you throw a boat, yeah. If you throw a boat, I think you throw all the ulties, because now there's no chance of contesting this one. See, Mystery looking up the tempo here. Oh, I mean, I say that, but there's just a casual little torrent in it, only delaying Rosh by a couple of seconds. Bothering really Rosh more than the Mystery. That Rider on the hunt down bottom. He did scout those TPs thanks to the aggressive laning where they have down, so he knows that the bench is here. He knows that Mars is here. They're going to try for the kill anyway. The Flame Break didn't connect. No damage to cancel the Blink Dagger. Now a flurry of TPs from Team Mystery. The only flurry from among Gaia is how fast he's flapping his wings to get the heck out of here.
Yep. At least they're giving some space to the Alchemist who's farming in the dead lane right now, and they're also taking over his jungle. They haven't really seen him yet. Oh, there's the arena though. And that catches the first target. It's going to be Malangdaya. He's dead.
Huge. There's no vision here. They just know they're stronger. They just know they're stronger.
Mystery's playing as well as they've done the last two games. It's just Armor Genius went downhill incredibly this game. It feels like they don't hold the early tempo. They don't have any control of the game.
Armor Geniuses can only play 2 games a day. Played their 2 games here today, won both of them. All of a sudden falling apart. Yesterday they beat the crap out of...
When was their match again? When do they have the match?
Today?
Yeah.
They've got it after at 9 p.m.
It's not Cloud.
No. But what I'm saying is, yesterday they played their 2 games early.
Yeah,
they had the break time, and then the last 2 were really bad. They played 2 phenomenal games just now, but now they're playing this one really bad.
I mean, that's so
it's a joke. It's mostly a joke, but
they play so many tournaments. I would be doubtful they have a limited game to go.
Well, this one's not far gone, not too far gone, but Gyro with Crystallis is hit pretty hard. There's Radiance online now. Question of really getting his courier back safely with that relic. It might be 50 gold cheap for it. It doesn't make it any less of a loss if you end up getting your courier killed with it on top. Oh, and they're hunting for it.
Yep. The ward saw them though, so he's going to protect the courier. Yeah. I believe they should be fine. Yeah, Curry can leave now.
Dire's bottom
Alright.
tower is under attack.
I love the Gyrocopter's build, by the way. Crystal Sags, really smart. The Crystals gives you the burst damage. I mean, not burst.
Radiant's
A bit
top
more
tower
burst than you
is
need
under
against the Elk.
It gives you damage.
It gives you actual damage. You can participate more, and this is the kind of Gyrocopter that's the in for a penny, in for a pound style of like, well, I know I'm gonna eventually build as a hardcore anyway. We finally got Radiance. I know I'm gonna build as a hardcore anyway. I might as well go for the full physical damage. No shenanigans before that, you know. No Rocket Barrage build, nothing like that. I'm just gonna get online as soon as possible to defeat the Elk, and I think it was the right choice. I mean, he's matching the Elk's farm. I don't know how many times to say this. Elk got an 80-minute range. I've seen Spectres getting a faster range than this. I've seen Wraith Kings go Armlet Radiance and getting it faster than this. It is not a good game.
No, not a very good Elk game, but he's got the item online now, so his farm is going to really start to take off. This has come at the cost of Among Gaia's farm, however. He is fairly poor. He looks to be around 1,000, almost 2k gold behind his contemporary, the mid lane Mars. At least he's got his item though. Blink Dagger and 2k is not a full item. So for now, Alvaro, we're just about even here. You know, with exception to the Aegis, this is about as even as AG and Mystery can be, despite there being, yes, a net worth difference. They're really, really neck and neck. So if they can just wait out this Aegis and immediately take a fight off of this Bat Rider Blink Dagger, it's going to be a pretty even fight. If, again, without Aegis.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Right now, though, with that Aegis, that does tip the balance massively in favor here for Mystery. So it looks like DP content to just keep farming. And you know what? At the rate that he farms, he's happy to do this. They're going to have double BKBs. BKB for Wome, BKB for DP. It looks like will be available here by the time Aegis is up. But last, Among Gaia forces the fight. There's a global, at least this time, on top. And with the Ghost Ship now coming in, that'll keep everyone else at bay. One goes to Slaughter. They plot this Clockwork as well. The Arena finds two, but the Spear does not connect here. Onto the Alchemist. Radiance burning them all up. There goes. Wow, my goodness. That damage onto the bench. Double buyback from Team Mystery.
Okay, they're getting stressed out themselves. They're like, oh, we can't lose the hold we have in the game. That was unnecessary bypass completely, I'd say.
That was great. That was great priority as well from AG. Ignoring the gyro. He still has Aegis, but only for a couple more seconds now. It's about to be reclaimed.
I see we just have to criticize them, and then they would slap themselves awake. That was a really good fight.
No, and good for them. It's not easy to make a comeback. I was building that up and saying, this is your best chance. You're just about even.
Oh.
But there they go, though. Among Gaia, this time he's caught and killed.
Yep. There goes the advantage you just got, honestly. If you kill the Slaughter, potentially that'd be great, but Alk is not ready to fight. They know that, and they can just put pressure onto you tier 2.
He's about to be ready, though. He's almost got BKB.
And he still needs Chemical Rage, though.
True.
Oh, he just got it. You still also need Bat Rider. That was, once again, Among Gaia's positioning in this game has been a bit questionable on the Bat Rider. I feel like he feels more free than he is.
That's a good ward that gets him that kill. You can see 2 fresh sentries and 1 less Observer ward now for Team Mystery. So wards win wars. That's a major kill, only possible because of the Blink Dagger. Because of that Observer ward and a good Blink initiation. And that only happens, of course, because Team Mystery win good fights before. So well played there. Of course, Gyro very eager to farm here in the jungle of AG and remove any bit of efficiency. That bottom tier 1 tower has been taken now, at least by AG. So this opens up a little bit more space for DB to farm in. At the very least, nothing too crazy for him. But with no farm remaining in his jungle, he'll be happy to at least have these guys. In fact, I think he's going to bully his way into taking the Mud Golems, but he'll probably be happier that Silencer's taking them because it looks like Mars is about to collide with him. There's a spear into the arena, and now he is very happy that he let Silencer take those little bits of gold.
Yep.
In fact, he's still getting it with the acid spray.
Oh, now the Bat Rider, the lasso, but the hookshot at least gets blocked. He puts us on a timeout, but he's still dead.
That he is.
Among Gaia, I think, has been the top performer, or the opposite. Bottom performer. Here for Armored Geniuses. He has had a lot of these deaths. I think one too many. I mean, even that kill before.
Okay, the kill before, again, I'll say that's thanks to a great ward from Mystery, which they only could plant because of the...
But here, they've had wards in that jungle forever.
Well, and they have the outpost.
Yes, exactly. Like, what possibly compels you to go there?
Yes, I agree.
At least Nalk is 1 kill, but the Gyrocopter.
He is...
Gyro's still stronger. I mean, you have Satanic now. The longer this game goes, the harder it becomes for Armored Genius.
That it is. Could be a big opening though. So that's going to be a free kill onto the Clockwork, dead for a whole minute. Roshan may respawn in that duration as well, Hiravo. And if they can find Slardar, who did buy back previously as well, his death timer is going to be very long, probably 80 to 90 seconds here at this stage. That is a big window for Roche to be up. There's going to be at least a torrent. They're going to look to run away. No vision. There's the X. They need a little bit more vision. Mamang Daya making the jump. There's a tier 2 they can TP in onto. Global Silence to prevent the Nether Swap from saving the job, but it isn't need saving. In fact, he pulls a gun on them with the Satanic. Down goes Mamang Daya, immediately dispels the silence. Mars in trouble though. The Yule Scepter buying him a little bit more time, at least. Now the BKBs are off for both Womi and DB. The fight's breaking apart for them now as 3 heroes have dropped. There's an Ink Swell making them very fast, but not fast enough as Unknown gets the Ultra Kill, and it's a team wipe in favor of Mystery, only at the cost of the Clockwork.
Genuinely, I think Garmin Genius might need to GG.
I think the game was over, yeah, I agree.
I mean, the game is really difficult to bring up like right now, but I feel like I'm worried more about their mental state. I don't think their draft is... I do think this Mystery had the better draft this time. Once again, like I said in the draft, but I do feel like you're making misplays I've never seen Number Geniuses do.
This one is simply just overextending to hack it back.
Constantly. But like really bad positioning, very weird plays.
That is not how you initiate onto a gyro. As soon as you see Satanic on it,
you know his lasso was on cooldown when they went in. Why would you choose to fight around that? You even smoked the enemy triangle with lasso on cooldown? You use Global Silence for that. Where are the combos? I don't think I've seen a single Global Silence. Well, we saw once earlier. Global Silence into lasso. That was it. That was the only thing we've seen this time out of the combo.
Yeah, the global, to stop Venge, but not going to stop Gyro from murdering you. He just pops his items and tries to kill you. I think that's either Daedalus or BKB on the way, and I suspect it's BKB. And that makes him even more difficult to take down now. Let's go into the Alchemist. 4th death of the game for him. 144, 240 last hits. Still, nevertheless, being outfarmed by the Gyro. It's an SNY, not quite the item, to be honest with you, I was expecting. Good one. He might be dead here. Yeah, this time they're not messing around. They're going to use the lasso to guarantee it. And for quite a while here, this Benjamin has buyback. Outpost is recaptured as a result of this kill. And next Roche is, I think that's a little bit of a fast one. That circle seems to be timing out. Yeah, about a minute, 50 seconds here. So Venge will be alive with Vision. Well is Team Mystery. And Vizru here for Slardar. Be real bad here for AG. This might be the nail in the coffin. Just with that BKB now available from Mars. BKB's online for DB and Womi being 8-second duration.
Slardar, there we go. There's the Mars destroying Bat Ladder. No chance. The God's Rebuke. Look, could also be in trouble. Come in here, Slithering Crush. There's the hook shot onto 2 cogs. Push them in the cause with the spear. Ghost Ship to try to reset the fight. Tidal Wave on top of that. Alk is now close to them, but Gyrocopter's happy about this because he can just keep hitting the Kunkka, and he will not kill the Kunkka with a BKB Alchemist actually capable of bringing down the Mars. Gyrocopter doesn't move, but that holy missile will detect wherever the Alk is going to go. They have to destroy the missile. I don't think they can in time. He is stunned. How far does he want to take this, though? Is DB an actual kill possible? Apparently not. So they get away. A decent fight here, Army.
Pretty good, actually. He's really overextended.
No.
Venge.
May now you can kill the Kunkka.
She's got Ags, by the way, now.
Good tidal wave. They did kill
Slardar.
How did he kill Slardar? Oh, UK. It was Silence. I thought for a second that was Womi.
Okay. A little bit of divide and conquer actually really working out here. Satanic to dispel the flame break. This is going to delay them from the Roche. And again, that's the dieback penalty. That's the first time Slardar has died since they fought back for that tier 2 fight. I mean, UK is a trivial kill. Down he will go. And he's the only one to drop actually in the fight. Actually, Mamang Daya, of course, he dies initially to start off that fight. But DB at least gets off Chemical Rage. So despite the fact that they control him for like a solid minute, they control him for like 8 or 9 seconds. But there was global to cover, well, not global, there was basically just Chemical Rage regen to cover him. Totally fine. Rewards now occurring, so now you're going to know Roshan is going on. There's a 4v4 fight here. Lasso is ready. Oh, Chemical Rage is not. It'll be coming off cooldown here relatively soon, but there's going to be a hook shot on in. Kunkka being controlled. DB trying to fight, but without Chemical Rage, he's going to be a little bit at bay. In fact, swapped outside of the arena, but Roshan is low enough here. It's going to be a scramble to grab the agents, and it is grabbed, snatched even by the Alchemist. Now we're using the BKB and looking to fight through this, at least on the first life. It's a good armlet toggle blade to save him on his first life, as they will be able to dispatch the Venge. He's trapped on the high ground now with, of course, the illusion. a strong fight there, only having to buy back on a Womi. AG, they're fighting their way back into this one.
Yeah, they are. AG will be able to bring down the Venge one more time, or at least the illusion. Oh no, that's not happening. Whatever. Alright, I mean, Mangdaya still has not found his utility this game, but at least Kunkka's just taking over. Honestly, Womi's been doing an incredible job of just being that mid laner that they're lacking, really.
That was second round. So Shard, now we have Berserk Potion for DB.
We do. It's actually a pretty big deal. They got some heavy buffs onto
Full
the
AC. Again, he snatches Aegis.
Now they're here, X wants the spot, yeah. Just pouring the Jar Copter. I still don't think they're in a really good position. I actually don't think that they can really bring this back, but at least they seem to have worked out.
With 2 fights like that, they sure can.
I'd much rather, like, I don't mind if they lose like this, though. Like, I don't think you need to GG out of your playing fine. It's just when they were making some mistakes before.
Oh no. Oh no.
You have BKB, right?
He
Oh, he does not yet.
He doesn't have the Aegis either, but the Chemical Rage at least is available. Oh, he does have Aegis. Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's Aegis, yeah, they just...
Okay.
That's BKB
is ready.
too.
Lose his first life here. We'll fight this for AG on the second life is the question. That right, my guy, he's so far. He's so far. Torrent, at least a setup. There's going to be Global, BKB, and Chemical Rage now both used. They've gotten the kill onto the Clockwork. And Silencer as well has taken a dive. Only is here. There's going to be the Tidal Water. Oh no, but the pot DB, he's completely isolated yet again.
Flame Break.
Flame Break at least creates a bit of space to regen, but not enough. Down he will go, unknown, unstoppable. Still has 4 allies alive here along himself. Look to push up to high ground. Mangdaya not having a very on game here, to say the least. Which is a bit of a disappointment considering that usually the teams will ban Batrider against him. That's just not panned out for him this game. It's a good matchup. Just not the performance I'm used to seeing from him. We can bring this back here into the late game, but Death on Gyro, sorry, that Death on Alchemist rather, may very well end up being his last. Okay, the jump, but of course swap. Have to know that. Okay, but Boat on top to set up for it without Satanic. There's the Gyro dead. Venge as well is going to fall. Of course, the illusion's going to spawn on in as they hook shot onto the Kunkka. He makes water, but really making waves here is going to be Mystery as they run down the rest of AG. Forcing the buyback out from the Silencer, but no one else with buyback. Alk back at 10, and Mangdaya dead for a full minute.
We don't have a reader just yet for when he comes back, right? So I mean, you still have the potential swap soon. Oh. Can't really tell. I think she does have it.
I think she does. I don't think she. Yeah, swap.
Swap. Bouncer. Dead.
Really
die
bad.
Back. Oh, out. Also in a bad position. They. Well, I mean, not. He has strong. He is strong. BKB TP from the Mars. Venge is happy to touch die here because that's the illusion. Okay. I mean,
it's a hold.
Again, it's somewhat of a hold.
It's a hold. You hold on to your, I think, range barracks. It looks like they cleared melee barracks. 1 buyback forced out there. Someone else bought back. Who am I seeing? It was another AG hero. Oh, Grimstruck bought back. 2 buybacks because Silencer dies back there in that engagement. It's a hold. It's a hold. It gives you 1 more opportunity, but we need to get another almost miracle fight here, basically for AG. They've done well in this divide and conquer strategy, but simply put, if Mangdaya is away from this fight, they need everyone. They need everyone in these fights here to really be pulling their weight and a little bit extra to make this one work. We have solutions to this Alchemist. It's very apparent. Gyrocopter's a bit of a monster. Sticks around a little bit too long, and it does get punished for it, but...
Yeah. I mean, there seem to be having chances on Army Geniuses, right? But, like, if one in a very cool team fight's also poorly executed, I also feel like these chances are not very... They keep getting caught out in the wrong spot. In fact, ironically, they're actually suffering from the same things that Mystery was suffering in his last game.
That he is. Now with that later up, yeah.
I feel like to a degree Mars has been almost equally as strong a core as the Gyrocopter this game, honestly. It's been very impressive.
Yeah, no, he's been looking real good. It's he's made it look easy as well, honestly, on this Mars, hasn't he? I think to me that's the most impressive part. No play from AG. AB, of course, counts the Butterfly, which is online here for the Gyro. More damage though, and a little bit more attack speed. Can't get 100 to 0. His smoke will break. They've scouted him now. Obviously out from a smoke.
Take the Alchemist back.
Alright, that's GG.
Yep. Actually, you're right. Yep, that's 90 seconds without him, right?
Yep. Global, they're going to try and fight this one out, Abo.
Without Alchemist, I can't imagine that working for them. They almost killed the field cover free. There's lasso. Swap
again.
immediately. Dead Jaro or dead Bat Rider. AG. All right, AG. All right. I don't know. I feel like Mystery played a really good game, but I don't think Mystery has had any issues since the draft. I think this was a very good draft, so congratulations. They fixed their mistakes. Banning the Ricky really was the problem, honestly. I also want to say that, well, I usually try to praise the winner. I think this is one of the worst AG performances I've watched in a while. That was not a good game by them whatsoever. All their strengths were underutilized. Mamang Daya, who's a Bat Rider spammer, I did not look like a Bat Rider spammer. It looked like his first game on Bat Rider, honestly.
Yeah.
That was not good.
His first death really started to snowball out of control because he misses the kill onto the Mars.
He just seems frustrated afterwards.
Well, even if he wasn't frustrated, Mars then ganks top with fresh level 6, comes back and kills Bat Rider again because the supports rotate on over because Bat Rider still doesn't have lasso. Mars had no reason to fear Bat Rider through 7 minutes. That's not how that matchup is supposed to go.
Yep.
All because Mamang Daya tried to get a kill on him at, just before 5 minutes.
Just before lasso, he just waited for lasso come online. He would have gotten it. And then you had a couple of like him just being out of position and getting punished. Then doing a smoke gank with his lasso available. We saw 0 combos of Global Silence lasso. Well, actually that's not true. 1 in the tier 1 versus tier 2, which we'll see now in the highlights. It just wasn't the performance we expect from Armored Geniuses. It reminded me of what you said on BTS Pro Series yesterday, where they just got beat 2-0 by a team that's relatively new to the scene.
And that's the thing that was concerning as well to me was normally you watch AG and they win the early game.
Yeah, maybe they do struggle if they don't win the early game. That's one of their issues. They struggle with recovery. It's hard to tell because they're so inconsistent. Like, it's just weird to see because obviously some teams, when they don't win the early, they struggle to make the right plays, and that's fair. But in AG, you're seeing like, Dota fundamentals being disobeyed. Alchemist going to lane when he shouldn't. Nobody protecting Alchemist stacks, which was ridiculous. Them warding and you choosing not to deward whatsoever. You just letting them, if they kill like 3 times in the same place, they must be really lucky. There was so many of these Dota fundamentals that were ignored that I thought was not very good, personally. I mean, I just hope they recover for the next game, honestly, because I wouldn't say this was a stomp, but it wasn't really a game for AG. On the other hand, Mystery showcasing that they're a good team. Like, they just got stomped because of bad drafts. They were limited, but they know what plays to make. They know how to play the game. They're a solid team.
Yeah, so this is immediately after Mamang Daya dives mid. He doesn't get the kill. Mercury is free to rotate top. Gets a huge kill to Alchemist.
The lanes were also played really well, by the way, for Mystery.
Yeah,
that should be a point to be mentioned. Particularly bottom lane, I think, was played really well.
And
Omi had a great Kunkka performance overall.
But again, mid lane should not have gone that way.
Yeah, that's true. I will say, by the way, before we get into the final bits of the game, we do have a little giveaway that we have talked about. So at the end of each game, you're gonna get a prompt on the screen. It's gonna be a question, and if you answer that question correctly in the chat, you'll enter a raffle. And we'll pick one of the winners, or one of the right answers, to be the winner who receives one of the following prizes. That's every day after every game. The prizes are an AUU booster code that's 7 days or up to 30 days long. It's gonna improve your network performance. It's not a boosting service; it's a booster service to make sure, very similar to like how a VPN works, to make sure you can play games better. Or alternatively, you can also win a Dota 2 cosmetic worth $2. And if you were here before with the 1v1s, you might be able to win a Steam $10 gift card. I don't know if there's any of those left. Hopefully you enter this raffle, guys. Just answer the right question. They're mostly questions about the game, so things like who got the first blood, who got the first tier 1, and those are the questions you have to answer after each game. So I recommend you pay attention. Alright, that's it. That's the raffle. We should, I don't know.
Yeah, this was the fight that was so bad.
This was a very... tactically, this was a very bad fight, because you had no lasso.
Yeah, it comes on cooldown, I think, right after he dies. It comes off cooldown right after he dies.
They should have just waited, 10 more seconds, honestly.
Or not chase that far into the triangle. I think that kill's possible, but when you have a mid-tier 1, a top-tier 1, a mid-tier 2, and a top-tier 2 to TP 2, that's going to happen when you overextend that bad.
Yep.
Yeah, and then from here, a couple of good fights for AG, but again, fights that Mystery just didn't play too well, where AG did split them up very nicely, and credit to AG for being able to do that. But also, if you give them credit for that, shame on them for being that far behind with an Alchemist, right? That's not why you pick the hero, quite frankly. This fight even was pretty good. Again, the DB able to salvage this fight, despite it being, kind of unsalvageable here. Even lives, I don't think they kill him.
I believe he did, yeah. Because there's some good armlet toggling that he did there.
And then this fight, Mamang Daya, nowhere close by. He had just BOTs up at the top lane, and of course they're going to dive your triangle. They've been doing this all game. No, I agree.
Like, I'm sorry, AG, we're both fans of yours, but that's why we know when you play well. It's not it. I hate it because I feel like it takes away from Mystery. I think if they had played this game like as well as they usually do, I still think Mystery could have won this pretty well because they have a really good draft for this. But I think it takes away some of the power of Mystery because all of these mistakes by RMGs, by the way, were not forced by Mystery. Usually that's the case. They're like, oh, they play really well and they forced it. Nope, not the case here whatsoever. They did play really well to counter them, though. Like, they didn't give them a single chance to really get back into the game. This was one of the biggest mistakes, really. But for the most part, they played pretty impeccable to make sure that at least Slaughter or Mars were getting something out of the fight. You know, not Gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this was a really good way to execute the out. I mean, that's what it was, right? They just executed him. Swap, spear, get him super far away. Swap into spear. Not a bad combo, actually. When it's utilized like that, because there's just nothing to save.
Swap into Cog, swap into Spear had a lot of ways to make sure these fights were difficult. I think the Venge had an incredible performance. I actually might give her the MVP. Obviously, Swap is really easy to do, but what's the MVP going to be? Yeah, honestly, it's fair. Mercury played probably one of the best Mars performances we've seen all tournament. It was an incredible Mars. Really, really well done. I think the whole team was really good. I think Mercury really stood out though on his Mars. Him and MVS on the Slaughter as well were like in the fights, Gyrocopter just existed. He was just being carry. But these two guys actually were pulling in the damage, doing the team fight sturdy. It was very good. It was a very good performance by Mystery. So well done. Hopefully this gives them some hope into the next game, because if they force next game and we get to the final game of the best of 5, there is a chance Armageddon might not be able to play. So it might just be an auto win for them. Maybe they just need to win one more game. That's it.
Could be, yeah. I mean, it really could be. I think as well, this silence.
Because the next game is an hour 30 minutes.
For them, you mean? Yeah. We got 90 minutes. I don't know. I wasn't in love with the support duo either of Silencer and Grimstroke. I think when the game turns into something like this, and it's very dependent on Dota's always dependent on team play, but like these supports by themselves could never really get a whole lot of things done. Yep. They relied wholly on the other teams. They're enablers, and because Mamang Daya honestly was really underperforming, it made it feel like not only did you have kind of a bad Bat Rider game, felt like you had a bad Grimstroke game. You had a bad Silencer game as a result. Like they really were there to set himself up and to hold them up, but he was kind of pulling them down.
I really think the only person in Armageddon was playing a solid game was Momi. I honestly think his Kuka performance pretty good.
Yeah, it's fair.
I think the rest of them really underperformed considering this game. I think DB, for example, you criticized them earlier for not joining certain fights early. I think without, he was joining way too many fights early. He just got armlet. His range timing was deplorable this game. It was not a good game.
I don't think I would. I think you're thinking of me with BB or someone else.
Well, you said it last game with Ricky.
Oh, I said he was joining fights too early as well last game. Remember?
I said he was too late with it.
He wasn't joining them. I wouldn't have said that because remember
you said that the first game.
9 to 13 minutes.
The first game with Ricky. I remember you making the comment with DB 100%. He was not. I mean, you're right. Like DB sometimes doesn't join fights at the right times. Is what you said. Not necessarily like too early, too late. Just at the right times. And here that was another example of it. Anyway. We're going to take a small break. Hopefully, in this next break, Armageddon can compose themselves, or maybe Mystery. Mystery going to do the miracle run and do the reverse sweep. We'll see what happens as we get into game number 4 of this best of 5 final. Take care, guys. My name is Owl Plus, and Seek and Strike will come back in 5 minutes with the next game of the day. Until then, guys.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Hello guys, and welcome back to the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational. We're here in the Grand Final, and we're in the fourth game of this final. It's a best of 5 between Team Mystery and Armory Geniuses. It looked like just some smooth sailing for Armory Geniuses until, oh no, our ship is being eaten by a space worm or whatever happened in that last match, where Armory Geniuses, I don't know, they developed cabin fever or something, and they lost it.
I think
the game and their sanity.
Basically, what happened in that game, it was like when everyone was like, wow, battleships are the best thing. Let's keep picking Kunkka. And then they discovered that, oh wow, you can actually sink a whole battleship with one bomber, and Gyrocopter tore them a new one.
Oh, it's a good historical reference.
Did not stand a chance.
Also, Roman God of War, pretty good at doing that too.
That he is.
He kind of controls.
And honestly, a good drop on Mystery too.
It was very. We said it. I mean, well, at least I did.
No, I know. I'm just reiterating in case you're just joining us here for Game 4. Very solid draft for Team Mystery, which was a turnaround. Game 3 with a great draft. Games 1 and 2, they did not have very good drafts.
No, that's really screwed them over. It seems like Game 4, I mean, it's a factor of both things. Right? Like Team Mystery finally felt like they had options to play and actually played a normal game. Because Games 1 and 2 didn't seem like they played badly. They just feel like they couldn't really play their game. And now they finally got to see Team Mystery in its full glory. It's a solid team. There's a reason why they came into the finals. But Army Geniuses, they need to be prepared to potentially be outdrafted or not have the best draft in the world and still play well. Because you can't bank it on always winning the early game. That's kind of difficult.
Yeah, and the worry for me was that you had a couple of comfort heroes there. At least from among Dia, having a mid lane Bat Rider, and then furthermore picking 2 supports. They're not there only for the Bat Rider, but you know, global silence to cover your Bat, and then a Soulbind with mainly Lasso to combo it with. The only other targeted abilities were Last Word, and of course, not Berserk Potion, Unstable Concoction. Those are the only other 2 abilities. So mainly Lasso, right? And then when that hero doesn't work as well, it is hard for AG to finish. But Game 4, we were dancing around this Bane ban or pick, and we'll dance no further as he has been picked up. The 1-2 punch from Team Mystery opening is Bane Pango, immediately counterpicked here by that Bloodseeker.
The Venge, obviously.
Well,
good against both.
Yes, very true. I just was, Venge was the opening pick of the
draft,
draft,
I know, but they countered themselves, I guess. So
they did, but of course.
Are we back to the old Mystery? Or back to the old Mystery?
Well, we'll see. I mean, they have not decided to ban or unban or not ban Riki.
Yeah, because you should still do it once again. Bloodseeker Venge is a really, really strong combination. I actually like this as Bloodseeker 3 and Venge 4 because the lane is very strong for them, and then swaps obviously with Rupture. I don't know if you've seen the new Bloodseeker offlane build that people are starting to run these days, which I've been trying, and really powerful. Which is you go for the old Bloodseeker.
What's it called, by the way? What's the Bloodseeker Discord called?
What?
What's the Bloodseeker Discord?
It's
that's right. Yes.
And specifically, like the way you get into the Discord is figure out how to write that in the chat.
Yeah.
No, so the new build has been. I think that the only panelist I've heard talk about is T-Governor, surprisingly, about this build. And the whole idea is to go for the old Bloodseeker, right? You either go Veil, Yules, whatever it is, right, as the first item, and then you go straight directly as soon as possible into the Ags Refresher, and you just have Ruptures for everyone. And it's actually ridiculous because now with the level 15 talent, that's 10% extra Rupture. Your Rupture deals 20% of the max HP and damage as in the beginning. That's brutal. So no longer can tanking heroes just tank this ability. No longer can heroes that are not so mobile just not be worried about it, just stay in place and fight. Like a sniper or Medusa. It actually screws over everyone. So it's actually a very strong ability.
No longer will the Bloodseeker be thirsty. No longer will the Flayed Ones be denied.
If I rupture someone, I better be getting movement speed out of it. This is ridiculous. Otherwise, anyway, Bloodseeker is looking very.
Just the way you were wording that seemed a little.
Look, did you not listen to Churchill's speeches to get confident forecast?
We shall rupture them in the streets. We shall rupture them on the beaches.
No, it's no longer. No longer was also one of his speeches.
Oh, was it?
One of his famous ones.
I was going to the other.
He was the king of anaphors, though, which is what that thing is called. When you repeat the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, he also did drink 4 bottles of Scotch a day, so
which has nothing to do with this, but there's
anaphors, all right, 4 bottles of Scotch.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, Gyrocopter not a very good hero against Bloodseeker off lane because if you get ruptured, you kind of need to run around, right? So it's not good. I mean, he's actually out of all the ranged carries you can pick, he's probably the worst because Drow stands their ground, Medusa stands their ground. They're all texting about this, but Gyrocopter. he kind of needs to use the side gunner for a reason. That's when you go with the Ag. So he's not very good hero when you get ruptured. You kind of get crushed by that.
I think it depends on the draft. Like last draft, he did not need to do very much running around.
Well, last time he didn't do much because Mars and Slugger were carrying.
Well, agreed, but that's what I mean. It depends on the draft, specifically of his enemies, but also his allies, as you say.
Yeah, but the majority of draft has the idea.
Sure.
The reason why Gyrocopter wasn't so countered by Bloodseeker before is because he actually tanks up a lot. He builds mostly, HP items, and Scotty Satanic is very popular on him. And now with the Rupture, 20% damage is a huge start to deal with Gyrocopter. That said, if it's Gyrocopter carry, he's very good against Bloodseeker carry. I hope Armor Genius plays this an off lane and goes for the Axe build I'm suggesting because it's actually very strong. You can even pile Rupture with the same person as well.
Radiant team pick.
Oh yeah, just do it. Yeah, total, true.
Yep, okay.
Oh, AG. Okay, so AG versus
Are they
Team
giving us another Ricky draft?
I don't believe it. AG, by the way, in case you joined us just for your first game, they played Team Mystery in the upper bracket finals yesterday.
Yes.
10 seconds remaining.
No, not yesterday. 2 days ago.
2 days ago, thank you. They played obviously 2 games, 3 games before, but in the first 2 games of the series, they also picked Riki. They have 100% win rates
Against
with Riki
Mystery
versus Team Mystery.
In general, actually, to be honest.
Yeah,
They've
true.
won all the Ricky games.
True.
Also, they have 100% winner for the most part, except for the one game they just lost to Mystery. That's the first loss of the tournament.
Yep.
Still, though, I mean, Gyro's not one of the worst heroes
10
against Ricky.
seconds remaining.
Because Gyro actually does carry a lot of burst magical damage. You need stuns, of course, but he's not one of the
5
worst.
seconds remaining.
Calling Missile, while being really easily avoidable, is also annoying because it's not a stun you usually have to consider to avoid. So it might actually hit you inadvertently when you're blink striking to someone or you want to play aggressively. There's a lot of play with Gyro.
Plus, with this Bane and no bespoke Bane counter, I mean, Venge can do it, but I think Venge, if you're using her specifically just to counter a Bane, I think that is maybe not the best utilization for the hero in her current state.
Okay, the Mars pick is really weird to me. Because, while I love the enemies, I think and he's very good against Bloodseeker because Bloodseeker wants to run through your wall and can't. Though if he gets enough high movement speed, he can.
Radiant
Because
team
Dota gets
back.
bugged.
How high are we talking?
1,000.
Huh? That's
Yeah. Dota
fairly
breaks, and
high.
then Bloodseeker can all of a sudden just go through cliffs.
That's true. You can look this up, but the Source Engine, which Dota is coded in, does not do very well when things start moving fast. It starts to break.
No, well, that fast, right? Anyway. Bloodseeker also loses his running animation. He has a running animation, and when he reaches too much, he's like, and it's just this Bloodseeker like standing in place.
Yeah, he's
like he's in a bathroom perpetually, but as he sat down to the toilet today, he saw cosmic space and time.
he turns into a Bugatti. That's what we call it.
Anyway, the Mars is good against him, but very bad against Ricky for obvious reasons. Like, tricks of the trade avoids your arena, blink strike to get out of the arena, smokescreen actually prevents arena initiations, unless you go for a BKB. You hit him from behind.
What it does do is it prevents arena counter initiations. You smoke screen on the gyro, you're jumping. What is Mars going to do? You can't blink. No, you're sorry. I just wanted to.
No, you're totally right. So it's very countered by Ricky. So if you need a reliable stun, once again, that's what you need against Ricky. I'm once again going to vouch for the DK. Please pick DK once in your games. Let's see what Armor Genius picks up, though.
I don't know, dude. They banned that Huskar again. They might
And the
just
Queen
go...
of Pain. I swear to God, it's a TA. I swear if it's a TA.
It's not a bad TA draft right now, though.
It isn't. I'm not with your draft, but it's bad against theirs.
Yeah.
Crystal Maiden, super high armor and ultimate. Bloodseeker, high armor naturally. Ricky, high armor naturally. Vengeful Spirit, damage mitigation for your burst. No, not a TA.
Do it. Yeah.
The only justification if they pick a TA is if Armor Genius picks a Sven bait or something crazy like that that only hits once every 6 minutes. Then sure.
What are we mid lane here for AG? What are we looking for?
I love the Void Spirit actually.
Yeah, that's something that can hunt and kill a Bane before he gets his ulti off. He gets his ulti off.
There we go.
Someone who's not going to be scared of arenas.
Do not TA because Void Spirit.
They're gonna TA.
Void Spirit actually has a bad match against TA, so.
TA.
Oh, thank God. This is actually the best pick. I think it's the best pick, bar DK, obviously. Because Ember avoids. Ember's not too phased by that rupture. You can somewhat deal with it.
Come on, man. I'm just throwing my things on the ground because they didn't pick TA.
Yeah, the Ember has a Searing Chain to stop the Ricky. That's a very big deal. And it's also an insta stun, or an insta root in this case. Ember has a good matchup against Void Spirit, or used to, when Void Spirit got the heavy nerfs. I don't know about it now. It's been a while since I've seen this matchup. Storm is the winner of these matchups. It used to be that Void Spirit, when it got introduced, beat the Ember. I think now it is closer to 50-50, with slight Ember favor. We'll see. And also, Ember has good combinations with your team. Good with Mars, good with Gyrocopter. I don't know about this one. I really like the Armor Genius' draft.
Because it has Bloodseeker.
I really like the drafts for reasons unknown. I think there's a lot of
I don't really know.
combinations. I think there's a lot of combinations with Rupture, and I like that. That's
okay,
good.
no, fair.
I like Blood. But I do think Mystery actually has a much better anti-Ricky draft than we've seen previously.
You do like blood. You're a vampire.
Yep, that's entirely it. Winter was right all along. That's why I don't notice when I'm bleeding.
It's true. I didn't want to bring that up, but it is true. You will sometimes start bleeding, and I will have to point it out to you, and then you'll go, "Oh, I am bleeding," and I go, "Oh wow, the blood's dried. I'm not bleeding anymore."
I've cleaned up way more blood than I would expect to at my 24 years of age.
Well,
So I like Bloodseeker.
It would make sense. It only makes sense.
The more blood I spill, the thirstier I get.
It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing here with Aloe, isn't it? I kind of actually like this Ember Spirit matchup a little bit better.
Yeah, me too.
Again, he got minor buffs. This Ember Spirit did.
Prepare for battle.
Nerfs to the
Oh, it goes
like,
to AG slightly. Interesting.
nerfs to the Cayenne Sanj way of playing it. I think because like Dota Plus is like, I mean, come on guys, they picked Riki again. It's got to be a win. This is machine learning going wrong.
I don't know. I honestly do think that Mystery might actually have the best anti-Ricky draft. Well, not the best one.
The best one that they've drafted
They've done.
so far. Yeah.
Which is, I mean, considering the other ones were like a 2 in terms of anti-Rickiness.
sounds like a 6.
I feel like a solid 6, 7. I think it's a good draft. For Mystery.
I'd give it a 6, right?
I think
Pango.
they can totally win this. I think
I
this is
agree.
very much in their grasp.
And once again, I think the fact that among Daya, speaking bluntly, big reason that AG lost last game was among Daya. At least the way I read it.
No, I 100%.
And I think the fact that you're going to give him now a very skill-based matchup, sure, comfort hero for him here on the Void Spirit, but also comfort hero for this Ember. And I think Ember, again, has a slight edge in this one because they did buff just barely, but they did just buff Flame Guard enough where I think it makes a difference for CSing in these early waves.
I would disagree with you. I think I think the Void Spirit's the perfect pick for him now. Because he just lost a matchup because his mistakes were not mechanical. They were just all tactical. He made so many odd tactical plays.
Sure.
But let's be honest, Batrider is not a mechanical hero. Yes, there's a bit of, I'm sorry, Monkeys Forever, there's a bit of Firefly shenanigans you can do and stuff like that. But he's all about finding the right time, knowing how strong you are. That's it, right? And he doesn't have really much of an escape. If you make a mistake on Batrider, you're going to get punished. Like if you play the wrong lane or you do the wrong thing, you're going to get punished. Void Spirit, there's a lot more leeway there. The hero is more complex because of that, but I think this is the reality of Dota and many heroes. The more complex the hero is, the more things you can do with him, and actually the less you mistake the punished. That's why I always talk about how I really like heroes like Bloodseeker, Razor, sometimes like Sniper, stuff like that, because I feel like those heroes are very good for teaching you fundamentals of Dota. If you make a mistake on Sniper or Bloodseeker or Razor, you are not getting out of that one alive. You know, there's nothing about it. It's just tactical. Those heroes are purely tactical
I
optimization.
see what you're saying.
That's why I enjoy them a lot when I watch competitive players play. Because you can actually tell who is missing the fundamentals in Dota. Some pro players are so good at certain heroes that they actually are missing some core fundamentals.
Bloodseeker just got his butt beat by that Bane. What the heck was that? Oh, homing missile into brain sap into auto attacks is that easy.
WE.
This is really far. This is really far, and I actually don't think he gets this kill.
Might. There's one nice. There's a while for the Moonshot. You're right. Oh
This is-
wow. Oh wow. Oh no. That's a huge win for QWE.
All right, so this is a one wave he's missed out on, basically.
Well, that's pretty bad.
Cancel the salve.
Why was he the one chasing?
I don't know. Well, Maiden can't chase anything, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
The only,
She did get an attack speed reduction last
the
match.
only thing Maiden chases around is Sven. You ever hear those voice lines whenever she's laning with him?
She loves him, right?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. She's chasing after him.
Well, because he's blue.
Well, he's red sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's like red ice and blue ice. Blue is ice, right? Ice is blue.
Ice is clear.
Is
friend.
water blue?
Ice is
Yeah,
clear.
but if you get blue water and you put it into ice,
Hey, if you ever buy a bottle of water and it's blue, do not drink it.
I think that's what Powerade said. Pure water.
What is this, The Water Boy, the 1992 Adam Sandler movie? It's pure water from... You ever seen it? He gets
No.
revived using a little vial of water that he got from like the top of Mount Fuji or something.
Oh, well, that water is very good, though. I bet you. Can you imagine how clean the water
Yeah, it
is?
was pure blue. It was pure blue in the movie, just like the game Powerade you're talking about.
Anyway, good kill down bottom. Really makes up for the Pango chase he did in the beginning. This lane is not very easy for the Bloodseeker, unfortunately, up top, but he's doing a decent job.
And by the way, in case you're wondering why Thirst and Rupture will be green, it is because we are currently spectating on the Chinese Perfect World client.
Which makes me question, what do they think Blood Right's made out of?
Red yogurt.
Right?
Dire's bottom tower
Paint
is
it.
under attack.
Sigil.
Yeah, maybe.
You only paint sigil.
Because they're like, there's no way someone has this much blood. They're definitely dead if they're painting this with their blood. I don't know.
Voids. He's not even here.
It's a very 50-50 matchup. I think once they nerfed the Ember to, the Void to normal value, I think it's become a 50-50.
Yes, when he wasn't just free CS in the lane.
Honestly,
With his
it was
stats.
ridiculous in the beginning.
He was really good. He was really, really good.
I think one of the things that made Ember so good is the stat game was just ridiculously good.
And his base stats were
everything
very respectable.
about it,
Yeah.
Too good at base damage.
Yes.
Oh, but he's melee. Okay.
Cares, guys. I mean, Kunkka was melee too, and you nerfed him.
Yeah,
as they should have. Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking for another Kunkka builds 3 bracers and then carries the game.
They're like, Clock can't have more than 51 base damage, but Void Spirit, yeah, we should give him 62. Crazy.
Sometimes I do have questions about the Dota balancing. Like, and it's not going to be anything big. It's not going to be like, why rework flanks? I don't want to get into the big things. I want to get into the mundane. Ice Frog, why did you reduce the cost of Sacred Relic by 50 gold? Why? I want to know.
Don't question the frog.
Were you 50 gold away from buying Relic and then you got killed and you lost all that reliable gold?
Everyone knows Ice Frog is a support player.
Is he?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah. He's bought supports every single patch. He's nerfed Dark Warden for no reason. Other than he's a support player. He nerfs all the heroes that are good against supports. Now that Night Stalker's back in the meta, watch him swiftly nerf him back. He will.
Night Stalker might be too good. He's kind of perfect.
Yeah, I think he should. Oh, Fairy Fire. That's gonna save her for a second, but immediately killed because Monk long spear. And of course, you reach him.
Again, made it not very fast.
He is as swift as the wolves of Ice Wreck. Those wolves are popular for only having one leg.
The joke I would always make. The heck? He stole my joke. Unbelievable.
Oh, you haven't made it in this podcast yet, so it's mine now. It's been the first TM pick.
Unbelievable. It has actually been the first CM game.
I haven't seen it in forever, actually. Most people consider CM pretty bad pick. Yeah.
I like it a lot this game, though.
I think this game has a lot of utility.
I think the shard actually is pretty bonkers on Maiden. Low key. The shard is super good. If not because, you know, okay, for your kill right there from Amongst Daya, and then a free Void Spirit kill. Purple boys committing purple side. And will walk up and sap right through his brain. Level 1 brain sap, not to mention, which of course, not very famous for its ability to nuke. I can't click creep, says DB. What do you mean you can't click creep?
I don't know.
I'm...
The next level,
I mean,
Oh,
okay.
he's just saying he's missing last hits? Okay, so it's a joke.
I guess he is. Okay. XD. I mean, I guess he's fine then. I mean, you don't say XD in response to that after you unpause if it wasn't a joke. If you actually can't click creeps, pardon me, that is like a big deal.
Why is DB, like, is he a massive weeb? Because they keep calling him out about the anime. There's revenge combination.
He's not a weeb, he's an otaku. Okay? Oh. He appreciates Japanese art.
Genuinely, otaku means obsessed in Japanese, right? So you have to be an otaku about something. You can't just be an otaku. You have to be like an anime otaku.
Ah.
Or you have to be a game otaku or a pet otaku.
Or you have to be like an otaku about the word otaku. You correct me every time. Like that.
You always get it wrong, so just get it right. It's the princess of the Japanese team. What would Kaoru say? Kaoru, back me up, brother. Back me up, Oni-chan.
Normally.
Wouldn't he be your sensei because he's good at Dota?
Yeah,
and he probably has higher than a 35% win rate on Invoker.
We have a
so you can teach
48, and we have a closer relationship. So he's Oni-chan. He's my big Oni-chan.
Okay. Yeah. Big charges used, fix the trade. He going for full Orb of Corrosion, and then Phase Boots, and then Fusel Blade. Be a bit slow, but he's got more free kills this game, right? I mean, Bane.
He's always gone for the Orb of Corrosion. So.
Yes, I agree. Ember's ganking.
Ember's ganking.
Ember?
Stop the gank?
He's not ganking.
He's done. He's not ganking. Our camera knew that he was going to happen. Oh, purple fight. Can they kill him with a Assimilate? Yeah, just barely.
Very good. Killing a support as they're TPing is actually huge in the early game, like completely unironically, because they already don't get XP in the lane. So when you further delay that and keep them off the map, makes core kills a whole lot easier, makes their level 6 a whole lot slower, and when that level 6 is something that's strong as a Fiend's Grip, yeah, you want Bane's dirty, cheesy, grubby hands off of that for as long as you can afford. Killing him in mid-TP, chef's kiss. That's exactly what you want to do. What is Riki doing here?
I don't know. DB has been taking... He's like, I couldn't find the outcomes before. I gotta get it out of my system now. Yeah, so... What you would just say? Sorry, I lost.
Killing supports is good.
Oh yeah, killing supports. The TP is very important. Sometimes as a support, because your death time is so low and you don't actually give them much gold, it's better to just die in those situations than risk the TP. There, I can see the why you risked it, because it's very close.
It was close. It was. I mean, you forced all the utility out.
Yeah.
Spirit, so if you could have gotten away with it, it would have been really good, right?
And it's also kind of been great as a total player. Like, oh, I can get away, right? You never think it's better to die. That's rarely the case.
Should get used to it here, because this is going to be a death for him. Oh, they're almost going to bait and right clicks, but it's going to be the Asterisk stab that puts him down. Tango.
Oh, no, sorry, not sure.
No, the Ember. Yes, the Ember is the one to be ruptured, of course.
Tango is going to die.
Tango is going to die. They'll bring him down and give a little bit more HP there to Womi. 5-2, 3 heroes dead in mid lane. AG already with a declaration that they're starting off this game much differently than the last one.
To be honest, Womi can just carry this game. Like, I don't think Riki needs to get online in the first minutes. Yeah, he is so strong. He is genuinely... Because usually with Bloodseeker, one of the problems, of course, is your lack of damage and stuff. But if you have a swap this game, which is all you need to really boost up that damage, even the Ether Remnant to a degree, it helps a lot in that sense. It just rocks. You go for the Axe build here for sure, honestly. I really hope it does that. I like the Atos first pickup. I'm a bigger fan of Yols myself, as we'll see here, because now he's in a very precarious position. Doesn't have Rupture either. Has to heal Magic Stick. Can't really do much. Amandaya came here for nothing. The Shield Crash protected the Pango a lot.
Yeah, it did.
That was a big Shield Crash.
It really did.
On 2 heroes. Yeah, so this is why I preferred Yolsutter often on Bloodseeker. I like the Atos when Bloodseeker was a super big lane dominator. He would just win the early game no matter what. You could play aggressive with Atos. But the defensive capabilities of Yols are a bit better these days.
Counterpoint. We're already building 1 Yules on the Bloodseeker. Or sorry, on the Void Spirit, I should say.
Yep.
Do we really need 2? Do we really want to? I know. I guess
I would rather it be Axe on Void Spirit and Yols on the Blood.
That is fair. That is fair.
I can see the point for Atos though. Atos is especially good when you're up against heroes like Ember, for example.
Oh yeah.
Because you can't really hit him with Rupture won't kill him, and you can't really hit him with the Blood Right.
Yule's Blood Right is rather difficult.
It's difficult, near impossible. Because you have to hit Blood Right, then wait 0.3 seconds, and then Yules him up. It's so difficult to get it. Exactly. And obviously those 0.3 seconds, Ember is probably going to leave, so.
Nightmare, speaking of leaving, Veg will be doing none of that.
Well, she's leaving into the graveyard. She's been the other side now. R.I.P.
B, he's just off and away. Oh, okay, he's going to steal the rune at least. He's going to bait it.
He has some, like...
Just wanted to get Mercury. He just wanted him to see, hey, you could have picked up this rune.
I really wonder what's going on through DB's head sometimes. Like, he genuinely has these, like, incredible...
Fight top. That's what's going on in his head.
Oh, right now, yes. Actually, this is a good rotation.
It is. It's excellent because again, he should be farming, but he's Riki. Riki doesn't farm. There you go. They have the vision on him now. And they know. Okay. No rolling thunder.
Oh, missed them. They have one last first step. Yeah, they did, but they didn't use it in time. So Pango isn't slow. Is he actually going to TP?
And a TP there and there.
What? He is getting away. The CM got up to him. Big bowling, freezing fields.
Okay. I mean, this is still a win for AG, to be honest.
I think it's a huge win for... No, I think it's a win for Mystery.
No.
They are taking bottom. They only lost the Pango here. They forced freezing field.
Yeah, but you still give the kill to DB.
Doesn't matter.
Yes,
you
it does.
You took bottom tower, and yet you defended the tower top.
You don't want him to. You don't want him to get killed.
I don't care. I don't think it matters.
DB literally was doing nothing for a minute and a half, and now you just gave him 3 minutes, and now in fact it's falling apart. Guess who can't TP in? Tango. Guess who's got rolling thunder? Pangolier. No, nothing to top off to follow up this great arena that came on through. Not a whole lot of damage up in the tank, and in fact, they're going to try for this kill here onto DB. Looks like that second call down is going to do him in, as Unknown showing up to fight a little bit early on here. There's going to be another Blood Right that will hit him. They almost have enough damage for the kill here on the UK with the Black Cannon, as Mamang is going to fall as well.
Oh my god, I can't believe they got away with that fight. They're actually going to get the Venge as well. Just need one. Lucky Shot isn't slow anymore, but that's fine. It's going to get the kill anyway.
Yeah. Don't you know you roll the dice?
And you get one of the following effects.
And you get one of the one effects.
Yes. Either you reduce armor and make disarm them, or you reduce armor and disarm them.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I can't believe that Mystery won that fight because
Me
you're
neither.
right. There was no Pango. You had the upper hand. I think they even killed the Ember in the beginning of it.
They did. Yeah, they did. And then Gyro comes through. And Gyro, guess what? He's got like stats in Black Cannon, and he still turns that into a.
Did he
fun
actually
fight.
go for the stats build? No rocket
Oh, I was just saying because he really he doesn't have any damage items. Sorry, I'm not sure. I haven't particularly seen his build.
I didn't see him rocket barrage. So actually, you're right.
I have not seen him rocket barrage, but also
He might have gone for more points than Holy Missile though.
that's exactly what I suspect is the case.
And this tower stands, which is a huge win for Mystery. And I'm telling you, if they win this, I don't know what they're. I'm assuming they're gonna forfeit the BTS Pro Series.
Dyer's
I
middle
don't know.
tower
I don't know
is under
what's
attack.
gonna happen. Link Dagger now for the Mars. This is going to be the big reveal for him.
Dyer's top tower.
I think it should
is
be,
under
unless you got a
attack.
Ring of Health and then immediately after. Pushing for top. And they will be able to get it as the smoke. Gonna make him fast enough to close the gap there.
Dyer's top tower is
Searing
falling.
Chains doesn't find the Void Spirit. Be finding the creeps with his abilities. It's going to be Maelstrom first item. No Orb of Corrosion. I guess it makes sense when you've got Pango, who might have one actually, because he's a support as well.
There's also not much point in Aura Corrosion against Bloodseeker. Was too fast. Void Spirit was movement, and Ricky has movement. Right? Oh, that good
Dyer's
this game.
bottom
That's
tower
fair.
is
So I
under
kind of like
attack.
it. I think Pango should still get it. For Ember, it's no point. Kill the CM.
Yep.
Well done.
There she goes. Fine.
They have Yule Scepter now on the Void.
She's going to need more fluffy hats than just one if she wants to live to do something like that.
He does go for Corrosion either. The Pandas actually go for Yules instead.
Dyer's top tower is under
I'm here to
attack.
avoid the Blood. That was perfect. Very well done. I guess he's done that. I guess he's fought against one too many Bloodseekers.
Or just one Bloodseeker. Kind of a really easy timing.
Talk about Blood Ray can hit any second.
Bloodred is very much known for its unpredictability and its unclear boundaries.
It's not like it completes the picture, then immediately goes and then uses it.
Clear. Good timing.
Good spell they added for Bloodseeker though. I'm glad. It actually added a lot of diversity to his hero.
We're really far. We got Yules, at least. Yules is big.
Radiant's bottom
and-
tower is
Hate those as well. You can at least kill. It's not the best. It's okay, small
okay.
target. I don't think it's that great for
It's okay. Better than him than the Bane.
yeah. Yeah, I guess. But you got Gyrocopter Axe. Like I would say it's still
Oh,
a win.
well, that was awkward.
That was awkward.
They just both blinked to the other side and started farming creeps, but Mars does it a lot faster than Riki does, which is why Riki is still but one component away from the Diffusal Blade.
That's crazy. He's farming so slow this game. And the Gyrocopter's out farming him by so much. And I think the Gyrocopter match against Ricky is honestly pretty good.
For Spirit now has Maelstrom on the
Radiant's
way.
courier has been
So he
killed.
has now, of course, a little bit more magic damage. He doesn't mind poking a prod in the fights. The DB's Courier has been slain by what? Neutrals? What did it get slain by? It just died.
Creeps. That's when lane creeps got it. There's probably invisible.
It doesn't. It won't say just the Dire.
No.
Yeah. No. Well, it has a Blade of Alacrity on it, and probably the robe with a Magi. Magi? A guy? My dude?
Magi?
Magi?
Magi.
Yeah.
This'll come in handy.
I would call it Roman Magi.
Ogre my guy.
No, it's Magi. Like magic, Magi. This is only missing the C, right? So it only makes sense. I don't know if this is... Well, okay, no, with Bloodseeker here, yep. There's entirely a potential kill. You gotta commit a Rupture. Who do they Rupture? It's
Sure.
Shango. It doesn't matter. Bloodseeker dies.
Yeah,
They also
they're
will
gonna
catch
be
the
back.
bench.
Easy.
It's looking bad.
They need Riki. They Team Mystery, they figured it out. It took them 4 games, but they finally figured out how to actually counter the Riki, and that's pick a lineup that can actually fight early into him, especially if he's going to continue delaying this Diffusal Blade of his.
I'm sorry to believe what you said about the theory of 2 games limited farming geniuses a day.
I don't know what it is. I think that's just a curse. Again, I didn't mean that. It was completely made in jest. Again, a team that does play this much, they're playing 3 tournaments right now.
Yeah.
I don't think it's realistic for them. Maybe they're just burnt out. That's possible, honestly.
Maybe they're
burnt
playing
out.
too much. Yeah.
There's something to be said for that. I think, we've all probably played a couple too many, go to pubs, right? And just imagine how much more stressful an official is. I mean, it's tough work. It's tough work. You always have to be paying attention because, as much as casters, sometimes we will overblow things and be like, oh, this game is over, we sound like Arteezy over here when he misses 1 CS.
some of the mistakes that you do end up making can legitimately cost your team the game. That's a really heavy mentality that's always going to be constantly taking a toll on you. Does that up. Does that up. I'd say probably playing one official is probably just as mentally taxing as playing 2 1.5 very difficult pubs. And like try hard pubs, at least.
Okay, freezing field in the middle of this. The Bloodseeker stuck. Searing Chains might just kill him. He's dead. He did get a rupture off on the Ember before he died. Doesn't seem to matter too much. Ooh, the Blink Strike and then Ember. Second Blink Strike, or the Void Spirit rather. And that's gonna save him. But still a win. Like, you still got a couple of kills off this. More map control for Envious. For Mystery.
I think you're a bit off about this Bloodseeker option. I don't think this is not working out for them. I think if you were able to play this a little bit more around pickoffs, it'd be fine, but Mystery are not giving them the chance. It's been 5 heroes constantly going into engage since they pushed that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, because the ruptures are all on the Ember. The Void Spirit is breaking under anything. It's very fun. Like, I agree, you know, it's... What is it? He's not going to carry the game alone. Take the Roshan, and they also got Ricky for free there.
Yeah, Unknown gets
Tango might die as a result, but they also, like, you see what I mean? How do you expect the Bloodseeker to do anything when Mamantaya's dying with the spear alone? You don't deal damage, you need damage from someone else.
He's already falling apart. Mystery looking to just now clean up the rest of the fight. Swap, just to secure the kill, I would suppose. And now the Bloodseeker is going to be left all alone. Infantry to get off the blood right at least, but the GG is called. It's game 5 on the books.
Yep, they know that if this takes too long, they might not get a chance to play the BTS Pro Series at all. So they might ask for like a small intermission, and they have to try to win next.
Reverse sweep, I honestly didn't think it was going to be possible. I thought after the way games 1 and 2 went, it was going to be very fast, best of 5 series. That is not what we got here at all.
I don't know, I mean, there's some time pressure on AG. I don't want to be affecting them. I'm not sure, because Mystery's playing, again, solid games, but they have been doing this the whole time. To me, it's just hard not to concentrate on AG's on mistakes, really. This game, last game I thought it was Mamang Daya that was the most egregious. This game I think it was Mamang Daya and DB, both, like, oof, like some really questionable plays overall. Some basic mechanical mistakes in many moments, which are very uncharacteristic of Army Geniuses, because rarely, like, I see them play and they'll make tactical mistakes, that's fine. They'll be missing fundamentals sometimes, okay. But mechanical mistakes is something that we've rarely seen from them, right? Even when they're sloppy. And this game we saw plenty.
So we'll see a couple of those in the highlights, of course, because I want to highlight, actually, how well Mystery have adjusted in this draft.
Oh, they've done a really good job.
I think losing 4 games straight, because of course Team Mystery, this was the upper bracket. This is the rematch of the upper bracket finals, of which AG completely stomped them 2-0, right? Completely stomped them in the first 2 games of this best of 5. To then have adjusted the draft in game number 3, banning out the Riki, which was a significant problem for them, and then now in game number 4 here of our series, learning how to actually play against it and drafting against it. Very impressive from Team Mystery.
I agree. I think that Mystery adapted well to like the first 2 games was very rough for them, but now they're adapting pretty well in the drafts. I think their playstyle is also improving a lot. But they're noticing that RMGs always start to play really chaotic engagements, and what they're doing is just, well, bunching up as 5, forcing really big team fights, forcing it so that they can't ever get anyone alone. And also, they're playing now against with heroes like, say, Gyrocopter, that are less kiteable than, for example, Sven, and also big farmers, like big, strong farmers that are strong at any point in the game. They never hit a big power spike. I wouldn't be surprised if they play other heroes like TL in the same sense, right? Heroes that are hard to kite, that have no moment where you can really abuse them. They're doing a really good job of that. So all the credit to Team Mystery. That said, if you want something more than credit and you want a prize, you, my good friend viewer, actually have a chance to get one. We have, as we get to the highlights, a little giveaway / quiz that we're running after each every game. You'll see a little question prompt, and you can answer this question in the chat, and we'll select one of the right answers to give the following prizes to. The prizes are currently a 7-day code for UU Booster, or a 30-day code, or alternatively a Dota 2 treasure worth $2. We might also have, because we used to have this prize earlier for the 1v1s, a Steam $10 gift card that might be running around, might have not been able to give out, who knows. So I will try to test our luck anyway. The UU Booster code is just a way to boost your internet signal. It's not a way to actually boost your MR. We do recommend you try this out. It's one of the sponsors of the tournament and a great service. That said, guys, just do it after each game. And we're watching the highlights. So the question is going to be mostly about these things.
Yeah, this fight is basically where the game turns on its head.
But this was such a sloppy fight for them.
Was.
Like, not even tactically, I mean, like, mechanically, it was a very sloppy fight.
I agree. And then by this stage already, we see Team Mystery just always showing up to fight his 5. And this is the way to kill a Riki. Riki's going to want to find your Bane when he's off on a warding mission and get a solo kill, and then just easily escape after he baits like the Ember or the Mars to TP in after him. Mystery were not giving him the chance here. Even this team fight, look how easy it looked for them. Just running everyone down. Riki, yes, he escapes, he lives, but they get nothing out of each of these fights, and then this was the last one.
Yep.
I really want to quickly as well just say that Mystery, yes, they are going to be playing now their 7th game of Dota straight. However, their series versus Meow Meow, I mean, the second game was 8 minutes long.
Yeah,
so
because they DG'd immediately due to internet problems.
Yes. So
it's not that big a deal.
No, not that big a deal. I just want to mention that real quick because we've been harping on AG. Maybe they'll retire, maybe they're burnt out. What about Mystery casters? They're going to be tired. Normal Game 5 tiredness, but nothing more than what AG are going to be experiencing as well because their first series, not very stressful, pretty easy.
Mystery's looking better every game as well, to be honest. Mystery's literally playing better every day. Every game. I feel like AG might have to start questioning if they don't need to. Okay. Unknown as MVP. Seems fine. He participated in a lot of fights early. I think his rotations were key to winning. I think now AG needs to start considering their bans. Yeah, they always ban to enable their own drafts, and they might need to start banning to disrupt the enemy drafts. Like the Mars ban. I'm surprised they've gotten Mars so many times for Envious. I don't think that's okay. Mercury also plays a great Mars. Like, they have 2 great Mars players, and they keep letting the Mars pass. I don't think that's fine. Even though, to be honest, I think this game Mars versus Riki shouldn't have been that impactful, but Envious is just too good.
It's true. Yeah, that lane used to be a mid lane matchup that was kind of 50-50. Usually
the mid lane was
Riki.
no. The mid lane is very Mars favored. You're missing.
Yeah. But then you would hit level 6 on Riki, and then he'd be more or less fine.
Exactly.
Like the laning stage is very Mars heavy, which is why I think like we saw that go the way it was, especially with what a Maiden to support versus who they end up running down.
I didn't really see the use of the Maiden, by the way.
No,
we didn't really talk about the pick, but like there was no one that really. I mean, the Bloodseeker kind of needed mana regen, but usually he builds it himself. He built Ato's first item, so you don't really need. Anyway, with that, we're gonna get game number 5. So take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back with game number 5. Bye.
Oh, this is the draft.
Oh, never mind. There's no break. Oh, probably because Army Genius has asked.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. We didn't read that. There's no break because Army Genius probably asked, hey, we need to play now. Like, we need to play now, otherwise we're not going to be able to.
Okay.
BTS Pro Series. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Mystery with the Pangolier. I'm assuming they'll just early GG. This is one of the things as well. Army Genius is playing with like a lot of time pressure, so they might just early GG if this game starts going south.
It's a lot of money, though. A lot of money.
$2,000. And how much is the BTS Pro Series?
I mean, probably more, but they did just, they're not in the grand finals of the BTS Pro Series.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? Like, it's
just group stages.
I know. What does it say? A bird in the hand, right?
Yep. Bird in the hand, easy to kill, and 15,000 birds in the sky.
I'm on the.
Be here. 60,000 USD prize.
What do they get for? This would be equivalent to a 5th to 6th finish. Actually, the difference between 5th and 6th and 4th. Very top heavy. I mean, of course, as they usually are. And they're already 0-1 and 2. I would be. I mean, it's still early in the group stage for them in the BTS Pro Series, but I'd be much more willing to lose one.
I agree.
Two. This is, I think, to me, at least, that's where I'm at.
Oh God, so it's getting scored. I agree.
We'll see though. Okay, opening picks. I don't know if I've ever done this. Straight 2 drafts, just back-to-back action here. Very fun, very exciting.
We get the music off the draft, guys. I would like to hear the Dota client.
Yeah, the music is playing. We'll try and get the beautiful Dota draft noises here as we get underway.
Penguin Clock were the first picks for Mystery. Pretty okay picks. I mean, the Bane does make the Pango not seem so great, but the Pango's still pretty solid. And we saw you just put him as 4 and using a Fiend script against the Pangolier, like, it's still a win for Mystery. He's really good against Kunkka. I think Clockwork once again very good against Kunkka. Clockwork's one of the best heroes against Bane as well, because you can always hookshot or cogs or battery assault. It's a very casual way of breaking his Fiend script. And you are meant to hookshot in any way. So it's not like you're putting yourself in a more precarious position than you should.
This is a great Kunkka game, though. The way that they're actually, once again, buffing up among Daya. Nightmare to set up X-Mark for Arrow. Like, he's going to be enabled greatly here for Mamang Daya. So I am quite a big fan of that overall.
Production that we really would appreciate the music being turned off. Thank you. The Mirana with Kunkka now. They run this combo before. Mirana, Bane, Mirana, Kunkka.
Real quick, I do want to mention something before we get too deep into this draft. AG are doing the equivalent of losing a frustrating game of ranked Dota 2 and then immediately hitting play Dota again.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no reset whatsoever. I know this is something that casters
with more time pressure as well.
Yeah, this is something that casters will especially coaches or casters that have been coaches, panels that have been coaches, this is something they'll always say, you know, it's important to do this. Pro players, when they've been on panel, they always say, oh, it's important to reset. What do you need to do? Army Genius have not done any of that. So
That's true.
I just want to point that out here as we get into game.
Yeah, I feel like the pressure for them is going to be brutal. If I was Mystery, I would honestly play... I mean, I don't know, it's kind of dirty, but I would just play the game. Luna, this is a very different from Mystery.
This is. I mean, they're responding nicely to what AG are proposing, though.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind the puck. I don't like the puck versus Kunkka, but I'm assuming it's going to be Kunkka offlane again because they've been running it mainly.
Could be, yeah. They have been doing that quite a bit. That being said, Team Mystery still, of course, making the safe play. Not only ban that Riki, but and the Mamang Daya at Ryder. You know, he didn't have too good of a performance on it in Game 3.
Radiant team back.
Dragon Knight.
Yay for Army Geniuses.
Okay, good answer to the puck. Immediate. I'm glad that this team is not afraid of picking up the DK because Team Mystery seemed a bit afraid of it against the Rookie. Very good DK game. Very good against puck, obviously. Destroys the lane. Now you can put the Kunkka into the off lane, or vice versa. You can still flex them if they do anything shenanigans. And DK with Mirana is very good. DK with Bane is very good. DK with Kunkka is very good. You have so many stuns right now. It's kind of scary for the puck. The thing is, Luna's pretty good against stun lineups because Eclipse shies them away. She's a natural BKB picker, and she usually stays a little bit behind. She's not the one leading. Or she shouldn't be the one leading if you have a reliable offlaner. So Luna is okay here, but the rest of the team is looking pretty scary.
Indubitably, as we get underway with the last banning phase. Okay. Team Mystery. We have most certainly a mid and an offlaner. Where they'll be end up laning, probably DK mid, probably Kunkka offlane. As I see that one going. But either way, banning the carries here. So they'll get rid of the Terror Blade. Okay. TB here. Luna, by the way, it's kind of a significant nerf to the Lucent Beam Shard, where now you only launch one projectile instead of two.
Oh, it's a big nerf. It's a very big nerf.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're still picking Luna, to be honest. But
I think the hero is still very strong, but you have lost that, which is a great asset, the hero. Like, because it's not going to affect her laning stage very much. It's not going to affect her farming stage. It will affect her fighting stage, which is why I say it's a moderate change. Right? So, but you're right. It is significant. TB, okay, so you ban the TB. I think everyone here. You're offlane. What offlane does TB absolutely demolish? That's scared of.
Oh no, it's because the TB match versus Luna is too good.
Yeah.
TB destroys Luna. That's why. It's blatant that.
All right.
You don't ban picks for your offlaner. You need to ban the core-to-core matchup. Luna has a lot of bad core-to-core matchups.
Look, you get rid of Spectre here then as well.
Spectre is already banned. You're thinking. You're probably thinking Jug is another one. Slark is a good one. Lifestealer is there because he's better against Puck and Pango. Slark is very good here though. I don't know if this region doesn't play Slark because I haven't seen. I say this region. I don't know if top clans teams. I know for a fact that CA plays a lot of Slark. I don't know if top clans teams don't play Slark because he is a very solid pick here. Great against Puck, very good against Pango, very good against Luna, very good against Clockwork. It's kind of this whole draft.
I mean, Genius, by the way, have used 3 seconds total of reserve time.
So Pango offlane. That's better Slark game even. This is the ideal Slark game. Pango sucks so much against Slark in the lane. Yeah, even a bit annoying against Slark.
Very annoying.
Because we can't purge it, but still. You have Shadow Dance.
Shadow Dance, you can go for Ags and get double pounce to kind of alleviate some of your mobility issues because you will be getting demonic perch this game. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it.
I really do feel like this is a Slark game. I mean, Jug is another viable pick, but I don't like it as much. That is not what I was thinking. I don't think that's very good.
Yeah, I would have maybe even preferred CK actually not versus Shadow. EB, so it is a carry Bloodseeker.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Bloodseeker is good against the offlane Pango, obviously.
Mid-lane Kunkka as well. So we'll be putting Womi offlane DK.
Very odd choice.
I did fully expect DK to just sit mid and not give Mercury the chance to kill a mid laner. Really.
Yeah. Maybe they just appreciate Kunkka having more farm this time, because Kunkka also has a good match against Puck. It's not like it's too bad.
Yeah.
It's worse than DK's, but it's not too bad. I think DK versus Luna is a pretty bad matchup though, especially with Clocker. But I also think Kunkka should suffer there. So Kunkka's just a poorer man's DK, really.
Okay, that's an interesting way of framing it.
I mean, at least in the laning stage, right? He's just a tanky boy. You deal more damage to Kunkka, you have more offensive potential in DK, but you just don't tank as much. I'm not convinced on this Bloodseeker pick against Luna. Luna is very much a stand my ground hero. Like, she is fast and she can outrun you. She doesn't want to not be able to run because of Rupture, but she's a stand my ground, big Satanic, hit Bloodseeker, and he doesn't really have that much damage as a carrier in general. Like, he is one of the things he's lacking. He farms really fast, and he usually gets a lot of items. He's very tanky, but when he fights 1v1 against most cores, he tends to lose that matchup because obviously Blood Rage is taking him down. You're very weak against Scotty pickers as well, like Luna, for example. Eclipse sends you flying. Puck really destroys you as well. The only good part about Bloodseeker is that there's no illusions to get with Disruption, but who cares? You have a Luna. I'm a Bloodseeker. I love Bloodseeker. Also, as a Bloodseeker and Pango spammer, because I played the counter and the heal, I can tell you that Pango offlane is not that bothered by Bloodseeker. The only position that's really, really bothered by Bloodseeker and that destroys him is mid. And if you're mid Pango, you have to brush the Lincoln. There's no other way of playing that match. But if you're offlane Pango, you can just go for Yule Scepter, Blink, now with a shard as well. You have so many tools to not get ruptured or to not be impact for your rupture. That doesn't feel as strong.
Mongdaya Master Tier Kunkka. First time we've seen him on Kunkka in the series. They picked it first game, but then they flexed it off. This time they choose not to. Set throw DB on the core roll. Puck, of course, very famous for its ability to beat any mid laner except for maybe an Earth Spirit to the mid lane and plant an early ward. So we've got the Bane here with the Sentry, but I think they're going to be a little bit hard-pressed to actually locate the true location of it. Ooh, okay, mystery though. Significant D ward. That's going to open up rotations, actually, from the Mirana. That's pretty big, as that was the D ward there. Good luck. What that one means. Oh.
The battle
At the horn. No one contesting the runes. Looks like bottom is going to go uncontested as well. Nice, very nice.
All right, we'll see. I wonder what the mentality is going to be for our AG in this game. I wonder how long it will take them to maybe start to potentially give up. Genuinely, because you have the potential of ghost pushing with Luna very hard this game. There's a lot of ways with Luna and Puck and Pango. You have a great lineup to delay the game. Not necessarily like right off the bat, but if the game starts going well for AG and they just start delaying endlessly, how long will you be able to take this? Will you be able to forfeit your game in the BTS Pro Series? We'll see.
I'm not sure. I have no idea how it's going to go. Now teams have had difficulties with other like qualifiers for BTS Pro Series. You know, not being not giving really any considerations for there. I don't know if it's for the group stage.
No, there's no consideration.
Ooh, UK. Running. And running right back into the Pangolier. Brain Sap forces at least another shield crash, but it's still first blood.
Very good. So surprisingly, the lane between Pango and Bloodseeker is actually pretty Pango favored because you don't have Rupture, obviously. And Pango with Shield Crash just tanks all your damage. He just runs at you with Lucky Shot if you get the proc. Bloodseeker can't do anything else.
There's Disruption level 1, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's a better build as well. Very clever. Sets up for a Shield Crash, which seems stupid, but honestly, the slow is considerable now. And if you get like already level 2 Shield Crash, that's a whole 150 damage there, which is pretty good. I think that lane for Pango is actually going to be one lane over time. I mean, he has very little last hits, but I think he's going to... I mean, he's just missed a bunch, honestly.
There's that Thirst coming into play, though. We can expect that to actually be kind of significant, especially with, of course, being able to deny now. So the more that the other lanes spar and fight, the better it'll actually end up going for your top lane.
That's true. That's true. But for bottom, that's perfect, right? Because there's a lot of harassment's going to happen bottom.
Constantly, pretty much, yeah. Constant skirmishing. So that's something to consider. Always a weird thing to consider. And it's always your number 1 priority if you do end up picking a Slark.
Yep.
But obviously no Slark here.
Like, if you had a... The thing is, though, with Bloodseeker is that... Oh, actually, with the Nightmare Blood Right combo, that's really good, strong. I completely forgot the Nightmare combo. That's very, very powerful. They have a Shield Crash still. They're trying to counter-initiate. They need a salve. The thing with Bloodseeker is that you really are lacking any sort of like damage early or any catch, especially as carry. That's why I think I saw him go for Orbital Corrosion. I don't know if I saw that correctly, which is a good idea. Like you just don't do as much in the lane early, right? You're just meant to stay there, farm, and do well, and that's okay. But you don't do anything but farm.
That's a master tier juke there.
Yeah, that's very good.
He doesn't get the range crit, but he also doesn't get it denied. Oh, Luna.
This bottom lane is being destroyed, by the way. But Dragon Knight that's a kill. Dragon Knight run is too powerful, I guess. Clockwork does nothing against
They have the power of anime.
They do. And then, they both get together afterwards. Wink, wink, nudge.
That's what actually, Alvaro. That's not canon.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I wrote this fanfic, and Valve accepted it. Gaben himself said, "Ooh, this got me very sweaty," and that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Arrow. This could be a back-to-back death. This is huge on the Luna. More thirst at the very least. DK will not go with diving. Got armor. He's got plot armor, but not enough of it to tank that tier 1 tower.
Right now, AG is looking very strong, though. Their lanes are going much better than I expected. Well, to be honest, that's what's supposed to happen anyway. But you need to dominate early and then get this space for the Bloodseeker. He's not going for ore, by the way. He did only go for the agility, though. Try to play aggressively, good blood right.
Got a wand, so he will be fine.
Yeah, Bloodseeker's not gonna die this lane. Not maybe early, sure, but now not so much.
Lane as well from Long Dia doing decently. Luna, of course, almost getting bullied back to the fountain. Had a healing cell the whole time, so just simply pops that and they're fine. Also makes DB's lane, or DB's laning a bit weaker. As they're looking again for the Luna. DP's coming though. It's going to be Clockwork. Turning back to the lane, probably with regen, and of course a stun here for the PK. Top lane, there's going to be that Nightmare into Bloodright again. Run as fast as you can. Bloodseeker's going to be even faster because you have no move speed. Or because he's got a bunch of move speed. You don't have any blood. Seeker, looking for some of that from Tokyo now.
Now we shield crash. Oh, maybe now a Nightmare. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Nightmare. Well done.
Perfect.
Well done. Did he get to take a second point in Blood Rage? No. Just the damage at level 1. Okay.
Wow.
I'm assuming now he's going to start putting points in Blood Rage. Usually the build in lane is 2-1-2 to maximize the Blood Rage and the farming speed.
That's just really paying off here greatly for AG.
No, yeah, it is. It is. I was surprised.
Oh, okay, now it's fine.
It's because bottom lane is going so badly for them as well. Because bottom is going so bad, they're having so much pressure and they can't ever rotate Clockwork or anything like that. And now they don't know what to do with the top lane. Whenever Pango gets dived like that, you just... Because the thing is, Clockwork's really good at canceling dive. So the whole thing I was thinking is, well, Bloodseeker, when he dives the tower, the only way he has to killing you, you just go and rotate Clockwork. But you can't, because he needs to cover the Luna.
TP's coming. It's Puck. First rotation. Has 3 points here in Illusory Orbs with a lot of magic damage.
It might be a kill on DB. It's possible. He has
level 4.
No, but
by now, missing pings are going to be coming through, though. So
yeah,
it feels like they've lost their chance. Yep.
That feels really bad. That's a whole TP rotation wasted. If Bloodseeker now gets a kill on Pango as well, oof.
Another thing that's especially bad is you're completely right. Clockwork is amazing at tanking these ganks, and in this lane, I mean, this isn't a full gank, of course, but DK stun into Arrow is real mean, and you want to try and prevent your Luna from taking that, as there he comes again. Battery Assault is ready, but here's the counter rotation from Kunkka. They know that Puck can't match the speed, especially without the TP scroll ready. Boat is going to catch our Lady Luna. It's Tidebringer Cleave here now on Bloodseeker. Arrow sailing through, though, however, will miss. Boat connected onto the both of them, so they're very low, but no vision there for the auto. Well, they actually have vision with Thirst. They just needed an extra one and couldn't quite find it, so another TP triggered. But top lane, look how fast this Bloodseeker is. Pangolier has got himself a swashbuckle, and he's off and away. 6 charges of the raindrops reduced to 4, but at least Mamong Dia, well, if you're a Mystery fan, Mamong's Dia rotation was also unsuccessful, but did force TPs. But the point I was bringing up is that Clockwork, he's great at stopping these ganks, but at the cost of his own HP. And normally that's fine, because he's tanky, he's got decent armor, good move speed, and he just runs away and salves, or just TPs home, whatever. Against a Bloodseeker, it does have actually real impact on how his lane goes. So Pango's struggling. Like you said, this lane's not that bad for Pangolier, but I just think with Nightmare and all the move speed that we constantly have here for Bloodseeker, maybe a bit surprising how much he's actually getting out of the lane.
I agree. I mean, he hasn't even been forced to leave the lane whatsoever. He's just been able to stay top and completely dominated. One of the insignia things about carry Bloodseeker, by the way. If he can dominate the lane like this is his bread and butter, really. And this is when you outfarm the Luna. Like I cannot stress this enough. He might be one of the fastest farming carries in the game. A good Dragon Coil, but with Ghost Ship, Puck is scared now. DK even rotating just in case. He's like, came a bit too late.
Yeah, not going to do much there. I think that's a bit of an over-aggressive TP. Just get your level 6. Tucker will be fine, especially with the run buff.
Yeah, and me wasn't considering the run buff would be enough.
I think we really need to see a Elder Dragon form coming through.
I agree. You got to put some pressure. Your top lane is going so well, it feels a waste. Like you can't put pressure bottom.
3 heroes top lane again. Of course, that'll just get DB back underneath this tower. He'll be fine.
Oh, I will say something I didn't consider, by the way, the whole time is that the Shadow Demon with the Demonic Purge is pretty brutal.
Yep.
I wonder what his solution is going to be to that.
It is particularly bad.
Because you depend on that buff. If you don't have Blood Rage, there's no point in playing that hero.
It's a very strong Shadow Demon game. We've seen a lot of strong Shadow Demon games. This might be one of the better ones we've seen. Stopping this whole, arrow into whatever combo, really canceling the Bane's Fiend's Grip. Speaking of Fiend's Grip, there's no Fiend's Grip here. Just a Nightmare with Mamong Daya's Haste Rune. He is very, very easily going to pick up this kill. In fact, he's starting to farm a couple of stacks in the meantime. There's that Elder Dragon form that AG are looking for. They have that online, forcing Luna back out of the jungle, where she'd much rather be, farms much more rapidly rather than just in the lane. Almost has that Mask of Madness to be on our way.
Usually I don't like the Mask of Madness build these days for Luna because I think it's enough to just go Dragonlance into Manta, but I think this game necessarily, because you want to match Bloodseeker speed. If you can keep your farm equal to his, you're going to be in a good spot. So I like this build a lot. I think it's very clever.
Okay, so real quick, we can take a look at the toll that the Bloodseekers really had here in history, and it's best reflected in Clockwork. 750 net worth.
How would that be, Bloodseeker?
Because he's just buying so many salves all the time instead of just getting slow regen. He's having a TP and fairy regen back to Luna as well all the time.
Yeah, but that's a Bloodseeker, that's DK.
No, I know, but he doesn't care. Normally he loses all his HP and he just walks home on 0 HP. Right? But he can't afford it. The lane was already so hard for Pango. He can't make it any worse.
Clock was bottom.
I know Clock was bottom, but Thirst is global. So you have to buy a bunch of regen in order to keep it topped up.
I don't think that was the case.
I don't think Clock is not always this poor.
No, but Clock is always this poor because the late bottom got destroyed.
Sure. But again, I think normally you don't really care that much.
I would disagree. I think the lane bottom was just too bad for him. I think the lane bottom was You can see by the difference between Mirana and Clockwork. Or Mirana and Shadow Demon.
Well, Mirana just farms always, right?
Well, yeah, Mirana's farming heroes in this game. Or Bane. Like, Bane is more than the Shadow Demon. Like, what does that say?
Bane is a lot of money.
Yeah, but that's because the top lane went well for them. They destroyed them. So that's what I mean. They got destroyed at both lanes. I don't think the Bloodseeker's doing anything special here.
Oh, exactly not. He's Thirst.
I don't think he's doing that either. That's what I'm saying.
He's not thirsting?
No, he's not thirsting.
Oh,
TWE. Dies. There's a Dream Coil.
He's got the Rumba.
He does have the Rumba.
And they're missing the roll.
Oh, really good. Look at this. Koka's footwork. Okay, he's dead. He has to do some good footwork, but he still died. Maybe this might be a bit too much of a dive here by AG.
Oh, here they go.
Maybe not with a Bloodseeker.
He's thirsting.
Max the damage right now. The Fiend Script is not going to kill the Clockwork. Has to use the Rupture on the Pango, but he has so much shield crash on him. He's actually tanking the Rupture nicely. He's going to live. He's actually going to live with a 68% damage reduction. Now one last Blood Right. That's going to finish off Envious. DK just wants to get the Dragon Tail off. That's pick pull used by the Bloodseeker. And able to get away as DK tries to deny himself. Or not.
I'm not sure
what he was trying to do there.
Well, now he should.
Now he's going to fight to the death.
Puck was also fighting the Ancients. Tanking a couple of them.
I was wondering how he was doing so much damage.
It's more Thirst, so DB still could be on the prowl here, especially with his hunting partner Mirana. There is a hero showing bottom now. Clockwork at least going to look to defend the tower. I don't think he can really go diving against the Clock. It's a bad idea. Mask of Madness online, now into the Dragonlance. Pretty typical item build up for the Luna, who has managed to finally retake her position as farming a bit faster here than the Bloodseeker. I can't imagine Bloodseeker has got Blood Rage maxed yet. We look for a kill mid lane on Puck.
And with a DK stun, Dragon Tail will set up for the Ghost Ship. Puck is going to get hit by that. Didn't face it at the time because he was still on cooldown. Nightmare should be able to kill him off just with a pure damage.
Yep.
There we go. As Pango still running around. He does get a lucky shot. Bottom lane, Bloodseeker was finishing off the Clockwork.
Yep.
They stay in with disruption from that Torrent. And Demonic Purge will slow down Mamong Daya, who has the armlet though, so he should be fine. Nightmare right. Oh, Nightmare ignores the Tidebringer completely.
Yep.
Just cleans right through, doesn't wake him up. Okay. Breathe Fire. Dragon Tail. There's the Rupture finally. Despite the Shield Crest, look at the kill. AG finally starting to see what they... Everything started to align for them.
They're starting to remember what games 1 and 2 looked like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh no, this positioning here by Unknown. He's very desperate.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe he had a plan this whole time.
No, Kunkka's too tanky. No way.
I wanted to hype this up, but okay.
No,
farming.
Kunkka is way too tanky.
Why are you farming there, honestly?
Exactly, that's my question. The question is not, will Luna get a kill here? The question is, Luna, why? I think she's just trying to farm away from where the madness, where the constant melee of mid lane has been occurring for the past 3, 4, 5 minutes. And this time, honestly, they given DB a hero who is incentivized to join fights early, especially if it means free kills on the buck here. I mean, this is free. And now with Maelstrom online and Blood Rage about to be maxed, do you take a level 10 talent here on Bloodseeker? No, you do not. At least not if you're DB. 4-1-4 build with the point in the ultimate and the Maelstrom online. This is when the farming starts to get into its rocket ship and take off, is it?
Yep, that's when you start to farm like crazy. Once you get the full Blood Rage and the Maelstrom online. I don't know how many... He has full Blood Rage, right?
Yes, he does. It's 4-1-4. That's what I just said. Yeah, I was wondering if you take a 10 talents or not. I wasn't sure.
You do not.
Okay, well, he did, yeah.
Well, you can if you want to, but the Blood Rage talents, at least right now, are very underwhelming. Because before we had the Armor talent, which is great. As carry Bloodseeker, idiot Bloodseekers would go for the... No, look, he's actually going for the... Nightfall build. That's interesting. Echo Saber. Ah. So if with the armor talent, idiot Bloodseekers would go for the 30 attacks because I have to attack faster. You need the 7 armor.
That was a cute play by Long Dio. Did you see what he did?
I saw that. Was
it didn't work though. He was a little early.
But these days, Bloodseekers are going obviously for the attack speed talent when you're carry because well you don't really deal much magical damage. And I love the Echo Saber choice. Got nerfed a bit, but Bloodseekers need that much mana region, so it's still okay. And it's very good for hunting down enemies. It's your equivalent of Aura Corrosion when you have enough farm to pick the expensive version.
Good jump. That's going to be Dragon Tail.
Oh!
Barely.
Just barely, yeah.
Wow.
How did that arrow actually hit him as he was face shifting?
I thought it was a puck kebab, but instead it was not. Arrow through the puck. She comes out. It's already halfway through her.
It comes out.
Yeah, it looked like it should have hit. It did not, though.
Puck small. Puck small.
Puck very small.
Puck the trickster as well.
It is. Okay. Well, Tango is going to dodge a lot of abilities. Oh no, actually not the boat. Actually perfectly lined it up for that one. Wow.
Because he was nightmared.
What?
No, nightmared.
Yeah, disrupted.
Oh, sorry, disrupted for the boat. Oh, yeah, right. I thought it was nightmare.
I thought the boat was going to be a little... Now he's fine. Now he's dead.
Yep.
Kills from a long time.
Pretty chill kill.
With the DD rune. Was really casual for them. I mean, they weren't able to find the puck aggressively when they went, so they go back and actually kill the people that are constantly pushing waves into the tier 2 tower and are rewarded for it. Not as valuable kills, but this Pango is just simply not having a game, unfortunately. I mean, from the draft, we already could kind of know that he wasn't going to have the highest impact Pango offlane game we've seen, but this is now, it turned into especially a difficult game for him. Okay, one guy's going for BKB next. Are we gonna smoke here? No, not quite. Just kind of providing cover for the Luna to farm because they rightfully suspect a stun or
catch the Luna. Coming. Disruption. That's not gonna save her. She is actually gonna come out stun. No, gonna come out into the torrent instead. They have no follow-up, however. The Fiend's Grip is still available, but he himself is in trouble. Pango has been ruptured. Pango is gonna die in a swashbuckle. The Dream Coil got used. Bloodseeker still fighting to the death. Not using Blood Rage on himself. Puck this die in the backlines. Bloodseeker has to retreat as he wants to walk back in with the Echo Saber. Is he going to try? Yep, just to kill off the Clockwork as the Luna falls in the main lines. And he got enough to heal back up.
Oh yeah, easy. I mean, it's just a Shadow Demon with no Demonic Purge. You're not scared of him anyway, and that's fighting around a ward there, just giving them the right vision. Setting up a ward immediately as you start fighting around a cliff is super valuable for your team. This fight proves it. Bane dies, and honestly, his biggest impact is not really casting Nightmare as much as it is putting down the ward. That's the MVP play here.
Yep.
He makes it work. 5-21, now pushing a 5k net worth lead. There's the Echo Saber finished, fully completed.
They have 20 more minutes now.
They do, yeah. Well, they've got 20 plus usually 15 is the limit for when you lose your first game.
Yeah, so I think it's looking pretty good because by then, the game is won or lost. Right? If you take this long against Luna.
Yeah.
I mean, Bloodseeker's pretty good at the late game.
That's what I was about to say. I don't know. You hype up his late game a bit, so...
His late game is not bad. He just doesn't not very good in the core-to-core matchup. That's the issue. So like a lot of cores that are like very tanky, or a lot of cores that are like very just solid cores. In the late game, they just beat him. You know, Dusa's his biggest counter actually, but like Parablade, they just do better than him. But now he's gonna hit his first power spike, his biggest power spike. It used to be S and Y into the BKB. Now it's gonna be straight BKB up to the Echo Saber. It's like ideal timing.
His farm speed is actually pretty incredible now with...
This might be the biggest power spike, one of the biggest power spikes in the game. Like, you're actually the strongest hero in the game for a while with a BKB.
Like in the whole, like in this game.
Like in Dota, in general. Yeah, because no.
I think you're just in love with Bloodseeker.
No. The person who said this was actually Quakeflow. I was actually watching a video yesterday about him teaching BSJ about this and why it's so important. And he's like, there's no power spike I think is more important than Bloodseeker BKB. If you're close to your BKB and you die before BKB, that is one of the biggest mistakes you can make at Bloodseeker.
Do you think he was talking about in this game of Dota 2, the video game, or in this game that he was coaching?
No, in the Dota. It was very clear. It was like in the whole game of Dota. It didn't really make much sense in that game.
I think Alvaro was watching this in his Bloodseeker pajamas. I'm
saying, dude,
drinking a cup of wine, Rioja.
Quakeflow said this, dude. What are you? Do you know more than Quakeflow? This man calls him Cockfa once, and all of a sudden he hates this man.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know.
What?
No, I don't hate the man.
Yeah, no, I'm joking. Sorry, in case that wasn't clear.
In case that wasn't clear.
In case that wasn't clear, obviously I'm joking. He doesn't know Quakeflow personally. There's no feelings towards him.
Nope.
Radiant's top tower
But he did say that, and I agree, because the point about Bloodseeker is think of other carries that can do as much as he can once you get the BKB, right? Like, can use that power spike to that degree. Like, Jared and Luna, other BKB carries, they're strong, but not the strongest hero in the game at that moment, most of the time. Unless you get BKB like 30 minutes or so. Bloodseeker's a one-man army. He will kill everything once you get that, just with Blood Rage alone. So that's why the power spike is so big. And if they can abuse that, the game is there.
I can't imagine a core, like in a good core game, where you wouldn't say that as well about every hero. You know, like obviously like a Bane BKB, you're not going to say it's the strongest, you know, but you don't play Bane core. Like what about like Luna BKB in a good Luna game? Like versus, you know, oh, hold that thought. Nope, okay.
Oh, Luna BKB is not like, unless, I mean, mind you, if you get Luna BKB in like a 40-minute, right? Sure. But usually you don't get BKB before
you
have
kill on the puck, by the way. There's no one here to help.
No. He's dead.
This is great. The amount. This is the second time this game that they've found the puck all completely alone.
And this was the same place where they found Luna twice as well.
And this is going to be free road.
Yeah.
Now, before you had a chance to contest it, Clockwork, you know, very short respawn timer. Is you know, when you check the Zoom meeting notes, that's a mandatory attendee. And if you're not there, there's no fight for Roche.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Weirdly topical reference.
It's a Zoom reference for the Zoomers.
Is that why they're called Zoomers?
Yes,
Zoom?
it's because they learned.
Because they don't use Skype, they use Zoom instead.
Well, it's because they went to school on Zoom.
So that's actually why they're called Zoomers?
Yeah, 100%.
I thought it was just because they zoom. They're like so fast with the Union generation, and like they made the meme of the thing goes burr.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's why.
That's why.
That's actually the reason. You're actually right.
Not the school thing.
Yeah.
It was strong.
Yeah. Hold on. I have got the Oxford Dictionary calling me. They want to add that to the dictionary and cite you.
What's specifically that quote?
As Zoomers go burr.
Because Zoomers go burr, yeah.
No, it's actually, you know, right?
I did not know that.
Oh,
I had no clue.
No, it's Generation Z. So instead of boomers, they call them Zoomers. Because Generation X was, you know, before, and then Millennials. And
so
then
what, are Generation X Zoomers?
Generation X, no one cares about.
Is that Millennials?
No, Millennials are the before. Generation X is like...
Ours.
We're technically young Zoomers. We're old Zoomers, sorry. It's really weird.
But if I go on TikTok, am I still a Zoomer?
If you're on TikTok, you're a Zoomer.
And if I'm not on TikTok?
You're usually Generation X.
Okay. So I'm not a...
But the problem is, it's like one of those cultural things. Like, that's the thing with this. It's one of those cultural things where it's like, very hard to say. Very hard to say.
I agree. As a Spaniard, vomit. It's so difficult to say. I can never pronounce it. It's tough.
Anyway, this game's getting tough as well for Team Mystery, isn't it? Right now,
I mean, it all depends on the power.
The way this fight is going, Bloodseeker's zooming around. That's why we talked about Zoomers for so much. With this BKB, there's nothing to stop him from zooming. Whatever. We might disagree on whatever the most powerful power spike in the game is.
That was not my word. I would disagree.
That's fine.
I just thought Koikwa made a really good point.
Yeah, maybe it sounded really good for Koikwa. And Shadow Demon is just dead. There's BKB completed.
All right, so if I say it sounds less good.
Well, you know.
Look, when Quick was schooling BSJ about it, I think it sounds pretty good.
I'm sure it did.
I will listen to him any day of the week.
I would also listen to him
Max
speak
Bro-
about professional
Max
matchups.
That's great, actually. It's a great 45-minute game.
I think it's
Some of the best BSJ content I've ever seen.
I think professional players can be incredibly insightful if you pair them with the right person.
And I think BSJ is perfect for that.
That's what I'm saying.
He's very good at that.
I
I
agree.
think his content in general is really good, but I think that one
Dire's
is.
middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, nothing's going to stop him from zooming around. Like, regardless of whether it's not the most powerful single hero in the game with Ags and whatever, this game, it's unstoppable. There's literally, he has no concern.
Yeah, well, that also leads to the same thing, which is,
no.
if they kill Pain. Much as it's a very powerful power spike, you also need to be able to utilize it properly. So if you mess up, it's actually a big deal. You don't have a singular other power spike as big as this one.
No, you're right. And the only thing I think that
That's why I
can
was
mess you up is going to be the Shadow Demon there. So there's the Demonic Purge on Mamang Daya. Pardon me, BKB now for Luna, popping this Eclipse. He's not really doing that all that much here to Mamang Daya. And in fact, there's Bloodseeker on the way in. DB godlike now on this one. I'm not sure who he ruptured, but it certainly isn't the Clockwork, who he's not going anywhere regardless. Down he will fall.
More?
No. More? No. More. Guys, we go more. No. We have BTS in 20 minutes.
He even got, that's true actually. He even got Brigand's Blade, which actually might be one of the best items you can get on Bloodseeker. Few carries can take advantage of this item. Because most carries don't, they're damaged, right?
No, you're right.
I can't think of anything besides Troll. Troll, Bloodseeker to me. Maybe Ursa, but Ursa already burst you anyway.
No, but for Ursa is also a really good carrier of this. But
yeah,
you're
but
right.
like he's also fun.
But this, I mean, it synergizes beautifully with Thirst, right?
Yeah.
So.
No, Blood.
Well, and Thirst. Because the lower they are, the more move speed you have, the faster, the more auto attack speed. Obviously, from Blood Rage, the more you get, close the gap. Use mobility.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I think it's the perfect item for him. I mean, anything that's, if they're missing HP, is going to be really good for Bloodseeker.
Anything with damage, really, because he has so much attack speed. He just needs the damage. So Brigand's Blade's really good there.
Yeah, because it's like extra 7 damage for every 10% they're missing.
Yeah,
that's nothing too crazy, but yeah, it's
DK, Dragon Tail, I don't know. Initiation by clock.
DB does not have BKB.
Yeah, DB doesn't get
Aegis.
though. I say I'm a Nightmare.
Beautiful.
Good Nightmare. Spain's been playing really well this whole game. Yeah. Very, very impressive play.
And that's the Clockwork dead. I think they're just going to settle, especially without BKBs, they're going to settle for not taking the barracks, just to give a quick little silence and a stun to the Kunkka. At least Mamang Daya.
You have a good team to just retreat and go back and heal. Like Kunkka can TP back home, right, and refill bottle, do all that stuff with the X. Bloodseeker can just hit creeps and regen. So.
Oh, that's a good point. Really good point.
DK's
got mana problems though. This game already, you can see.
We have mana boots or arcane boots rather on.
Usually not, because Bane wants that Aether Lens online ASAP.
So he must have disassembled it.
Yeah, and Marana this game, I haven't really seen her build, but yeah. Sometimes we'll see Marana Greaves, but usually.
Yeah, there we go. He already disassembled earlier than he needed to. Oh, he went for triangles. Never mind. Okay, so you do have some mana problems for DK this game. Does he have Soul Ring?
Oh, that's true. He'll be fine, right?
Well, it's still not enough. Like, it's only enough to get like one Dragon Tail off. I guess that's all.
But that's all you need. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking here.
See, like this power spike, for example, it hasn't had the greatest impact in the world because you're already in the moment when you're in the base, and you need someone to siege, and you're not the best person to siege.
What is he freeing though?
Is
that Mjolnir? It is.
Okay.
That was my versus Luna. Yeah.
Yeah, because you want mixed damage. I'm a bigger fan of MKB in general. But one thing Mjolnir is very good at is that the static charge will trigger on every one of the glaives.
It's very true, and I don't think we really want to preempt the butterfly too much, because at least, give her false hope. I'm not going butterfly, or I'm not going MKB. Right. I dare you, pick up that.
I think for this game, especially against a Luna, especially because you saw her go for MOM, which means Satanic is coming, I think the consideration is Scotty.
Scotty, yes, very true. Because then what does Luna build?
Yeah, no, she's screwed.
Yeah.
She needs HP, and then she goes, well, do I go Scotty? She can herself go for Scotty, which is good.
It's a good item.
It's good against Bloodseeker.
Especially.
Yeah.
And Bane.
Yeah, and Bane.
I mean, you're already good against Bane, because so is every single carry after 25 minutes, but... Well, unless you're Fiend Script by him. But.
And was it in the draft though? This is like one of the best lineups for Mystery to cut lanes. Like they have so much good lane. Luna's Ghost Push, the Pangalier's Existence. Oh my God, which almost ceased there.
Oh wow,
almost ceased.
Okay,
he didn't even get a crit off that.
No, he didn't. That was plain just Silver Edge leave.
Wow. Yeah, so the Pangolier and the Puck are really good at cutting lane. Shadow Demon's a great dead laner, and Luna can Ghost Push as well.
Punish real easy. A Puck, especially without this Lincoln Sphere online, is vulnerable.
Yeah, it is. But at the same time, you have to do this. Like, there's no other play.
Yeah, here's Satanic completed. Just need a little bit more of that sword. Looks like tier 2. They're escorting, creeps to the tier 2 top lane, which is the only tier 2 tower that stands currently for Team Mystery. And well, no longer does a Shadow Demon stand because he was lifted off his feet, swept off his feet there by the torrent of Amangaya, swept back to the ground. Tidebringer cleave up to the high ground they will go. They're going to smoke brazenly here. Activate up with Dragon Form just ready to go. Vision though, and maybe even with the Vision to have scouted that is Team Mystery. Luna cutting mid waves, Puck cutting bottom waves as they have found the Pangolier. Fiend Script active. Hookshot keeps DB out of the fight, but he's not needed here for the kill. Onto one. I'm not sure if they broke Lincoln to a Rupture. I didn't quite see.
I think that was it, yep.
Okay.
Yep,
okay.
Lincoln's broken with Rupture.
And with the buyback on Pangolier, not having BKB on 2 of your cores, nor Fiend Script, now AG will actually make a call to back up.
Unknown is finding a good amount of farm, surprisingly very far away. So he's farming. Like he's actually not getting behind.
He's doing the AM thing, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Finding neutrals as well for his team.
I think Manta was a necessity this game, to be honest with you. I can see why he's rushing the Satanic though, but I would have liked to see the Manta because now you don't really have much ghost pushing potential. Like obviously Shadow Demon does, but you don't. You can't farm with your illusions. So
I get that. I get that, but Puck has been doing a pretty bang-on job of that, right?
Yeah, but it would be nice that Puck has been taking all this farm because you have to make some really risky plays.
Oh, the courier was just returning. Okay, nothing on.
Luna had everything on her.
Satanic's finished. Can we check and see what Bloodseeker has queued up now? Because I think that's going to be pretty significant here. He's going for Basher. What are your thoughts on this? Basher on
Bloodseeker necessity.
Okay.
It's either Basher. I like Scotty better than Basher in this game.
Scotty first?
Yeah, Scotty then Basher. I feel like Basher is good. It's always good on Bloodseeker. It's very good for 4-4 matchup. But I think Scotty is a necessity against Satanic. I think Basher, you're relying too much on luck. Like, oh, can I get a Bash during the Satanic?
Yeah.
Because Bloodseeker is not a hero that likes to fight and then leave and then fight again, right? Especially if Luna's healing. So
Guard for DK. He's a bit of a mess behind him.
Bloodseeker is certainly the kind of carry that wants to run in and fight a Luna and then from 100 to 0 her. And if you get Satanic off and you don't have Scotty on her, it feels like you have to do this twice.
Self-play is going to be coming from Mystery. Of course, they've always got a leg up. It's the Rocket Flare. They know where a couple of enemies are.
Alright, they combine Torrent and Nightmare here.
Tidal Wave.
Oh, good Tidal Wave.
Nice.
I love that pickup.
I really like it. Make water, Kanka. Make water, Mamangdaya.
Alright. Oh, Luna just got hit hard. They were just not expecting that much damage because the DK could have just jumped her with Dragon Tail. There's a mispeak there. As there's a Dragon Tail into the Blood Right. They're just concentrating on the Luna. They even have the Fireball.
That's disruption.
That's the Agosha gonna hit. They don't even need it. She's dead.
No buyback. They know that she just bought out. That's the only reason she shows up to fight. And now Shadow Demon's gonna be demolished, ran down by DB. Beyond God, like, he's not died a single time this game, DB, has he?
Nope.
No, he died in the lane once.
Yeah, he died in the lane. You know, finally I get to say this in a relevant moment. What do you think they're screaming at right now for Army Geniuses? BDS Pro Series!
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what they're saying right now. They're right on time if they manage to win now.
And they're going to get themselves an extra $2,000 here. Not bad at
this
whatsoever for their time spent, even if they did have to play 5 games for it, because that's going to be the dieback now on the Pangolier. Looking for the Megas to just secure this game without all their Dragon Form. As you say, Bloodseeker, not the best pusher in the game.
No, he's also not using Blood Rage on himself for whatever reason.
Needs all that HP, Avo.
I don't really think so. His Paladin Sword, for God's sake.
3,000 of it.
Yes, Paladin Sword! He heals! Use the Blood Rage!
Goes the top lane of Barracks, bottom lane being pushed out by the Puck. Of course, that's not going to make a difference with...
Are they going to shove? Are they going to push bottom too? Yeah.
Top and mid, yeah, I think you do. Without Tango for 40. Luna didn't use anything. I mean, she used Satanic, but she's got it back. She didn't use it like Eclipse or BKB is what I mean.
But you have Rupture, Ghost Ship, and Dragon Form.
Yeah, we do.
And Fiends.
We have to be really careful for the disruptions, because as we saw, it can be used to set up for the enemies as well.
Yeah. Kunkka has been using as setup. Oh, silence of the Kunkka. There we go. Dragon Tail on the Luna. Early cover, hook shot. That's going to be just to disrupt him to keep the Luna alive. They put DB in a difficult position. He may be forced to use the the BKB here. Not yet.
Yeah.
Retreating. Tidal Wave didn't bring anyone with them. Another Blood Right might. Yeah, at least it did hit the Luna.
5v3. There's the coil now for the DK. Looks like he's willing to snap it.
They're afraid of the Luna.
They are.
Eclipse. There we go. Tidal Wave. They send her forward. They got the Fiend Script. There we go. That's Luna dying twice. Jackie's the Satanic with BKB, but it's too late.
Not fast enough. They didn't have the disruption ready. They used it aggressively, and Puck could not get on time. The no coil instantly canceled. That is not a fun way, unfortunately. They use their Rolling Thunder as the Tidebringer cleave Looks like that wave was the thing that did the damage, but it was in fact the mighty sword there, Batunka, as Bloodseeker's still alive on 600 HP, continuing to zoom on around. They get through the Bloodseeker, and it looks like Team Mystery have repelled AG for now. They get that last little kill. Oh no, what the heck?
Bloodright is still up though, Puck. In a difficult position. Bloodseeker can catch up to him. He sees him. Gets the bash for the Echo Saber. That's going to be a Puck dead. Tidal Wave will kill him. If not,
lucky shot though.
Well, it's true. The Pango surviving. Ghost shot evaded by the roll up, and they can't go. They're afraid of him.
He's so fast.
They actually killed the Luna, and they can't finish it off.
Bane? No way, Bane.
It's Bane Sap?
Unbelievable.
He did. He killed the Puck. And with this, we get the Pango as well. Even with a shield crash, there's the Puck though. They don't want to use the buyback on the Luna.
That 10 more seconds, but
this time he is
for Megas.
Use the Blood Rage for the Megas, please.
For the Megas. He won't do it, Avo.
Oh my goodness.
Luna respawning here momentarily. It's going to be a 2v4 hold, but looks like Megas are all but a certainty now for AG.
Unless he doesn't use Blood Rage, which means he pushes super slow. Like, seriously. Rupture on the Luna. Bash needs a bash. Needs a bash. Titanic on the creep first. He got the bash, but that's what you need, Scotty.
DB.
He's
Push
gonna
back.
die.
He's going to die. Unbelievable. Alvaro has slammed his phone in disgust as he wants him to use the Blood Range to take the Megas.
Like, seriously, he would have had it. He would have had the Megas with a Blood Rage.
Okay. What? Oh, there he is. It's like, how did he run out of mana and HP? And then
What am I witnessing? I mean, then staying there as well, as long as he did, was also a mistake within itself, right? Because why would you think that you're going to beat the Luna? And also the choice of Basher over Satanic, or over Scotty is also another.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, again, you're wishful at that stage, right? Well,
you're wishful and you get the right bash. It's just so difficult.
Whereas compared to the 100% guaranteed chance of producing that healing.
Nope, that's a great arrow though. I should be able to set up on something. Oh, even the Roshan's helping.
TV's dead though. I don't know if you take this fight, Avo.
No, they're gonna go for it anyway.
My back.
They're gonna go for it anyway. They have killed the Shadow Demon with this.
Good.
There's the BKB activated, at least on the DK.
It has an Eclipse.
With DB here, they failed to kill a beautiful arrow. Oh my god. She does, but Pango's dead. The whole team is dead anyway.
They've GG'd out. They've done it.
Yeah, with 1 minute to spare.
AG, with seconds to spare, will crown themselves as champions of the Top Lines Summer 2021 Invitational. Congrats to them.
Yep.
They're hungry for victory, and they've finally gotten it after a long 5-game series.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, there we go. Grand champion, boys. Woo! It was AG. I do feel like Team Mystery showed up very much in this final. They played some really good Dota. I feel like AG did not show up, if I'm honest with you, for all the games. We had some... Like, I think the draft where Mystery went wrong. I think the mechanics is where AG went wrong.
Yeah, but... I mean, even so, I think it's kind of... Like, I wouldn't say Mystery especially showed up in those first two. Like, they were...
Yeah, the drafting just made him seem so bad that it's hard to...
I would agree with you on the AG note, but I still think they were the better team here today.
They were the better team. I think they deserve it 100%. They were the better team. I think that just because they couldn't find their consistency, I feel like the time pressure of having to play more games today definitely added to this as well.
It did.
So I'm not surprised. Like they just played hasty and desperate. It's not that big a deal. We'll see what happens though. I'm not sure we have highlights ready for this.
Yes, we will have some
Okay.
some highlights to show here, and we'll get to do a little bit of analysis over these as well. We'll just bring it back here to our cameras very, very briefly.
Yep. Oh, that was a pretty solid final play. AG. Always fun Dota. It seems like the Dota I like to play is just fast Dota. I feel like DB just works better on these fast heroes. That's why I thought the Ricky was solid for them.
I agree.
The Bloodseeker is good for them.
I thought the Bloodseeker is an excellent fit for him.
Yeah, it was an excellent
Because that's a hero that can always fight.
He played that really well. My Blood Rage issues aside, it just made me want to tear my hair out. I
raged your blood.
Yeah. Enraged my blood. I think that there was really good optimization. I love that he was going for Echo Saber. It shows that he's on the new. He's clearly part of the. That's
of course, yeah.
You know. No, but because I mean that was something that Nightfall was doing, and I saw it in a couple of like high immortal players. But again, Bloodseeker, much like raising other heroes, are heroes that people just assume are really easy, and so they just don't look them up. They just don't ever try to learn about them, right? And so I think it shows a lot when you have a player that's willing to not experiment necessarily, but try builds that are more popular these days, like Echo Saber. I think it worked really well for him. I'm not the biggest fan of the Basher, but I understood what he was going for, which is I need a cheaper item that works to fight the carry.
It's the win now item.
It's the win now
Because
item.
eventually,
Exactly.
I mean, Luna is scary. I know you say Bloodseeker, he scales nicely into the late game, XYZ, etc.
Yeah, but you want to win now regardless. Because you're in your power spike. Why would you not? Right?
And that's what I said. I've said that I think this tournament about Basher, or in Abyssal especially, I think it's like a win now kind of item. A win more, win now item. Whereas Scotty, of course, is I might have to fight more. This is a nice scaling item, etc.
Yes, exactly. So Scotty was still good. I would have rather if he had personally gone for like foregone the Mjolnir and gone for Scotty and then into the Basher right afterwards because he had enough gold for the Basher towards the end. But regardless, I think he played a really excellent game. I don't think he'd be my MVP though. I think my MVP would be Mamang Daya.
Oh, that's a good point. Who would be the MVP?
I think it'd be Mamang Daya for me. I think Mamang Daya played an incredible Conquer game. Make water, my friend. Oh my goodness, the amount of tidal wave kills he got that game. It's absurd.
I'd agree.
It was so good.
I would agree.
He made Disruption look like his spell.
Honestly, that's what I was. Pardon me. That's what I was about to say. I think he landed 3 boats on a disrupted hero. One of those,
multiple torrents.
One of those was a Luna, by the way, with Satan. It's not like she didn't have items. She had, pardon me, Satanic, BKB, no Manta, obviously. Like she had items, and she was still getting hit by these boats. So a really, really well played game to Mamang Gaia. I as well would give him it, especially because I think a big reason why this went to 5 games in the first place was because he made a lot of mistakes in game 3.
Yeah, I agree. So it's a good redemption story for him.
Yep.
Game 3, game 4, actually, both were not very good in Mamang Daya.
That's very true.
In fact, for game 4, I think Mamang Daya and DB both made a lot of mistakes. Mind you, early GG. And then I think this game they completely redeemed themselves. So it was really nice to see. But Mystery took it to the 5th game. I think they're a respectable team. They totally deserve these $2,000. And there's a reason why they're in the PC, right? They're a strong team. I can't wait to see more of them. I think they have a lot of potential. And I was afraid that maybe with this change to them, they might start, like with Ohio leaving and everything, they might start looking a bit weaker. And they might not have the same confidence. But they look strong again. I feel like they can totally compete with the best teams in the next season.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to as well. Catching their games, as it's been a pleasure to catch them throughout their run here in the Top Cleanse 2021 Summer Invitational. But and the same could be said for AG, but that is it. It is all over. It's going to be AG taking the championships 3-2. Congrats to them.
And it's come to an end, guys. If you join us for this journey, if you participated in the quizzes, if you like the casting, if you like the production, or even the games themselves, if you join us just for the 1v1s, for example, we thank you. Thank you for joining us in this wonderful journey that is Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational. Thank you for listening to these casts. Thank you for watching these up-and-coming teams. And give them some support. You know, go to Army Geniuses. They have a Facebook page. Maybe give them a like, especially if you're an Indonesian viewer. You might enjoy them. They're a team from your country. Really have a lot of potential.
And they play a lot of Dota.
They play a lot of Dota.
Honestly, they're a good team to be a fan of.
Because you'll see them all the time.
Yeah, you'll see them all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm a Secret fan, but I mean, I get to watch Secret.
Like I'm an EG fan. I haven't watched them in 8 months.
Exactly, right.
And for Team Mystery, if you're one of the Malaysian people watching Dota and are worried, because honestly, the Malaysian scene took quite a dive recently. You know, a lot of players retired. You know, you haven't had the domination that the TI3, TI4 era is. Mobile Legends people are coming in, which is disgusting. Mystery, is one of the teams to look out for. Them and a couple of other teams in GXR, well, not anymore.
True.
Used to be.
I think they're still based here.
They're still based here, but they have mostly Indonesian players now. But like, for example, there's another team that actually beat Army Geniuses yesterday. Which was their name?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Shidori's team right now. There's a lot of up-and-coming players, so we hope that you check them out. And of course, you can check us out at Mr. Rival Plus for myself and at Secret Strike Dota for my partner. We'll see you guys when we see you, because this is the end. We'll leave you with our wonderful host, Evangeline, for one last time. Take care, and see you next time.
Well, thank you very much, our wonderful casters. Thank you for the hard work. Many thanks to Team Mystery and Team Army Geniuses. They contributed a remarkable show for us today and a wonderful match. And we would like to say congratulations to Insanity win the solo tournament's champion, and congratulations to Team Army Geniuses win the champion of Dota 2 Summer Invitational. And before leaving, let's express our gratitude towards our partners again. Well, we would like to say special thanks to TikTok, YuYu Game Booster, NetEase Fever, Moon Studio, ePod, String Gaming, TNC, Facebook, Twitch, Likey, Video, Egg Network, YouTube, and InfoFed. Okay guys, it's time to say goodbye. That's the end of the day. Well, next week we still got matches of Rules of Survival, so please take good care and stay tuned. Take good care. We'll see you next time.